Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 411, only 100 episodes after episode 311. And only 89 episodes until episode 500. We're almost there. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Ragon. Chris, that's some shirt. I'll tell you.
Is it?
Yeah, I like it.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know where I got it. I just found it in my closet. And I was like, I guess
is it like
I
a
guess
graphic tee? What is that? Like
it's literally just texture.
Yeah.
It's just like I don't know. I like it. It's good.
Yeah, I like it too.
But
how are you?
I'm doing okay. Just having a I got up a little bit later today, which I'm not thrilled about. My alarm went off and everything, but I usually try to get up at 7. And today I was just like, nah. I just didn't want to do it. But I'm having a good week. I got what is it? I picked up Blood, Sweat, and Pixels.
Oh yeah, I see it behind you.
So I've been reading through that.
I'm in that one. I think that's the one I'm in, but I don't know for sure.
I haven't come up to you yet, but I'm at the Shovel Knight. I just got the Shovel Knight.
Yeah, it's going to be in the Shovel Knight chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's really good. It's a really good read. Like it's really easy to page turn and get through really quickly. I'm already Shovel Knight is what is that? Yeah, I'm 70% of the way through. Really good.
Well, I won't spoil it for you. I think what they discuss is that is that Yacht Club basically targeted me because they knew they could take advantage of me. Not in a bad way, not in a bad that they were like, this is the guy. They told me that on an interview I did at IGN. They're like, this is the guy that we have to that is going to reveal the game for us because he's such a huge fucking nerd. That's
so funny. But yeah,
I'll allow it. Sometimes I want to be used. I like the abuses, the offspring might say. Well, it's good to see you, Chris. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you as well, my friend. How are you today?
I'm doing just fine today. Been a busy week. Yesterday we did a special walkthrough at the hospital. Basically, I guess it's officially was an exposure training where they're like, this is what's going to be like. This is when you're going to come in. When you go into the operating room, Holly's going to be here. You're going to be here.
Colin's going to be here.
Colin's going to be there. Yeah.
You had a guy blocking for me on set.
Yeah. So yeah, it was good. I wasn't very stressed about it, but I feel like now that I did that, I'm like, this is going to remove a lot of stress the day of.
Oh, good.
Just because I've never been present for a C-section. It's a little off-putting. Mm-hmm. I was telling the doctor, I'm like, I don't consider myself a squeamish person, but I would really rather not see anything that goes on past the curtain. She's like, that's okay. You don't have to. And I was like,
you don't want to see the baby pop right out of the womb.
I would rather not see my wife cut open on a table. I think that would give me an anxiety attack.
Yeah, that's rough.
Even if it is totally normal.
Do men watch a C-section? Is that a thing that they can do? Because that's a lot, man.
I think you could.
Maybe they could put you in the cool little, the theater where they teach the doctors.
Yeah, where they drop the junior mints into people.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's like a circular room.
Yeah.
And there's down at the
and it'll be very dramatic because it's just you and me.
Yeah.
And we're sitting, we're standing there, silhouetted.
Colin, maybe you have aspirations to be a doula.
A doula? Is that like a midwife?
It's basically a designated third party from the person having the baby to kind of be the helper in the situation. So we have a doula that is our one of Holly's best friends. And basically she has already been in training to do this. So basically she can kind of act on your behalf in the moment. And kind of, it's like a third party situation.
Right.
So, I don't know if they'll allow 2 doulas, Colin, but maybe I could just say you're my doula.
I'm the doulo. We're gonna be with the masculine suffix.
Doulo.
Yeah. It was good.
Very exciting. We're getting close now. We're getting close. I think that baby's just about ready.
I think I told you maybe Colin on stream when we did the ultrasound, he was in the 97th percentile of size.
Yeah.
He's big boy.
Big. He's getting that. He's just about finishing up now. He's getting that golden brown crisp, but hopefully not too golden brown, or it might not be yours.
No. Yeah.
But a golden brown crisp nonetheless, as he prepares to enter this world. Very exciting.
Well, I don't know if I told you, the first ultrasound, the very first thing we saw was his dong.
Yeah.
It was
he hopefully has a 97 percentile dong. You know, I mean, because what would be a shame is if he's a 97 percentile child, and the doctor's like, but 5%, 5 percentile for the penis, unfortunately.
Right. And they have to explain to him later in life. It's like, it's not that it's small, it's that you're so big.
Right.
You know, it didn't grow equivalent size or something. No, I think based on that first ultrasound, I think he's well equipped as far as I could tell.
Yeah, good.
But I mean, to be determined.
That's going to do well for him later in life.
Yeah, certainly. So I'm excited about that.
Demented. Yeah.
Good.
Very exciting.
As far as the rest of the week, I mean, just keeping it low key. Next week is a big week also for appointments. It's just the appointments keep like compounding upon each other because it's like, okay, well, this appointment used to be monthly. Mm-hmm. Now it's every 2 weeks.
Right.
Then it becomes every week.
What is the date of the cesarean section?
I was trying to decide if I wanted to say it publicly. I already told you.
Yeah. Well, all right. Don't. I was just wondering. We have a little bit of time still.
Oh, we got time.
Yeah.
There's going to be training for you ahead, Colin.
Yeah, I know. I've been
prepping.
It's awful.
Getting the OBS ready, Colin certified. Well, no, it's Dustin certified.
This isn't convenient for me, but
certainly not.
But
it's really not convenient for anyone.
Yeah.
But it's desired.
But my convenience kind of takes precedence over everyone else's convenience, unfortunately. So
sure. There were people in my chat last night because they were asking, like, how long is Colin giving you off? And I was like, well, he really told me as long as I want.
Yeah.
But I'm planning to do like about a month and a half. People are like, you should take advantage of that. Go as long as you possibly can. Wait till he's 18.
6 years.
6 years.
Yeah, you really test me on that. You're like, I'm like, whatever you want. You're like, I think about 6. When the child goes to first grade. I'll be coming back and I'm like, I don't know about that. I mean, that's a little crazy, but I guess I said what I said.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a verbal contract.
We're going to owe Dustin hundreds of thousands of dollars of unpaid or unworked, funds here. That's all right. I meant it. Like it's do what you want. I trust you. When you feel like you want to come back, you can come back. If you feel like you need to kind of come and go, you can come and go. I don't want to. I was saying this the other day. I mean, some people take it the wrong way because they think it comes off as lazy or flippant, and maybe it does come off that way. But I just don't want power over people. I know that's a weird thing, but I just don't. I don't want to be like, you need to do this now. I need you back on this date, or else. It's like, I don't know, man. I just do what you want.
It's a bad feeling.
Feeling. There are factors outside of you. I mean, obviously, it is going to be a large expense for the company. Maybe not. I'm not insane, but it's like you're paying me. You're paying the people to replace me. Those people also, like Locke and Jimmy, are doing extra work on top of their work. So I don't feel pressure, but I want to be respectful to everybody in this situation. And I'm hoping, I feel good that everything's going to be just fine. And so taking that little bit of time, and then I can be right back.
Cool. Very exciting. Very exciting. And the plan, I guess, is for you to kind of, like ease in.
Yeah.
You'll probably come back to Sacred first, and then we'll do all the rest. Yeah, but I got to start actually wrapping my mind around what I need to. I really, nothing's going to change for me except for the streaming thing. And I've streamed by myself. I don't even know why I make it such a big deal, but I just get nervous. I don't want to overplay it like I'm playing a character. I really don't like technology. I'm not kidding. Like I don't find, I'm not like a Luddite really where I'm like, get the dishwasher out of here. And I don't want, it's like, no, I don't want, I'm not like that. It's just like, I don't like fucking with shit. And I don't like it being on me. I don't like it. Like I don't like it. I've never liked it. I didn't like it at IGN. I didn't like it at I especially didn't like it at Kind of Funny. I didn't do any of that shit there. They forced me basically to start doing Colin Was Right because they're like, you need to learn how to do this stuff. I'm like, I really don't want to. I should have just stayed at IGN.
It would be easier if like with streaming, the programs we use are OBS, which is very good, and Social Stream Ninja and stuff, but these are like open source projects. They're not necessary. They're very reliable, but they are not, completely 100%. And I say that, but I was thinking about like between Windows and Adobe, they're just as reliable as those programs as well nowadays.
I'm an old fan of those two brands. So me and Adobe go way back.
Me too, unfortunately.
Yeah, me too, unfortunately as well.
Garbage.
God damn.
Just absolute trash.
They got me in high school. That's what I was taught on my high school computer. I was like, if Adobe is smart, they will provide Adobe licenses for every school that wants it for absolutely free. That's how they get you. They lock you in.
I mean, it's funny because
they got
Apple owned Adobe at some point, right? Like
it was, I believe that's man, are you right? That sounds correct.
They might.
Because I remember it used to be, because I know Adobe Flash used to be Macromedia Flash.
Right.
I remember that, but I don't remember if Macromedia was like a distinct company, or if it was like a Mac kind of, you know what I mean? Like
right.
I'm not sure.
I say that just because their strategy, like Apple's strategy of the reason Apple IIs and Macintoshes were all over schools was because that was incredibly intentional. You know, like they were like, yeah, absolutely. Like we're going to saturate the fucking world with these Apple IIs, and it worked. So I wonder if they just had a similar strategy with Adobe. It's like, just like give these cut rate licenses to schools.
Right.
Like, why not?
Yeah. It doesn't seem like Apple ever owned Adobe based on a quick Google search, but
that makes some sense. Maybe, yes, maybe. Well, they were certainly like intertwined in the beginning. I wonder if they have a similar strategy, because I would do the same thing if you could have like this captive audience. It's like Windows, like just give Windows away to the schools.
Yeah,
right.
Don't even charge them.
Adobe is primarily owned by institutional investors such as Vanguard and BlackRock.
Oh, good.
Oh, there it is.
You know what I've been fascinated by? Do you know the store Cold Stone Creamery, the ice cream shop?
Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't had it in probably 20 years. It's good.
It's fine.
Have you seen the prices going around recently for that place?
No, I assume it's
not, dude. It's nuts. It's like $22 or something for like a large ice cream. I'm like, and people are saying like, oh yeah, it's like because like Vanguard bought them or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, cool, good.
Yeah, everything's really great right now. I don't know if you noticed.
It's so funny because actually it's almost done. I'll send you guys pictures of my backyard. But they were working a little bit on my irrigation, and something had broken, and I'm like, yeah, man, like we've been in the house 6 years now, so like all the builder grade stuff is just starting to break. And he's like, dude, it's everything. He's like, it's not just builder grade stuff, it's literally everything. Like everything's bad. And I'm like, yeah, we just talk about it every week on my show. My wife and I talk about how bad food is now, how we don't get anything, shrinkflation, the quality of things. They just randomly change the ingredients in like famous food after. It's like, yeah, we've made the Reese's peanut butter cup for 100 years like this. Now we're going to put sawdust in it. You know, or whatever, like whatever decision they made. That's not really sawdust, of course, but maybe it is. Maybe it
might
is
as fucking well be. It's just
trash.
I go outside whenever I go out to eat or do literally anything. I just assume it's just going to be absurdly expensive. You know, like that's my assumption, because there's always somebody like, I can't believe it's so expensive. It's like you came out here. We're in America in 2026. Like what you were expecting, like what, like Obama prices? Like I don't know what are you expecting?
It's bad.
Everything is bad. Like welcome to the club. This is not new information.
It sucks. Like I don't know. We used to go out to eat a lot more than we do now. It's not even the pricing. It's like we just like to eat at home. And even then you're spending an arm and a leg sometimes on some of these goods.
Delivery has gotten insane. That's one thing for me. I was just like, I think I used to order. I mean, now I just walk there because it's just like, why the fuck would I pay that much money? But I used to go to this place called Gus's Famous Fried Chicken. It's a really good fucking place. But I used to get it delivered, and it used to cost me like maybe like $35, which is like kind of crazy. But like I was like, all right, now it's $65.
Wow.
For the same exact meal. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Burrito taxi.
Yeah.
I like that term.
Speaking of bad things, I was looking at the Cold Stone Creamery online ordering, and I was reminded that I think there's a comedian that has a bit about this. They're sizing names.
Oh,
the like it, love it, gotta have it.
Yeah.
I will not play ball in any. This includes Starbucks too, where it's like tall, venti.
Yeah, I never.
I will never do that. I'm not. We have words for that. You don't need to invent something.
You know what? Say it.
I'm not. I don't know. What do you? I'm not doing it. I refuse to do it.
That was such a genuine confusion. No, whenever I'm in Starbucks, I'm like, what size are you on? I was like, I usually say whatever the medium is. I'm not gonna say you're fucking. I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, stop being weird and stop charging $10 for coffees. Fucking weirdos.
I think it's something that they did and they associated with their success, so they're afraid to stop doing it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Sure,
it's like, well, we've always done this, and we're a successful business. I'm like, I'm not arguing necessarily, but I don't think people are coming to Starbucks because they are excited to say, "Give me a venti."
Yeah, and venti's what is that medium?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Because there's no etymology to suggest. at least, like it, love it, gotta have it is like there's like a crescendo.
Right.
You know, like you can at least. It's too much work to put on the customer to say any of that shit, but at least like there's like, oh, I understand intrinsically like the order of these things.
Yeah.
Venti, I guess grande I understand. But I think grande's medium.
Yeah, is that right?
So
I
like
don't know, man.
Yeah.
Look it up.
The thing about the Cold Stone is that, okay, so it's like, it kind of implies like, is there a psychological aspect of like you're a food addiction? Like if you just like it, then you're okay with getting a small. If you love it, you will get the medium. But if you truly have obese of mind, it's you gotta have it. It's an essential.
I gotta have it.
I gotta have the largest size.
Oh my God, this made me so upset just reading it. So like the sizes for Starbucks, listen to this. Listen, it's tall, grande, and venti in that order.
So venti's large.
Venti's large and tall is the smallest. That is that is deeply infuriating.
Get fucked.
I hate that so much. And grande's the medium? Insane.
Oh yeah, I don't like that at all. That's obnoxious as hell. That's too much for me.
They're trying to confuse us.
It's the Ritual Network. This is part of the Ritual Network.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man. What's going on in my life? You know what? I went to the nursery yesterday, the flower nursery, and I got flowers and planted flowers. You know, you got to get the annuals going. You know, you got the perennials going. They come back every year. You got to get the annuals going. The nice, really flashy. And I bought these huge. I love marigolds, just basic marigolds. I think they're so pretty. I love orange flowers. You can get yellow ones too, but I always go to the orange ones. And I got these ones that are just huge. I'm like, damn, these are some fucking crazy mutated marigolds. So I got those going. I bought some just regular Gerber daisies, which are technically perennial. Kind of planted those around. I got some firecrackers, like these little low-lying red flowers. They're beautiful. Oh my goodness, we got so much. I ran out of soil though, so I got to go get more soil for our little baskets and whatnot. Got to buy that Miracle Grow. And then you got to use Miracle Grow as well. I just bought a 6-pound bag of Miracle Grow.
I'm also plant steroids.
I'm also so it's not coming out because I have the window closed. I am so tan already that it's so funny. I think I said this on the show last week. It just turns on. Suddenly I look Italian. And then like September, October is like, nope, you're Irish again. You're done. And then it vacillates back and forth. But I got a great base going on right now.
You're like what is it? Like a holographic.
Oh, like the card. Yeah. That's very good. That's very good. That's nice. Yeah. I like that. What else is going on? Anything else interesting going on? No, not really. Everything's falling apart. That's about it. Oh, I've been reducing. I'm now only on 10 milligrams of Lexapro. That's a new announcement. Down from a high of 60. Damn, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10.
Well, look at that.
And how does that make you feel?
I can feel it. Like I am more anxious and like tied up, but I'm like, this is Colin.
That's you.
You know, like this was actually my life until 2018. Then I stopped feeling things for a few years. Now I'm back.
Now, when I sent you those grinning Mega Man figures that I found at this flea market that I went to.
Yeah. I stared at them.
Did you realize in that moment that like I'm feeling way more anxiety than I felt it?
Yeah, I was like, maybe I gotta call Dr. Rosenblatt and get this going again.
Pumped up.
Coming back to Santa Monica.
Dude, I saw those and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, that's
Capcom. I thought of you immediately because I was like,
thank you.
why I need to show this to Colin.
Their licensing is interesting. Trying to see if oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, like these are official.
Yeah.
And that's like what's so funny about it. It's like, what?
So if anybody's curious about what we're talking about, like there's these like Mega Man grinning figure. Like I don't even know how to describe it.
Yeah,
I think they were literally called grinners or grinnings or like I don't know.
Zero, zero grin for Zero and Mega Man grin.
Yeah, and it's just Mega Man smiling with like a dumb smile. And I just don't I've never even heard of this brand, or I don't think I've ever even seen anything else licensed under. Like I've never seen like a Homer Simpson with that thing. You know what I mean? It was all of it was new. And I was like, why is this person selling it? That guy had no other video game stuff.
Wait a minute. I think I have a clue here. Is Pop Life the what is that?
Pop Life? I don't know.
Is it Labubu related?
Oh, maybe.
Pop Life.
Pop Life is a marketing agency in Miami, Florida.
Oh, okay.
When I search Pop Life.
Of course, the Floridians did this.
What are those little shitty figures called that everyone loves?
Funko Pops.
Funko Pops. I wonder if that's like a spinoff maybe or something.
Maybe. I don't know. It's
really disturbing. Also, the art is kind of weird. If you look at it, like not obviously the face art is weird, but like Zero's Mega Buster looks weird. It's a strange, I hated it. And yeah, it unsettled me a lot. Capcom just will license anything to anyone at this point, I think. So
yeah,
go get your Mega Man license and make some go get like a Pet Rock. And paint.
you can find it pretty easy. You look up Mega Man Grin figure. It's there. It's like one of the first things that pops up. It's going on eBay for $150.
Yeah, it's probably like some limited bullshit. There's too much. I can't believe I'm saying this, but there's actually too much Mega Man merch now. There was a time when there was like nothing Mega Man related, and now like every 5 seconds there's like new Mega Man stuff. I'm like, guys, like choose a lane and really build it out. You know?
Yeah.
But I know this is licensing and they don't give a shit. They're just making money on whatever. So thank you for that. That was great.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sacred Symbols is brought to you by Shopify. Everyone knows that starting a business is really tough, and it can be easy to doubt yourself. You may wonder, is this right for me? What if I mess up or nobody even cares? Taking that first step is so important, and Shopify is the partner you need to get things going. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US. From household names that you know, like Last Stand Media, to brands just getting started. And getting started is easy with your own design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling. And what if I get stuck? Shopify's always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what-ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/sacred. Go to shopify.com/sacred. That's shopify.com/sacred.
Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go live each and every week. You can get us 3 days early and ad-free. Over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. We really appreciate your support over there. We couldn't do without you. $5 a month is the sweet spot, and that gets you early ad-free access to all of our shows here on the network, including Sacred Symbols, Defining Duke, the Xbox podcast, Punching Up the Nintendo podcast, Summon Sign, the Gameplay podcast, and of course, Sacred Symbols Plus, our weekly supplement on Patreon to this show. We did recent episodes on PlayStation 6 and what we think is going to happen with that, which is really exciting. We're ready to kind of go, I think, with Saros and Pragmata. I don't know what's going on with what. We have to figure that out. I guess the 3 of us will do Saros. Maybe we can get a 4th. And maybe we can record that like a week, like next Friday or something like that.
Yeah,
we can do that.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I have to do the secret ending, but apparently it's way easier in Saros than it is in Returnal to do that. In Returnal, it's like insane. So,
yeah,
because you have to find in Returnal, you have to find all 6 sunstones, which just randomly appear in all and you have to collect them all. Then you have to beat the game again, and then then you have to like in this one, you just beat the game again. I think you just like go to the last boss again, as I understand. So it's like, all right, Saros literally is a response to Returnal. It is so funny, everything about it. So we'll get Saros going. We'll get Pragmata going. I was talking a little bit about Mouse PI. I think we're just going to move on from that. What else? Yeah, I had Hogan recently. We're going to record it. I don't know where we're going to publish it, but next week we're also going to record so it's going to be me and all the Lilymo people that were responsible for Saint Slayer. So Barry, Josh 1, Josh 2, Lachlan, who does all of our trailers, and then Ben, who did the PR. I'm actually most eager to talk to him on the show, I think, because he's the most mysterious last end of the run, the last lap, as it were, which is kind of the most important lap. It's what we always say about like making one thing that was instilled in me that I really agree with at IGN was, and we've said this before, is don't bother making a video unless you have the thumbnail and like the headline and like it's good. Otherwise, like, why are you wasting your time? Similar thing with the last mile of the race for the game. You know, like if no one knows it exists,
that's so funny.
Then how do you do it? What is that a similar thing? Do you feel that?
No, because it's I had the exact, well, I mean, I was making like different types of content, I guess, but like I had the opposite thing where I was like, I have no idea what the title or thumbnail of this is going to be. I'll figure it out in editing. Like what makes the most sense.
That's the way I've been since then, for sure.
Yeah.
But I understand that. I always think about at IGN, I must have brought this up because in the past, because it still bothers me, is that like I made this really great Castlevania. I wrote this like for Halloween. It was like Halloween 2012 or something. I played like Castlevania 1, 2, and 3 in a bay and like captured them all and like did this thing about this great like horror, the original horror and like the gothic elements and all the rest, and like no one gave a shit. And I was like, yeah, that was a really great video, but it sucks that you can't get anyone to watch it. And so I understood that whole mentality of like, don't even bother.
It makes sense. Yeah,
especially at a place like IGN where there were a lot of high caliber people putting things out all the time, and so you're competing with each other as well. And so that's not. I would dominate IGN if I was still there today. Let's be honest. Maybe we'll go back. Maybe they'll buy Sacred Symbols. We can go back. We'll all move to San Francisco.
Oh, I was worried you were going to say that.
I'm not moving. I'm not going anywhere.
I'll commute.
Yeah, you can commute up. People do that. You know, if you don't have to be in San Francisco every day, you can go like once or twice a week and just take the like LA in the morning, San Francisco at night kind of plane thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot.
Because at the site, our entertainment people were in LA. So like the music people, the TV people, the movie people, all of them were in LA, and then we'd have to go back and forth, and
that makes sense.
It was great. All right. So that's Sacred Plus. Oh, so we'll get those episodes. The next episode of Sacred Plus, I'm going to interview Alyssa Mercante finally. She's giving me only an hour, which I respect. I told her in an email, I'm like, that's nothing for us. Like, we don't shut the fuck up. So I'm going to have to be very deliberate about that. But that will be interesting. I think some of the audience is going to be upset about that. It's almost important for me to do interviews like this, though, for any other reason than to remind people that I'm not beholden to anyone, and that I'll talk to, and I want to talk to anybody. I don't want to be captured by my audience. So yeah. I think it'll be, and ironically, I was saying this maybe on the stream or something, that like the worst response we ever had to an audience, to a Sacred Symbols Plus was a right-wing person, which was, and I've said it was Stuttering Craig, who I consider a personal friend. I like him. I think he's a nice person. I think he's interesting. He's a businessman. Obviously does his own thing, and it's very different than what we do. But interestingly, that was like the most overwhelmingly negative response we had from the audience, and I didn't see it coming. That was what was so interesting about it. I'm like, why would anyone? Do you remember that, Dustin? It was about the Real Game Awards.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, isn't it interesting just to talk about a topic? And everyone's like, no, we don't want to talk about a topic.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think the audience can watch it and
they'll make
their own conclusions about it. And they could even, there's no problem expressing that you thought that what he said was dumb in a comment, but it's the, being respectful thing where it's like, you can say that you don't agree and you don't like what he said without calling him a moron or something.
Yeah. Hopefully everyone brings, let's keep it respectful and try to be productive if we can.
To the audience's credit, when you had, was it Stacy from The Gamer?
Oh, Stacy Henley. Yeah.
Very respectful.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the audience, I have confidence in them.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right. What else? Sacred Streaming. You guys did Marathon again recently.
I don't want to talk about it.
Really? Pork Poncho says Good day, Colin. On May 12th, I witnessed Dustin single-handedly kill 3 runners with a level of skill and precision that even John Wick would be jealous of. He ran headfirst into danger to protect the lives of his fellow teammates without even considering his own safety. In my exceedingly humble opinion, he is the most courageous man I have ever met. Can we please award this man the first ever LSM Medal of Bravery? Or at the very least, can you let him know you're proud of him? Sincerely, Pork Poncho.
That's very nice.
You showed up?
Pork to say. I did for the first time ever 1v3 a team and succeed. It was...
you clutched.
I clutched. To be clear with the audience, I'm an exceptionally average marathon player. This is not a common occurrence. But I did it. But on May 12th, this was not... Was it Friday? Was Friday May 12th? No. Friday. That was May 12th was Tuesday. Our stream on Friday, me, Chris, and Pork, was a fun time. Entertaining for the audience.
Yeah.
But full-blown hell for the 3 of us. Our goal was to fight the compiler. I called the stream Chris, Dustin, Pork versus the compiler. I renamed that stream afterwards to Chris, Dustin, and Pork fail miserably. We never even saw the compiler that day.
Yeah,
in
not
fact,
even close.
Did we even successfully exfil from Cryo?
We left a couple times. The issue was like there was one where like the puzzle, like we couldn't find the letter. And so we were just like, are you kidding me? And then we thought like, is this bugged or something? And we just like left with it. So we succeeded, but it was a failure. It was like the worst kind of success. It was like, this is awful. What a miserable time. I had fun being miserable, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's fun to ham it up, but like, it's just like, God damn, dude.
I was discussing with Pork after on Friday, and I think that our choosing to go with the normal stream time of 1 p.m. I think was a problem for a low player count game like Marathon. 1 p.m. on a Friday.
It's all the sweaties.
You got the unemployed.
The unemployed.
People like dedicated. Us, losers.
Yeah.
So I think that was part of the problem.
The Southern Drinker wrote into us and says, hello, fellas. Can we get an update on magnanimous Chris? I heard he died during the Marathon stream, and I just wanted to make sure he's okay. What happened?
Thoroughly executed.
Yeah.
Thoroughly. Like, it's not even a question.
Yeah. Everyone's magnanimity is withering on the vine.
Yeah. Right, completely. Like, he's in an acid bath, basically. He's in a drum barrel somewhere in the South Pacific.
There was a moment on the stream, and I'm glad it was from my point of view, because I was slightly behind you guys, where you opened a door. And it was like D-Day or something. Just grenades rain down.
The door goes down.
Explosions. Immediately wiped out both of you. So
it was crazy.
It was bad.
I remember it very vividly. Like I think about it. I lost that. I lost such a good weapon too. Like, and I was like, it was the best feeling gun I've ever used in a video game, and I lost it the second I started using it. I was like, okay.
Marathon
I gotta take a break for a day or two.
Yeah, there's something, I don't know, there needs to be a term for it, like map memory. It's not quite right, where it's like you'll be on that map a few days later and you'll be like, I remember what happened in this spot. I remember how brutally I was killed. Or, for example, Pork wrote in about my 1v3, and it was on top of flight control on Outpost. And I'll always, anytime I walk past that spot, I'll be like, the one time I clutched was right here.
These games are interesting because like the losses are so defeating that like you have these these really detailed memories of spaces that you kind of like, you like grow a relationship with a space.
Yeah.
In a way that like you don't in a lot of other PvP multiplayer games. Now, that's what was so fascinating to me about this genre in general when I first started playing the alpha, and even in Arc Raiders too, where it's just like, God damn, dude, this hallway is hell. Like I've had so many terrible memories in this hallway. I don't want to be here for too long. Let's get it and get out. And it's just funny.
Now that's your tranquility room.
Yeah.
That's a place in the Cryo archive that Chris is deeply haunted by.
I'm never going back.
I love that it's called the tranquility room too.
Yeah, that is funny.
We'll get back to Marathon later. We have a question at the end that someone wanted to ask about, which I think we'll
get into it.
Get into a little more deeply. Black Detective and Daxter wrote in. It's a little bit of confusion about something, so wanted to talk about this in regard to Sacred Streaming. Hey, CDC, Colin, many people want an audio version of Sacred Streaming, particularly the episodes with Jaffe, which are essentially a podcast with very little visual components. I read your response to this inquiry in the recent comment section of Sacred Streaming, and I must say, I still don't get it. Something about wanting to grow the YouTube channel and Sacred Streaming isn't part of our Patreon membership. Okay, fair enough. But how does providing an audio link to your already subscribed Patreon members who are already likely subscribed to YouTube as well limit your YouTube growth? It seems like you're overthinking this and then in turn creating a worse product for your customers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Sacred Streaming was a replacement for Constellation. You're wrong. Which was a part of our Patreon membership. Also, Moriarty Cross Jaffe on Sacred Symbols Plus, which we did get an audio version of, has essentially been replaced by Moriarty Cross Jaffe on Sacred Streaming. I'm sorry, dude, I just don't get it. You guys are doing a podcast. Sure, it's live, but it's still a podcast, which is an audio medium. Honestly, dude, how many times did he call me dude multiple times? Or am I only seeing? Yeah, it's too much. It seems just like you're pushing back on the audience for no reason. So please explain it to me like I'm a retarded 5-year-old. I would also appreciate Dustin's thoughts on this. Thanks, fellas. Take care. Clearly, you are a retarded 5-year-old. Because you wrote in your own in your own paragraph here. Because I wrote someone was complaining about this, and I wrote back to them, and I explained it to them thoroughly, like what the idea was and what we want to really do. And it's like he says something about wanting to grow the YouTube channel and Sacred Streaming isn't part of our Patreon membership. Okay, fair enough. But how does providing an audio link to your already subscribed Patreon members limit your YouTube growth? Something about wanting to grow the YouTube channel and Sacred Streaming isn't part of our Patreon membership. Okay, fair enough. That's what he says. That's what it is. Well, I don't understand what's so difficult to comprehend about that. So I think moving forward, to avoid this level of confusion, I'm sorry for people that this might be inconvenient to because you like look for the links on Patreon, but just blame people like this. I'm just not going to post Sacred Streaming on Patreon anymore at all. That's it. It's over. So Sacred Streaming will just be on YouTube. You can find it there. We'll be live on Mondays, but I think we'll just avoid even posting it on Patreon anymore at all. And then there will be no more confusion about it anymore. And then you'll realize that, in fact, quote, something about wanting to grow the YouTube channel and Sacred Streaming isn't part of our Patreon membership, end quote, will actually shine through. So you won't just write it. Instead, you'll imbibe it and comprehend it. Is my hope. Yeah. Does that make any sense to you?
I suppose I guess it does. Like, I get the general idea of, it's the association of like, if it's on the Patreon, it's also available in audio, like generally, and it's the one thing that's like not there. I could see that, I guess, maybe being a source of confusion. But
right. What I said, and I understand that, which is why I said in my little thing, I was like, I get why this would be confusing. I posted here just for your awareness. Like I post Lilymo stuff. You don't get anything from Lilymo on Patreon. So yeah. I kind of feel like this isn't really confusing. I think people are just kind of being annoying about it, but it's okay. That's fair enough. It is what it is. I hear you. Nothing's going to change. This isn't part of your Patreon subscription. And things move around. So like we used to do 2 episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus a week. We only do 1 of those now. We used to do Constellation. We had to stop because the host couldn't do the show anymore. And it just didn't seem like it was really working anymore. Like those kinds of things. Some things come in as replacements and then things change. So as you were saying, it's like, I had this different idea for Sacred Streaming. This is where I appreciate most about people's confusion is because last year when I wrote a letter, I haven't read it, but I know what I said. And it is like, we want to have like some sort of component to support the streaming on Patreon. So like, we're going to do VOD here and we're going to do other things. And the reality is, and Dustin and I realized this quickly and we talked about it, is like, no one cares. Like the audience for Sacred Streaming and like what might benefit Sacred Streaming, like that's not what people are on Patreon for. They're on Patreon for the podcast and the audio podcast. And the reason that we don't do the audio stuff is not only to fill people's feeds with things that they don't want, but I'm totally right. Like I know how to do this well enough where I know exactly what will happen. And I tried to explain this too, where it's like, okay, so here's Moriarty Cross Jaffe in audio. And then next week we do Sacred League, right? And everyone's like, well, where's the podcast for this? And I'm like, well, it's more visual. It's supposed to be like a Jeopardy game or whatever. And like, yeah, but I want the audio for that. Then the next week we do a stream and people don't like the game, right? And then they're like, well, we don't want to watch this game. Or like, why are you doing this? And I'm like, all right, enough already. Yeah. So like, I'm just like, we're just gonna,
or we do like a trade show kind of thing where we watch like an entire showcase. And it's like, where's the audio for this?
Right. Exactly. That's exactly right. And it's like, I have done this a long time. I'm not stupid. I know exactly where it's going.
Yeah.
And so I'm just nipping that in the bud. It was not the idea to do that. Like we wanted to have a stream. We want people to watch it on YouTube. We don't care about YouTube. Like I care about YouTube. I want people to subscribe to YouTube, but like you're like, what does it matter if these people already subscribe to YouTube? I'm like, it's not for that. It's to draw people to the channel. Most people that watch everything on YouTube aren't subscribed to your channel anyway.
Yeah.
So I just trust me on this. This is what I want to do. And like, can I just do anything that I want to do?
No.
Can I just be Colin? You know, I always have to be. I'm always something for I have to be everything for everyone. I'm always giving. Dawson, I'm always giving.
Yeah.
You know?
So
one other thing. Yep. We've never ever raised prices and only just added more and more to it. So give me a break, man. You know, like
yeah. So Black Detective and Daxter asked for my thoughts on it. I agree completely with Colin. That's like we're trying to do a YouTube thing. We want to drive the traffic to the YouTube channel. I would say that if this is something you desperately desire, there are options for you to just listen to it, whether it is and this one does involve a cost, but if you have YouTube Premium, you can listen to it like a podcast. Or there are like tons. If you search like YouTube to MP3, you can just immediately rip that file off there and then listen to it on your phone. So yeah, there's options if you want to listen to it on just the audio. You just have to do it yourself because it's just not something that we're choosing to offer at this time.
Yeah, just like, I don't know, man. It gets a little. We get a lot of feedback, and I read it and I understand it, and some of it's true, and sometimes we make changes or whatever. But like just give me a break. You know, like I don't know what you want. I'm trying to do different things. The one thing I tried to explain in that letter too is like the only like true growth opportunity we have now is to try to like make YouTube better as well. Like we've been between 12 and 13,000 Patreon subscribers for 2 years or so. It's awesome. I love that. And that's great. That's the core of our business, but I don't know that that's going to grow very much. So we have to find other ways to do things. And I don't like the idea of saying like you took something out and didn't replace it. It's like, dude, $5 a month in 2017 got you one fireside chat a week. And then it got you in 2018 fireside chats and knockback. Then it got you fireside chats, knockback, and sacred symbols. Then it got you fireside chats, knockbacks, sacred symbols, and sacred symbols plus. Then we removed fireside chats and it gave you defining Duke. Then it gave you summon sign. Then it gave you punching up. And we had things like Constellation and Super Knockback and all those things in there. And the price remains exactly the same. I feel like I've been kind of cool about that. And by the way, that's intentional. I was just explaining this to someone recently. Is like, we don't want to charge too much. We want it to be fair. And we want you to feel like you get mega amounts of value. And then when you see it on a credit card statement, you're like, well, this is high value. As opposed to seeing like a $20 thing on your statement, like I did with Netflix last year. And I'm like, why am I paying for this? I don't even watch it that much, or I don't need it, or I don't get the value out of it. Like you can't contend with the value. So I just feel like that's an important part of it too. And I think looking at it like we're taking things away from you is a little disingenuous. That's my opinion.
I realized what I said. It had shades of Dawn Matrix to it. Oh, if you need an audio only podcast, we have a product. It's called Sacred Symbols Plus.
Yeah, it's called Sacred Symbols Plus.
We have a product. It's called Xbox 360.
Good old Matric, man. Colin, is that SCP shirt? Is that the Sane Clown Posse? What is
the
that?
Sane Clown Posse? It is. It's a Sterling, Cooper, and Price. This is from Mad Men. This is from Mad Men.
Oh, okay, all right.
What does the Sane Clown Posse get up to?
They
go to church.
Church,
yeah,
taxes.
They go to church. They do their taxes on time. They don't file extensions. I don't know. They have a nanny.
Mm-hmm.
You know, really like 1950s standard American living.
They read about the stock market in the paper.
Right, exactly. They have newspapers.
Daily newspapers still.
Dude, by the way, I just I'm so glad that came up. I saw like a picture. I've seen this a few times and never really thought to say anything about it. But you see the Sunday newspapers. You know how the Sunday newspapers are always like the big New York Times or like like when I worked at a deli, I used to have to put the New York Times together on Sunday. It was so annoying. You get like all these different bundles, and they used to be like $2. Like the big, like you used to get a paper for like $1, and then like the Sunday paper was like $2 or $1.50 or whatever. I think I saw like the Boston Herald or whatever, something like that for the Sunday edition. It was like $7. I'm like, who the fuck is paying $7 for a newspaper? $7 for a newspaper.
That's the nature of things, man. It's going up.
That's insane. That's insane. No wonder no one reads the newspaper anymore. You're not even trying. You got to have the guy out there being like, oh, you know, like with his weird, like old timey voice. Extra, extra.
I feel like it's got to be like at this point, almost like vinyl, you know, where it's like there's like a nostalgia to the newspaper. It's more of like it's less of what it's supposed to be and more about like what it represents. If that makes sense, like it's almost more like a toy about like a nostalgic toy or like a trinket than it is a meaningful way to like digest news. Right? Like I can't imagine that anybody's like, oh, this is the most efficient way for me to read the news right here.
Yeah, it's
on the newspaper.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. Like it's funny because it was a long time ago now, but like 2009 and 2010, my girlfriend at the time got me like for my birthday a New York Times subscription, which I appreciated because like the Saturday and Sunday Times were kind of interesting. The Saturday Times had some stuff in it, and then the Sunday Times with all like the crossword puzzles, and it was cool. And all the news and the op-eds, it was interesting. And the New York Times was kind of a little different back then too, so it was much more palatable. And so I would only get it on Saturday and Sunday. And at first I started really looking forward to it. I would like make like a breakfast burrito or something, and like read the paper. And then slowly I would fall behind. And then like I would get the next week's weekend's newspapers, and I wouldn't have read the weeks before. And then I'd be like, I can't get to these. I got to read last week's to like see if any interesting stuff, because a lot of it's not very timely. And then before you knew it, I had like stacks of these fucking things, and I'm like, I can't consume the news like this. It's crazy that people did this every day for, you know, time immemorial, like every day instead of just weekends, like going through these broadsheets and then being like, all right, next. And I'm like, what? You read that? Like you're done with that? It's just like this. And that's what's funny about the $7 paper is like at $1 or $2 or 25 cents, it was disposable. So it didn't really even matter. But like it doesn't feel so disposable now. So no. I tried. I actually tried to be like a newspaper person at some point. And I'm like, I can't.
You can't. It's for a different time, man. It's like I like the aesthetic of a newspaper, but like I can't give a fuck. I can't pretend like I care. Like also, it doesn't help that like 50% of my association with the newspaper, the first 50% is obviously like, you know, reading the paper, and then the second half of it is just like, we're gonna put this down so the dog can pee on it.
Right.
You know, like it was always viewed as like this disposable. Just throw some newspaper on it. Or like, you know, just like fill the lizard cage with newspaper, or like some random shit like that. It was always viewed as like garbage after you were done reading it. And it's like, okay, well, what's paying $7 for this?
Yeah, it's. I delivered newspapers one summer as well when I lived in New Hampshire. It was I wasn't even there for the summer. It was really the spring. My friend Chad at the time, it was like his parents got divorced. I think he went to stay with his dad for a while, so I like took over his route, and that was also interesting. You know, like having to put the newspapers together and then putting them in the little bags and all and throw it, you just toss them. And some people have like different little, it was such a different culture. It's, I grew up reading Newsday, which was Long Island's newspaper, and I loved it. And it was one of those newspapers. It wasn't like the New York Times where it was like a broadsheet. It was like a book kind of newspaper. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Kind of like the Post. Yeah. And, I loved that, man. I loved, I just would get my dad would get the Newsday, and then I would just flip it over to the sports section, because the sports section was always in the back, and then you read it backwards, basically. God, I love it. And the other thing I remember too about newspapers is when I went to college in Boston, and I would take the T, which was the subway there. It was always fun. They always had the guys handing out the Metro, the free newspaper, or the Phoenix. Yeah. But then like you'd get on the train, and every once in a while, a person would leave behind like a real paper, like the Boston Herald or the Boston Globe or something. Like, yes. And then like you'd go read it or whatever for free. And it's so different. And now you just have your little phone, you know, your fucking smartphone. You just read whatever you want up to the minute. I'm not even that old. Like I can't imagine how really old people feel.
Yeah.
Like how do my parents feel? They were born in 1950. Can you imagine?
They're completely whiplashed.
Yeah. Can you? It's like
I'm fucking whiplashed. You know what I mean? Like I was like, what do you mean everybody's playing Roblox? Like what the fuck is this? You know, like I'm 32. You know, I can't even imagine in like 30 more years, and I'm like 64, and everything's fucked.
the other thing I realized, Chris, too, and you guys are probably getting into this because I think it was around your age when I started realizing this, is like I also don't know who anyone is anymore. Like I look at you look at the red carpet at an event or Coachella's, the Coachella thing goes around. It's like day one and there's all the band. And I'm like, dude, I shit you not. I don't know what one of these fucking acts is. I've never heard of one of these people. I don't know. I'm not even being ironic. How can this person be headlining Coachella? I've never even heard of them.
That started happening to me around like 23, 24, to be honest with you. Like things are just moving way quicker. I think I actually know more about who's current today than I did when I was 20, 23 or 24 or 25, which is weird. But I don't know. That really is just a matter of like whether or not you care to keep up. Like every now and again, I go through like waves of like really like hyperfixation on specific special interests. And I have many of them. So sometimes like I'll be in like a 2-week long bout of just like really thinking a lot about music. And then just like, okay, I'm fucking around with like music software or whatever. And I'm just like kind of like listening to like whatever's new. And so I become familiar with that shit. And then like, and then I get interested in like fucking around with like Unreal Engine for like 4 months. And then like some new person is like headlining Coachella or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
I don't know who Squidward is.
Squidward.
Like with no vowels.
The one that I saw recently that everyone was circulating because they're like, it was at the Grammys. There was that, I don't know who he was, but he's a German DJ named Gestafelstein or something like that. He wears like a mask. He looks like a Metal Gear character. He wears like a black, like ceramic mask. He looks kind of cool actually, but people were like, who the fuck is this? Like people were like infuriated by it. They're like, no, no.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, it reminds me of, I'm not a huge fan of electronic music, but I think it's fine. But like Daft Punk, I always really liked their look. Like I like how they wear. Yeah. I think that's so fucking cool.
Like
how they always just wear those helmets. Cool. I love that. That's neat.
I miss that element of theatrics because it's just like it's just more effort, and you can just tell, like, it's just like they care about like maintaining an illusion, and I think that's really cool.
That's what I loved about. I mean, it's different because it wouldn't be looked at as artistic because it's new metal, and I understand that. But like, that's what I loved about Slipknot back in the day, or like Mudvayne, or Mushroomhead, and like not every band needs to be dressing up on stage and having like a thing going, but I like I love Devo. They have a thing like that still. to this day, great. Where they they all dance in unison and wear like the same outfits or like the same like whatever motif they're going to. I like that kind of thing. I also like Limp Bizkit's one of my favorite bands. I also like how like when only one of them does it. So like in Limp Bizkit, the guitarist Wes always has like some weird shit going on, but everyone else is just normal. I dig that as well. I think that's really cool. So like all of their pictures together, look insane.
I think Guar should do that. I think Guar should be like everybody's normal, and then there's just one Guar.
Yeah, one Guar. Richmond, Virginia's own Guar. Oh,
are they Richmond?
Yeah, they're like honestly one of the most famous things that like acts that have come from here.
That's so funny.
Yeah, my brother-in-law invited me to see them last year, and I'm like, I don't think I can do that. I'm sorry, I can't go see Guar tonight. I am going to go try to see. So like, remember a couple of summers ago, I went and saw like, we talk about Richmond, but I live like 45 minutes south of Richmond. In like a more rural suburban kind of area. So like we get acts here every once in a while. Remember I saw the Gin Blossoms and like Sugar Ray a couple summers ago.
Yeah.
This summer, it's going to be Spin Doctors.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It was like one other band. I'm like, oh, I'm going to this. It was like, Tonic was the last one. It might have been like Filter or something like that. And I was like, yes, like this is the kind of shit we're getting here. I love it. You go sit in the middle of a field, basically just in the middle of a field. And
that's like in, I think 2016, 2017, something like that. I went to see, might have even been a little bit earlier, but I remember I saw Tears for Fears and Hall & Oates at the,
God, that's awesome.
At the, oh my God, it was, Colin, I don't know if you know Queens that well. It's like a big venue in Queens. Forest Hill.
I know Forest Hill's Queens. I know the stop,
maybe,
but I don't.
There's I think they do the U.S. Open there or something like that.
Yeah. My dad used to work the U.S. Open, so I know that. I do know that area. Yeah.
Yeah. It was at that stadium. It was an outdoor stadium. Yeah. It was like raining.
That's dope.
A little bit, and it was really fucking, dude. That was a great show.
Oh hell, I imagine, dude.
Hall & Oates kind of rips. Like it's kind of crazy. They're like shredding, and I was like, "What do you mean R.I.P.?"
They hate each other.
Yeah, they're like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, one of them kind of went like,
gonna...
one of them kind of like went crazy, right, or something like that, or like had real beef with the other one.
They got mega beef.
Yeah,
because I watched that. Yeah. I watched one of them. I guess it's Hall. He has like his YouTube channel.
I've seen that,
which is awesome. It's like random bands and actors come play with him at his house, and it's so fucking dope. It seems like a hidden secret, that YouTube channel. Like sometimes I look at the videos and I'm like, this has like 5,000 views. Are you serious? Like this is dope. Yeah. I'm so jealous. Tears for Fears is realistically a top 20 band for me. I'd probably say top 15 band for me. Like The Hurting's obviously awesome, but Songs from the Big Chair is like,
Songs from the Big Chair is pretty,
it's like fucking insane. You know, like I just love them. I love them. And my sister saw them a couple years ago. I remember in California, they would play every once in a while. They lived there, but they would always play like wineries and like weird shit like that. It was like mega high end. You can tell things that they were trying to do up there for a while. So it's, God, they're good. They're good. They're so good.
That was a great pairing too. I'm glad I didn't think they would. I was surprised that they were still playing, but I didn't think they would hate each other. So like, I'm kind of glad I got to see them before everything came. Oh yeah,
apart. You definitely Tears still tours, I think, but yeah, you definitely saw Hall & Oates in the window in which you should have seen Hall & Oates, which is all amazing. Ramon and I are Maneater always was our karaoke song in college.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what else here. Oh, merch. LastDayMedia.store. Now, guys, we're going a little long here with like the intros. Should we do the normal topics of discussion, or should we just go right into the news? Because I didn't mean for us to go that long. I don't know what we kind of got off.
I mean, I don't mind going long.
Okay.
We can keep them at a nice clip.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Orion Virchow wrote into us. Remember, one of the perks you can get on Patreon if you support us over there, and we really appreciate it. Patreon.com/LastDayMedia. You get early ad free access, Sacred Symbols Plus, Discord, RSS feeds, all the rest. But you can submit your inquiries to the show as well via the threads on the news feed on Patreon that go live each week for all the different shows. So keep an eye out for those. Our thread goes live on Wednesday and is resolved. And by resolved, I mean deleted on Thursday. So you have about 24 hours. Orion Virchow says, hello, Sacred Gents. In response to Jeff Buss's letter from the last episode, so we heard from Jeff Buss last week, can you tell him to stand down? We happen to be friends, past coworkers, long distance friends that I wrote to you about a couple of years ago. This man texted me how he was relieved that you finally used one of his letters on the show. Please remind him that, including this one, I now have 3 of my submissions read to his one. I know this sounds really fucking petty, especially between friends, but I need at least one win against him. I'm desperate. Keep up the great content. I'll shut up now. I love that.
Yeah, that's good.
Who can catch my eye as I go through the thread? Orion, congratulations on your 3-1 victory, but it's not over yet. Perhaps Jeff will have something powerful to say in a future episode. I'll be keeping a close eye out. Luke wrote in and said, hey, CDC, hope all is well. This one is mainly for Colin. If you're reading this on the show, I'll be halfway through my 5-hour drive to pick up my new Boston Terrier puppy named Daxter. Any advice for a new Boston owner? He is the runt of the litter, 7 weeks old and currently 5 pounds. Thanks for all you guys do. Appreciate it every week. Oh, how exciting. How very exciting indeed. Nothing is cuter than a Boston puppy. And Mike and I always say this. We're obsessed with Boston Terriers. We have the Boston Terrier calendar in the kitchen with pictures of other people's Boston Terriers. I was going through my phone recently. I had to I'm getting like warnings from my iPhone being like, you have way too much shit on your phone. You're going to have to increase your storage on iCloud or whatever. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. So I started like going and deleting things. I'm like, it's all dog pictures.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not only Rush and Treble, but Lola. I still have a fucking million pictures of Lola. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with these. I feel bad deleting them, especially because she's dead. You know, where I'm like, I feel like I got them. So I got to like get them on a folder or something.
Yeah.
And we were saying, I'm like, we can never breed Bostons because I literally, and I'm not kidding. I would never be able to get rid of them. If the litter was 5 dogs, we would have 5 more dogs. Like they're just, I couldn't even, I feel this way with a lot of puppies. I mean, obviously everyone loves puppies, but I see Boston puppies and I'm like, I bought both Rush and Treble from a breeder in North Carolina. They're great people. And I'm like, you can have one of these and then just sell it for the nominal fee of like $1,200 or whatever. I'm like, look at it. Look at it. So when you get Daxter, it's going to be very exciting for you. Bostons are like any other dog. He's going to sleep a lot. You got to bring him out every hour. You got to potty train him. Thankfully, Rush and Treble were potty trained fairly easily. You remember this, of course, Dustin, right? This was my first time ever having to do this. It's like, you got to just bring them out constantly. Like, not wait for, you got to give them a treat when they pee and poop and like reinforce it. And then suddenly they just get it. But that's going to be a challenge. I will say Rush was better about this, but not really. Rush ate an entire windowsill. He used to like sit in this bedroom over here.
What?
And he used to sit. This was a guest room over here. This is like Micah's office now, next to me. It's a bathroom next to me, and then next to her is another room. And so Rush would like sit on the guest bed and look out the window, but there was like a wooden windowsill, and then he just ate it. Like it was just all wood pieces, whatever. And then, but he was generally okay. Treble destroyed the corners downstairs of every molding on the ground. So like we had to get it all fixed.
That is crazy.
I'm not an expert in dogs at all. I'm not even an expert in Boston's. I've had 3 now, but they're crazy. And I think you have to kind of know that about Boston Terriers. Like they're wild dogs, but once they settle in, like after they're 2 or 3, they settle in, they have their moments or whatever, but incredibly exciting time. They're so, here's a piece of advice, because I get a lot of letters about this. A surprising amount of people inquire about this. I would say dozens of people have inquired about this over time. Is get dog insurance, health insurance. Get it now. Like when you're listening to this, like now, right now. You'll lock in a lower price. And I highly recommend this. I don't know other people's experiences, but we've had amazing experiences, like almost to the point of like, I don't understand how this can be so good, with Trupanion, the company, where it's like, really? Like it's amazing. Like, like they really aren't ball busters at all. At least not yet. Get dog insurance. It's worth it. It'll cost you like $30 a month or something. And it works the way that I wish human insurance worked, which is it's about ailment over time instead of ailment by year, which is what it is for us. So Rush has like a really bad right leg. He had a luxating patella and he had to get knee surgery. That we pay for everything up to $2,000, and then we pay 10% of everything above that. And it doesn't reset. So like if he ever has a problem with that knee or that leg again, we've already hit the cap, and now it's just 10% forever. It's like literally better than human insurance. Highly recommended. Have fun. Exciting times. Dustin, do you want to get another dog?
No. Holly and I have always said there's only like so much love we can give, and we love Frisk so much that we couldn't share that love with another dog.
I understand that. I felt that I didn't know. I didn't think that I could have a true affinity for another dog the way I do for Rush, or like one dog at a time, like I did with Lola. So when we got Treble, I loved her, obviously, and spent a ton of time with her, but I'm like, I will never, but then like over time, you're like, oh yeah. And this is just like, I assume it's like having a second kid, although not as serious. I know, I understand. I'm not saying I'm
right.
I'm a dog dad. Not saying that. But I do say like Rush is mine and Treble is Micah's. And, they kind of trend towards us, at night, just snuggling on the couch, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it probably happened with you too, like that.
Frisk is a very demanding dog in terms of attention. I feel like it would have a negative effect on her that she wouldn't get all the attention at all times. So
yeah, Rush gets jealous for sure. Still to this day of Micah. Because we always say like, we have our fake stories and conversations with the dogs, and it's always like, Rush is always like, I've been here longer. Like, I've known him longer, kind of thing. And so like especially when we're in bed, not doing anything inappropriate, we're just like talking to each other, like facing each other or whatever. And like, or the TV's on, he'll just like come in right in the middle and like lay down like right in front of my face.
They're such attention hogs. It's so funny.
It's interesting. Traylon wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Crew. Speaking of Brad caring about LSM the most, Chris, how far have you gotten in Saint Slayer? Heard Dustin, Jaffe, and Brad talk about it, but not you. You must be on the nose to the grindstone getting the plat, right? You are a founding Sacred member and whatnot. Cheers.
I've not started Sacred. I've not started Saint Slayer yet. Too many SS's, by the way.
Yeah, I've done that too. I didn't name Saint Slayer, so I'm not going to pretend like I did that on purpose.
I am planning to get to it. It's just like we had Pragmata that we needed to finish. Then Saros is there, we had the marathon streams that we had to grind for. So I haven't had a lot of time to play anything that isn't immediate. But once I'm done with Saros, I think I might want to jump onto it. I've been itching to have something to play on my Steam Deck, and it seems kind of perfect for that. I don't anticipate I'll be very good at it, though, to be honest with you. Like those, like I'm okay at these types of games. Like I can play through like Mega Man and like some of these older 2D games, but like Castlevania's always given me trouble. Like early Castlevania, like the stilted kind of.
That's exactly what we go for. Yeah. So good luck.
It's always given me trouble. Like I remember I played the demo of Saint Slayer, and I like that carriage level fucked me completely. And I was like, all right, we'll see how this goes.
Well, Godspeed to you. Yeah, I just thought it was funny that people are trying to put you on the spot. Traylon, thank you for writing in. Good to hear from you. Billy, but not so talented, wrote in and said, now we're getting into a little bit into corrections and some show related things. We'll get into the news here now as well. Billy, but not so talented says, this isn't actually a show submission. Just a quick thought for Colin, since I know you check these. You mentioned a PS6 poll on last week's Sacred Symbols Plus, and it got me thinking, have you considered running your own polls for Sacred? You could drop a poll when posting and run it until the next episode's recording. I bet you'd get a good response between Patreon and free feeds. Maybe not a lot of question ideas, but it would be interesting, especially for similar things to the PS6 question release question. Thanks for the great content. I guess that could be a fun idea. The one thing I'm afraid of is when I was thinking about this was the way people report the things that we say. So now we're going to put this like wildly unscientific data, that's like irreplicable into the wild and expect people not to take that seriously. Like 6,000 PlayStation fans say, or whatever, like however many. And I'm like, I don't know. Like that, but then I was thinking like, it is fun and it is interesting. It's anecdotal and it's not really our problem how people cover it. So I don't hate the idea. It's something fun to consider. He's basically referring to on Push Square when we talked about a story they had about PS6. They had a little poll and we mentioned that. So that's what he's referencing. It's an interesting idea and it could be good anecdotal stuff, but yeah, I wonder what people would do with that. Like, we say almost anything and people misrepresent it. So, or misquote it or whatever. I guess we'll talk about it a little bit later, but like that quote that was going around where Christian Svensson from Sony had said something about Nishino noting that PlayStation 6 is a plastic box without content. Did you guys see that?
I did see that.
And everyone's like, oh, he's talking about how it's a plastic box without content. I'm like, that's not what he said. Like, that's not what he meant. What he meant was that it's nothing without the games on it. But like, you just say anything, like you say anything and people misrepresent it. It's like crazy. So that's one concern I have. But again, I don't know that that's really our problem.
Yeah.
And finally, correction here. Johnny Questicles wrote in and said, were you guys Johnny Quest fans? I'm not even really sure what Johnny Quest is. Like, it was a cartoon that I saw commercials for when I was a kid. Yeah, but I don't really even know what it is. Like, it was just a thing.
I don't know.
I didn't really like it. It was like, when you have nothing else to watch, I guess I'll watch Johnny Quest.
Yeah.
Since it's on.
Sure. Quick note on last week's news about the PSN settlement, he writes. You mentioned not wanting to take the time to pursue participating in the lawsuit to get store credit, but unless I'm misreading the website, it looks as if everyone is automatically a beneficiary and will have credits deposited into their wallet without having to do anything. The only course of action available on the website is to opt out of the settlement. Obviously, no one would do that, except maybe corporal apologist Colin. Guys, let's opt out of the, let's save Sony a few bucks and opt out of this.
Yeah, they need it. They deserve it.
Well, that's an important caveat. So it looks like everyone's just going to get the money. I guess you'll just find out how much you're getting back based on the things you purchased and all the rest. But, Godspeed to you out there. I apologize for misrepresenting that. Really, if that's true, then there was no purpose of talking about it at all, actually. But,
oh, man.
But I digress. Let's get into the news this week. We did that pretty quick. Dustin, you were right. Your instinct was right there. I wanted to have an FYI. A few people wrote into this and a lot of people tweeted it at me. And so I want to make sure everyone knows it exists. I have not finished it yet, though. I go with my friend's letter, Oakley Waldron, who wrote in and said, hey, guys, what do you make of the Uncharted 4 blow up from the Kempi? I feel like this was genuinely a great video that he obviously put a ton of work into. As for the content itself, there's certainly some interesting stuff here. And I love the fact that we have gotten more Sully and Elena. But I do think we ended up with a fundamentally better end to Nate's story. Appreciate it's hard to compare 1-to-1 given it wasn't anywhere near finished, but there's enough here to see why PlayStation wanted it going in a different direction. Colin, specifically, did any of this line up with what you remember seeing during the creation of the history of Naughty Dog? Thanks, guys. So he's referencing a video that many people have been bringing to our attention, as I said. It comes from a YouTube channel, The Kempy, TheKempy, about 25,000 subscribers. And the video is called Uncovering Amy Hennig's Uncharted 4. And somehow this video only has 93,000 views. Now, that's a lot of views for us. But I'm surprised that a video of this caliber that's talking about a topic that's pretty interesting to people hasn't gotten more play. I've only gotten a little bit into it. The video is an hour and a half long. Mm-hmm. I will say a few minutes into the video, I simply paused it and emailed him, the guy. And I was like, you want to come on Sacred Plus to talk about this? I have not heard back from him yet, but I hope that we can sit down and talk about this, because it didn't seem like he realized. Well, he did a lot of research. I didn't search for my name in the transcript or anything, but like I did talk a bit about Uncharted 4, and what he's saying is a much more deeper and much more fastidious confirmation of some of the things that I understood. But I've told people before that Uncharted, like, it's all mixed. The Uncharted 4 we got is a mixed up version of the original Uncharted 4, an all fucked up version of it. Whether you like it or not is up to you. I think it's awesome, but it was not what it was meant to be. And you see relics of it, maps and so on and so forth. And characters and models. Because they reset it in 2014 and the game came out in 2016. Now, a game of that quality, you have to understand, like, there's only so much you can do. You're kind of moving shit around. You're going and getting new voice acting, maybe motion capture and some of the other things. But anyway, I wanted to recommend this video. There's nothing else to really say about it. Did you guys see it though? Dustin, did you see this video going around?
I am in the same spot as you, that I watched 20 or 30 minutes of it, but I've not seen all of it. But you're right. The level of detail and research seemingly is very good. And it's very interesting. I'm curious about like there's like gameplay parts of showing the game in a very lo-fi state that is cool. And it's interesting. The part that I was on is he's going through and breaking down what the original Uncharted 4 would have been. And it's like there's the scene of them going into the auction and how different it's like. It's the same setting as you were saying. Like they had this level, but they reworked who's in it, the dynamics of the situation. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Chris, did you see this going around?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. I was fixated on it because it is real. I love these deep dives. I love seeing shit that never happened in such a complete way. So like I inhaled this video. The second I saw it came out and it was as long as it was and people were talking about it, I was like, I made like a night of it. I was like, I'm gonna make food.
Cool.
I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna watch it. And it is really fascinating stuff. Like they showed, like there were some early builds that showed like an on-screen health bar that was like kind of doled out in 3 segments, kind of implying that like if you lost, like you could only recover up to the amount like that you lost or something. And there's a big focus on like no guns, which is like, that's not new information. That's in Blood, Sweat and Pixels even. But like there's some like, there's like shootable handholds. There was like a whole section, I guess, apparently where it would flash back and you would be playing as like the pirates that you're hunting for or something. And like there was like a flashback on the ship, like however many hundreds of years ago that you would play through from the perspective of the pirate. You'd play as like Sully as well in the auction. There was like a dancing mini game in the auction that I remember that was, I guess, cut because it just wasn't fun. Probably I could see that. Some characters that were cut, replaced. I know that what is it? It was showcased that Nate's brother had like a very, 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 very different role in the story too. It was like more antagonistic. Rafe as Alan Tudyk would have been kind of fun. I'm kind of sad that it's not Alan Tudyk, to be honest with you. I like Alan Tudyk a lot, but yeah, I highly recommend watching that video. It's really fast. If you're like a game design nerd, it's really like dense with like a lot of interesting stuff. There's a lot of cut dialogue too that's like in the files that like he kind of like puts together in like what is the most logical order for them to be. Really great video. Like great work. It's
crazy that that would have been still Amy Hennig's most recent game. Like that's how much this has been stretching on with her.
Yeah.
And I know Jaffe has like some concern about her new game. Not that he knows anything, but rather that like it's just kind of weird. Like what is going on here with like all this shit she's doing? And I don't know that it's really her. You know what really bothers me about this is that like I have such a clear visual of spending that day with her, especially when I was writing the history of Naughty Dog and being in her office, and Sweetwater's calling me right now.
Answer it.
No.
Come on, man. You want to ask about your new symbol?
No, I don't. They're nice. I don't want to.
Colin, how's the symbol doing, man?
I don't even know why they're calling because I haven't bought anything from them in a while. But like, yeah, I
how's the kid?
Didn't we talk about this? Where I was like, I appreciate Sweetwater's like attention to customer service. It's dope, and they've been really useful to me. Like where I just message them or whatever, text the guy, and I'm like, I think one of the things was like, I really want like I want like a more piccolo snare sound, but I don't have a piccolo snare. Like, what kind of skin would you recommend, or head? And he sent me. It's like. It's cool, but I wish there was an option, and there isn't, as far as I can tell, on their website to like select. It's like, don't call me. Like I don't.
I'll call you.
Yeah, like I don't need to hear. I appreciate it. I don't need to hear from you though. That should be like, it should be the default option, but you should be able to opt out of that. If people don't know, Sweetwater is like an online, very famous online music store for music, like for instruments, and it's awesome. Highly recommend it. And their customer service is crazy good. But like they call you and text you and email you like not like some form thing. Like they get in touch with you to like talk about the things you bought. And it's neat. It kind of loses its luster for me a little bit though after a while. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
What the fuck was I talking about? Oh, Uncharted. So I have this very clear picture of being with her and being in her office. And again, I've said it a million times over the years. It's like I saw the whole game on this whiteboard that had like index cards taped to it with a bunch of index cards under it. And it was this whole sequence of things. It was at a 90-degree parallel. Actually, I remember saying it to her, like it was a second floor or third floor window. They're in the Water Garden, which is a office park in Santa Monica. And it was at like a 90-degree angle to a window, and like people can see in and like read this stuff. And that's not totally out of left field, because you remember people were looking at Superbot Entertainment through their windows to steal shit about PlayStation All-Stars. You guys remember that? And they had to start putting stuff over their windows and stuff like that. So that was after that. So I think that's probably why I brought it up. But so I can see it, but I'm like, I wish I could just see what are on those cards again,
because it's in your memory somewhere.
Right, exactly. It's like I know what some of them said. Like one of them was like Scotland. One of them was like, I think like. I guess I think it was like Colony or something like that, which ended up being like Library or whatever the fuck they call it. Libertaria. Yeah. And but like it is in there, and I'm like, that's it. Like, because she had I don't think the funny thing is I didn't even sign any NDAs. People always think like in the games industry you're signing shit all the time. Like I very rarely ever signed anything. Like Rockstar was really the only company that made you truly sign shit to see things.
Yeah.
Often IGN would sign on behalf of us, and it would be like an overarching thing, but like they just let me in and showed me things and talked to me, and I saw a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, yeah, it's exactly what you said, Chris. I'm like, it's in there. Like, yeah. And I was trying to be kind of polite too. I didn't want to be like, an inch away from it, like reading it. I don't really care about spoilers to that degree. I was curious. So I wanted to give a shout out to this guy. I hope he responds to my email, but whether or not he does is up to him. But I'd love to talk to him more deeply about it. It's a very impressive video. So go check it out. It's the YouTube channel is The Kempy. And the video is called Uncovering Amy Hennig's Uncharted 4. Yeah. And it was published a few days ago, so you'll be able to find it quite easily, I think. All right. And thank you for everyone that wrote in about it and brought it to my attention as well, because I don't think I would have seen it otherwise. Although I guess it's been since reported by some places, so I probably would have picked it up at some point. All right. It is a financial reports season. I picked out 3 that I thought were interesting to kind of clue in on. 2 of them are Capcom and Sega. We'll get to those in a minute, and we won't get so deep into them. I just think there's some interesting stuff in there because they're both quite transparent, especially Capcom with their numbers. So we have like series numbers and game numbers and all sorts of things. Oh, what did he say here? Hi, Colin. Derek at Sweetwater here. It's been a while since we connected. Checking in to see how everything is going for you these days. Anything new going on with music? What projects can I be helping you out with this year? And I feel bad because I have like 3 other texts from him that I never answered. So
yeah,
they're probably sending it via SMS on their computer, you would assume. So it's probably not that bad. What did you say, Dustin?
Yeah, he's thinking about that when he goes to bed at night. He's like, that Colin Moriarty.
That son of a bitch.
I thought we had something.
Yeah. We had a good conversation. I don't know what happened.
What if you flipped the script and became really annoying to them?
Yeah, ask him like,
what's your
I'm
social
seeing this
security
girl.
number?
Like, do you have any advice? You know,
you could even just, that's funny. You could even just like, I could get on the phone with him and be like, just hit my, and be like, so what does this sound like? Am I tuning this right? You think? Like, what do I do? You know, like that kind of like just be really super annoying.
You got to call him at 2 a.m. on Monday. You know, wake him up. Be like, hey, how's it going? I just want to know how things are going for you.
What's going on, man? How does it feel? You get it? And then like a year later, you're like, have you had enough?
You do it for a year straight. Every Monday at 3 a.m.
3 a.m. It's ridiculous. All right. So Sony, all right. So what I was saying was, I want to talk about Capcom. I want to talk about Sega. There are others too. Like, and there's interesting stuff. Neon Falcom, I don't know if you saw, which is the Trails and East studio, had a 1200% increase in operating income, which is hysterical. I'm like, okay, that's insane. I guess that was based on Trails the first and some other stuff that they did. There are a few other things. Konami announced sales numbers for Silent Hill that are pretty good. There's a lot out there for you to get to check, but I thought those were the two interesting ones to get into. But Sony, obviously, we'll get into more deeply. It's also worth noting that these are fiscal year reports. So quarter 4 is over in the fiscal year. Fiscal years typically go April 1st to March 31st. So these would cover April 1st, 2025 through March 31st, 2026. So that's true for everything, but the Sony ones, I guess, will be more interesting to us. And there are a few things worth getting into. So here I sat down and just took a bunch of notes last night that I thought were interesting. So Sony overall is what I would consider fairly flat as a company overall. Sales are up 4% year over year, which is modest. Operating income, however, profit is 13% year over year up. So positive for them, but not incredible. Cash flow is flat as well from an operating perspective. The PlayStation contribution seems nondescript. So Sony has this thing they do, and if you read their financials, where they have pluses and minuses under each of their sections. So like film, music, imaging, whatever, and it'll say like this positive plus contribution, negative contribution. But for the overall picture, PlayStation is neither positive nor negative. And we'll get into that in a little while. I think it just is what it is right now. The big winners for Sony over the fiscal year were music, interestingly, and imaging, because their camera sensors are in everyone. I think they're in iPhones, but they're in a bunch of other shit too. So they're doing really well with that. And remember, this coming year, what's that Chinese company? Doesn't TCL?
TCL, yeah, that sounds right.
They're going to start making Sony's TVs, so they'll start getting good licensing fees from that as well. So those are the winners. The losers were kind of interesting. One of them has to do with Sony, though they don't outright say it, because there were others that like Pixel Moto or whatever that company, and other things that they've shut down. But subsidiary closure acted as a drag on them financially this year, which makes some sense. The Honda collaboration is another one. They were making a car, if you guys remember, with Honda. They canceled that. That's another thing that they had to write off. And Sony, I didn't know this, owns 3% of Spotify. And Spotify is not doing great, apparently. So that was a drag on them as well. When we get to PlayStation, sales year over year were essentially flat for the overall unit. And operating income was up slightly. So I guess a small win, but with global forces as they are, you can look at that as a win or a loss. So flat with inflation means you probably lost a little bit. Flat with the global economic, especially when you're making electronics situation, is probably positive for you. They took a substantial impairment on Bungie. This isn't the first impairment that they took on it. I imagine it will not be the last one. This one is $760 million. So 3 times what they paid for Insomniac. They just wrote down on their books for the cost of to incur some of the costs of Bungie. I imagine they'll be writing it down more, unfortunately. So that was a major impairment for them that hurt the brand. If that didn't happen, they would have been closer to like $1 billion in profit. So worth noting that. Fiscal year 26 forecast is flat. They expect operating income to go up 10% again, but they have a decrease in game segment forecasting based on late era PlayStation 5 plus your natural latent. I wonder. There's a slowdown that occurs at the end of every generation with every console. We see that in the numbers, and I'll get into that in a minute. I wonder if they're not stupid. They must be accounting for the boost in Grand Theft Auto sales. I mean, not only the 30% rips on every copy of Grand Theft Auto sold, although they probably have a deal with Rockstar that's probably lower than that, but the console sold as well. I'm sure they're accounting for that. So the forecast is flat with higher operating income, and the games segment seems to kind of be in stasis. I guess, let me think here. Yeah, so like they'll have announced PS6 before this fiscal year ends, the new fiscal year. And then that next fiscal year will be the interesting one, right? Because we'll be able to see like what their fiduciary obligated forecasts are for the launch of the console. So this time next year, we'll have a pretty good idea of what's going on if they haven't already said themselves. Talk about games only for fiscal year 2025. So this is the calendar year the fiscal year we just went to. They benefited greatly from foreign exchange rates. That makes sense. Network services are doing well for them. So that's things like PlayStation Plus and third-party games. And we'll talk about that in a little while as well. Down hardware sales year over year. Not a huge surprise there. And like I said, the Bungie impairment of $760 million. This was a little concerning. Monthly active users year over year are only up 1%. I guess people are moving from PS4 to PS5. That would not give you another monthly active user. That would just be the same monthly active user. Maybe you can look at it like that. Q4 technically was the highest ever for their quarter, but it's 125 million versus like 123.8. So not a lot of growth for PlayStation from that perspective. 26 forecast, like I said, hardware continues to go down. This is good news. First party sales up. That's not a huge surprise. Saros is not going to be a relevant factor, though they say in the thing that it's coming up. I don't think anyone's going to care. They're going to lose money on Saros, I think, actually. Because I think Saros, Alinea had said Saros's budget was presumed to be something like $70 million, and they've made not even a third of that back. So that's not looking good. I'm a little worried about Housemarque. But we'll have Tokon, which we'll probably do respectively, and then Wolverine, of course. And then there might be a game in Q1, but we don't know about it yet. So we'll see what happens there. I thought this was funny. I don't know if you guys, and so again, they always put positive and negatives. And I loved this. It's very Japanese. They put as a positive for PlayStation, quote, absence of impairment losses. So that's what they're trying. They're like trying to scrape some. So what that's saying to them, what's that saying to us anyway, is that they have no intention of closing anyone. Now those things can change, but they're literally saying like they don't intend on taking impairment losses this year. And the cost of doing business is getting more expensive and therefore arrowed down for them. Sure. Sony, this is interesting. Sony is becoming mega reliant on entertainment. I mean, we've been talking about this with PlayStation. We know this with pictures and music as well. But 67% of Sony's gross sales now came from PlayStation, movies, TV, or music. So that's pretty interesting as well. And I saw this has nothing to do with us, but Crunchyroll is at 21 million subscribers. That's pretty impressive.
That sounds about right.
It's affordable. I want to say it's like $10 a month compared to like something like Netflix. Now, the diversity of content is not necessarily going to be there, but Crunchyroll is $10 a month.
Yeah.
So if you like anime, it's a no-brainer. Like that's the type of service that, for me, I just keep all the time. $10 in this economy, $10 for a streaming service.
$10 is the new $3.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of nothing, especially if you're unemployed and know what Jujutsu Kaisen is.
I think there's also a free version of Crunchyroll that has ads. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Is that true?
So,
that would make sense, actually.
I'm looking at their tiers, and there's a check mark for the lowest tier that says no ads. So I believe you can watch maybe limited access with ads.
Sony doesn't make a lot of great decisions, I don't think, but it was a great decision to go in on anime. Like,
clearly.
That was a very, very smart thing to do, I think, for them. So there's that. Now I'm going to put this. Well, there's a few other things I want to talk about, but I'm putting this link in here as well because I'm going to have you guys use it in a second. Because I know there's a lot of stuff here, so I want to make sure you know where I'm getting this stuff from in a minute. But the other things I wanted to say, so PlayStation 5 overall, 93 million plus units sold. Things slowed down pretty drastically though for the console. So 18.5 million units sold in fiscal 2024, 16 million sold in fiscal 2025. That number is expected to go down again. They are reaching a certain saturation point. They're getting pretty close to PS4's numbers now. They'll easily be into the 100 million plus range this time next year. So that's a massive success regardless of what happens, I think, from that point. And then games, finally. Dustin, I thought of you, 78% digital, up 2% year over year. Not a huge surprise, I guess. Game sales are up. Let me see here. Yeah, 30.3 million first party games sold versus 28.9 million the year before. And PS5 only software went from 317 million up to 321 million, I guess. So decent sales. Let's see what else. I guess that's it. Now, the final thing people were writing in about, or not right, no one actually did write in about this. People were talking about it in circulating. I must be honest. I don't think that someone, is AI. The link I sent you here is a corporate strategy presentation, one of the 6 or 7 pieces of documentation they release. Page 23 is what I'm looking at on this, just so you guys know that I'm talking to the guys on the show. You guys can go look at it. You can go to sony.com/en/Sony info, I think, and get all the stuff. Actually, I was reading Capcom's financials from 1999 for no particular reason yesterday. It was really interesting. I'm like, wow, this is so cool.
Some light reading on a Wednesday.
It's so funny, dude. I was going to share it with people, but it's like, I'm sure a lot of the companies were like this, but I was in high school. I wasn't reading this shit. I didn't even know this shit existed, but like reading it where it's like, we got to like have an emphasis on online gaming. Every game needs to have like an online component. We need to worry about e-commerce and like things like, they don't use the terminology microtransactions, but like, and I'm like, wow, they were thinking about this in literally 1999. Pretty interesting. Yeah. So AI is the big thing that people drew out of the Sony's financials. Did you guys see any of this, the kind of stuff going around that Sony's kind of talking more about AI and even collaborating with Bandai Namco on a new project? So here's what it says. And this comes from the perspective of, I think Nishino would be the one saying this because these are transcripts of speeches. They say, quote, "Now I would like to turn to the topic of AI. When we think about further growth at Sony Group, AI is one of the most important themes for us to consider. Specifically, the potential it holds for us across the Sony Group businesses to unlock new value creation and capture new opportunities for growth across our entertainment businesses. Let me start by stating a core principle that guides our thinking about AI. Human creativity must remain at the center. AI is a powerful tool, but it is not a replacement for artists and creators. It is an amplifier of human imagination and a catalyst for new possibilities." They go on, "Great content comes from deep personal experiences, unique perspectives, and a strong inner motivation to express something meaningful. Fans are drawn to such stories, characters, and worlds that offer deep emotional connection. We believe the most memorable experiences will always be created by humans and enjoyed by people. AI can assist in that process, but it will not replace human imagination, creativity, and emotion." So I think they are putting a stake in the ground here, but I think they're doing it for a reason because they have more to say about this. Because they continue, quote, "AI brings new opportunities to the world of entertainment, not only in terms of efficiency, but empowering creators to expand their creativity. Additionally, we believe AI will make it easier to take on more innovative and ambitious projects that were previously difficult to pursue due to constraints of cost and time." So this is where I think the rubber hits the road for all of these people is like, yeah, all right, but all of the ease comes, not all of it, but a lot of the ease comes at the sake of employing people. Now, that's your prerogative. Rockstar could employ AI to make a bunch of Grand Theft Auto and save a ton of money if they did it, but it's like at what cost to human capital? So they get more into how things are going to be going with PlayStation Pictures, PlayStation Music, or I'm sorry, Sony Pictures, Sony Music, and PlayStation. So they write, for example, "This shift represents a significant opportunity for PlayStation as a platform. As more diverse and innovative content is created and the overall game industry continues to evolve, PlayStation can connect more with fans more with games, further strengthening its value." Now, this is something interesting to me because they're talking about more diverse and innovative content and you finding it. So this is inoffensive. I think what they're basically saying here is ability of game search tools. Like when I turn on PSN, it should just know what I want. And that's not a bad use of AI. In fact, that's a fairly effective use of AI for everybody. For them, they'll sell more games. I'll realize more games for me exist. They only know that by our behavior. That I don't really mind. That's not what bothers me. Perhaps what bothers me a little more is this. Quote, alongside our own efforts, we are currently engaged in a collaborative pilot initiative with Bandai Namco Holdings to explore how generative AI and the latest technologies can most effectively contribute to realizing a creator's vision in the realm of video production. Through these explorations, we have identified massive gains in speed and productivity per person, as well as how to concretely address the shortcomings of generative AI based on the understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the models. One example of the weaknesses is the lack of consistency and controllability, which is demanded by creators and those involved in production. We have accumulated know-how to resolve such issues by utilizing various AI models, as well as fine-tuning models with technology and proprietary data to consistently generate output of intended style with the accuracy and cost that would be necessary for deployment. What he's basically saying here, and this is the Achilles heel of AI, is that like you have to keep prompting the AI to do things again and again and again, as opposed to having control over aspects of it. That's why, at least for a while, people were making a lot of money by Dagan talked about this, about knowing how to prompt AI became a skill, because you have to get it to do everything again, except for like change this little piece. And that, until a few years ago, that was really difficult to do. He says, quote, on the other hand, we have also identified opportunities where AI can produce highly sophisticated and realistic outputs, which were not feasible before due to production time constraints. We hope to contribute to the overall growth of the industry through such collaborations and by combining Sony's expertise in audio, video processing, spatial, and CG technology with generative AI to create a creator-first production environment that is safe and secure to use while maximizing their artistic sensibility and output. Well, there's more to say, but we'll stop here. Like, Sony's telling you they're going to use generative AI. Now, I don't know how we feel about that. I'm not crazy about this, but at least they're saying it to their credit. So now you can make an informed decision on if it really matters to you. And the reality is, I keep saying this over and over again, like, I don't know that it's going to matter. I don't think people are going to stop. So it's about the tolerance of like what you let these companies do. And they're going to continue to push. And none of them want to be the loser. They don't want to be the one that didn't take this seriously. It would probably be better for them to take it seriously and for them to blow up in their faces than it would be for them to not take it seriously. Chris, how do you feel about the use of generative AI here in PlayStation? Do you feel like it's something that's necessary?
No, but it's going to happen. I think what you said. I think they want to pursue it, and they want to be. Like you said, they don't want to be the loser, and so like I get why a company that doesn't care about anything but money, because that's the whole goal, would do this. It makes perfect sense to me, but it reminds me. It feels a little bit like, I don't know if you saw that publishers were doing this thing where they're going back and like updating books, like, and they're just going back and like,
yeah,
I saw.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I can't remember what. I can't remember what book it was, but like somebody, like some book that came out in 2004 has like a paragraph where it's like a character saying like, "Hey, come over and watch this TikTok I found." And it's just like, all right, well, it's just everything's just bastardized. Then it's over.
Yeah, it sucks.
Like, it's fine.
It sucks.
Fine. Whatever. I think the thing that's sad about this is like I can see a realistic future where Judas is the last game I truly give a shit about. Because you assume that's coming out after GTA 6. Mm-hmm. That's what I assume.
It either has to come out really soon or after GTA 6.
Right. It needs to be either be imminent or like after GTA. And it's just like that's a genuine bummer. Like, I don't know if I care. I don't know if I have interest in games that are like spooled up by generative AI models. Like, it really completely robs everything from it for me. So like, I don't know. We'll see how it shapes up, and maybe they found some impossible way to ethically use this. But I know the goal behind this is to be the first people to really crack that code, be the kind of reliable, in some ways, maybe even like position themselves to be like the Unreal Engine of that space, where it's just like, all right, well, we've cracked this. Come to us to figure out everything because we've done it. Or the other goal is to just ultimately trivialize tasks to the point where you can then justifiably fire thousands of people that you no longer need because those jobs are now supplemented by, or not supplemented, but replaced by, some model that's a lot cheaper theoretically. It's probably more expensive overall for everybody with those data centers being put everywhere, and then you're gonna have to pay the electric bill to subsidize it. It's crazy. All of this is insane. But more power to you. You can figure it out if you want. But I don't know what this bodes for my interest in this medium. To be honest with you, like I'm concerned about it.
Anything you want to add?
That is what it is.
I have many thoughts. Buckle up for my 15-minute rant here. Not really.
Give me a solid 15 minutes.
I think there's good and bad here over about all of the AI stuff.
Sure.
Specifically, when they're talking about tools, and there's even good and bad amongst the good stuff, I would argue. They specifically talk about a tool they created that they're calling Mockingbird. And it says that quickly animates 3D facial models based on performance captures. Work that had taken hours can now be completed in a fraction of a second, which is interesting. And they go on to say that Naughty Dog, San Diego Studio, and other studios have adopted this tool in titles already released, like Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. Small, lowercase Dustin was right moment where when we've talked about AI, I've told and said many times, studios are already using AI tool sets.
No, yeah.
Consistently. Like I'm confident of this. I guess I can't be positive because I didn't know firsthand, but I'm like, this is happening. Guarantee it. Lock it in.
So they used it for facial capture, for facial animation in Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered?
Well, no. Yes and no. It says that they're emphasizing that they're still using human actors, but the process in turning that motion capture into what you see on screen, that's what has changed.
Saros could have used some of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, probably. Something I find really funny about this tickled something in my brain that's somewhat related. That I guess Pixar back in 2006 they lost the Oscar for Cars to the movie Happy Feet, and so in their next movie they put in the credits, so fucking petty of them, that said, our quality assurance guarantee, 100% genuine animation, no motion capture, or any other performance shortcuts were used in the production of this film. That's where we were in 2006, where animators believed that if you use motion, or I guess the purists believed that if you use motion capture, that you were using a shortcut.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about film and not games, but there's a lot of crossover.
But they did that in the next Cars movie?
Well, okay, I'm looking. This is a Reddit thread, but it has a screen capture. So I'm trying to figure out. Oh, it was in Ratatouille.
Oh, okay. All right. I was going to say, if that was for Cars, it was like, yeah, no shit, you did performance capture a car, you dumbass.
No, yeah.
You got to hire the car with
They were pissed. Because I guess the movie Happy Feet, which is penguins, but you can use, motion capture to some degree.
Sure, yeah.
Happy Feet used motion capture, and that was viewed as a shortcut. So fast forward to where we are now, 20 years later, again, this is games and not movies, but still very similar. You're both animating 3D models where it's like we're using motion capture, and the process that we use to turn that into something into a game, we're now using AI to accelerate that.
Sure.
What you could argue on a good side that this is helping speed up development and using these tools for efficiency. That can be viewed as a good thing. It can be viewed as a bad thing if you look at there as like, okay, this was someone's job, or this was a team's job. And I guess if you want to look at it glass half full, you could say it's like, well, now they can be deployed to do more creative things.
Sure, yeah.
It's like, but is that actually what's happening or what's going to happen? Do you just need smaller teams at this point? And I'm kind of in the middle on that, because throughout human history, we have had jobs for people doing things that then we found a much more efficient way that eliminated that job.
Right.
We don't have very many scribes around anymore. We don't need someone to write out a book anymore. So it's a tough one. But yeah, the way they're using AI in that way, I'm not like immediately vehemently against. Another thing that I found really interesting in this, they talk about the Gran Turismo AI powered racing agent, which is interesting. But I want to read this part here because this is something that we have touched on. Taking this further, our world-class creatives have shown the ability to create amazing prototypes where NPCs with their own personalities can create a living, dynamic world for the player to explore. Do you remember when I suggested that this would happen a long time ago? It's happening. It's actually happening. It's stated in the Sony Financial that we're getting dynamic characters through AI. And I'm really curious about what this could mean. When I suggested it a while back, which I'm not acting like that's some kind of like crazy novel idea. I'm sure many people thought of this. Obviously, that's why they're doing it. But what does that look like? Does a writer write a character, an extensive character, that includes like guardrails? Like, this character will never do this. This character could do this. This character will always act this way. You feed that into an AI, and then that character is still a written character from a human in a story that is hopefully written by people, but then is able to be interactive in a way that just simply is not possible without something like that. It's very interesting. I'm very, very curious about that. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, but at least it is novel, right? At least it is a way that we're using the technology in a way that is bringing something that we simply could not do before. So jury's out on that. And then the last thing, which I don't have too much to say, is the Bandai Namco stuff. And I think you guys hit the point right on the head that it's like, yeah, well, that sucks. And it goes back to the point that I've always tried to say, is that like, we need to differentiate. We can't just say AI bad or all AI is this, because there's so many different ways that it's being used. And there's going to be positive and negatives of all of them. And I think there are some that are clearly have more negative than good. And figuring out generative AI for whether it's video, or it sounds like it's more video based in this Bandai Namco thing, that is trained on the hard work of tens of thousands of artists, and has zero creative soul to it, is not, in my opinion, a good use of AI. So there you go. That's my 10 minutes.
That's great.
It's also stolen consent as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's the thing. It's like a lot of these models are trained on people without their permission. Like, so it's like, I don't know, man.
You could and that's where it gets so messy, is that you could argue, like, if you're using an AI to program, that AI needed to learn how to program somewhere.
Sure.
So in a way, you could also argue that the other stuff, the anime, like, it's learning that from a place, from a human that probably didn't consent to that. Unless, I mean, it's possible that Sony's like, we have all this information data from decades of doing animation work. We're training the AI off our own work. And that's the thing where it's like, if an animator is working for a company, they don't own their work. Right. So to me, and that's always been the case across the board. So it's like, okay, well, I guess that could be ethical.
That's
I
also
guess with the Sony video thing, like, did they train it based on only their own copyrighted work? That's like, no AI has shown that level of care restraint or efficacy to their product yet. So why would I expect them to do any different?
Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. I just look at it. This is all unfortunate. I don't think it will ultimately matter. I think this is just like where things are going. I know personally, it's kind of for me. I think a lot about like the chess robot. You know what I mean? Like, we're in like, was it like 1996? We made that machine.
Oh, Deep Blue.
That could like Deep Blue. Like we made a machine that could beat anybody at chess. And that was like 1996. But I think I was looking up kind of recently, like what are the what's the popularity of like chess championships between people? And they actually like peaked a couple of years ago. You know what I mean? Like in like 2020, in the 2020s or something. And it's just like,
I think there was something with Stockfish is like the new chess engine, where I think it got so powerful that people just accepted that it was over, and then they got back to just playing, not worrying about it anymore. because like,
well, yeah, because well, that's true, but it's also just like, I mean, it's interesting that a machine it will be interesting when an AI movie comes out. You know, in the same way that it's interesting that like a robot could beat somebody in chess in 1996. Like it's interesting for a moment. It's like, oh, cool, that can be done now, I guess. But ultimately, like chess is like the only reason chess is interesting is that it's people playing with each other.
Right.
Like, and so to me, it's just like without that core humanity to it, like I could give a fuck about a video game if nobody made it. Like who the fuck cares?
Yeah,
like, what are you giving me? Like that's how I think about it. It's just like, I don't know. I would easily much rather watch people play chess in a park than like watch the robot do it again. Because who cares?
I think this is just a tough one because I think in my mind I can see very clearly the differentiation between what I think is acceptable use in my personal subjective opinion of what is good use of AI and what is unacceptable use of AI. And I think it just comes down to the generation of original things. I don't want that. I don't need that. But using it in ways like PSSR is AI driven, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's fine. Like, I really don't have a problem with that. And people would say like, well, what is the difference? And I'm like, well, it's just making what's already there better. Then someone would say like, well, that's what AI can do too. And I'm like, yeah, but you understand that it's different. Like it's a resolution issue. It's a frame rate issue. It's technical. It's not. And when it gets stylistic, we make fun of it. Look at the new shit with that. Just what was that, NVIDIA or whatever with that? Like, it's like, this is awful. Like they yassified Ashley and it's like, no, that's horrible. I mean, and yeah, there should be a line drawn between those two things and hopefully they get more sophisticated. Cause I see things in this presentation where I'm like, this is great. Where they're like, cause they talk a little bit about the difference between how it's good for players and how it's good for publishers and developers. And the way it's good for developers is actually similar to the way it's good for players in that they talk about this. It's like discovery of games, like your games finding the people that they're meant for. I think that that's not only a great use of AI, but could really be a boon. I really believe.
Yeah,
I'm a professional in quotes in the games industry, right? We're all heavily immersed in this space. I encounter games all the time where I'm like, what the fuck is this? And why didn't I know this existed? I think of last year, the game that Jaffe recommended to me that I ended up loving and platinuming, Iron Meat. I'm like, why didn't I ever see that? Like, I don't know. And it would be cool if PlayStation just knew that. Like my PlayStation or my PSN or whatever was like, Colin really does like 2D games. Instead of basing it on tags, which is what they're doing now, I think. They really get into like the nitty gritty of your search history, how does he interact with these games and how often does he buy them? And if he watches a video or looks at assets and what is his, like they can just crunch all of these numbers and then give you exactly what you're looking for. That
would kind of be fucked for you though, because you platinum everything.
Yeah, right.
So they wouldn't really. I don't think they would get that meaningful of a data set for you particularly.
Micah says that to me about YouTube, about why my YouTube is so confused all the time, because she's like, it has no idea what you want. Like, yeah, it literally doesn't. Like, are you a middle-aged woman watching crime like true crime shit, or do you want to watch Red Letter Media, or do you want to watch this guy mowing a lawn? It's like, make up your mind. Anyway, I'm sorry to Chris, I interrupted you.
No. I mean, I think I know what you're saying, but even that use of AI kind of like I'm all right with it. It's fine. Like it's way less intrusive, I think, than like some of the generative AI stuff. But like it still feeds into this. It's still feeding into this thing that I think is even a problem that's outside of AI, which is just like the lack of anybody to knowledgeably find things on their own and relying on algorithms to show them the things that they like. Like I lament that this even happened in the first place. Because like even in the earlier days of YouTube, and by earlier days I mean even as short as like 2017, 2015. If you wanted to find YouTube videos, you would look for them, or like if you wanted to look for something that you would be interested in, you would search for them, or you would subscribe to channels, and like you would find things that interest you, and then you would get fed a list of those things. And now it feels like nobody really looks for anything; they just kind of scroll and trust the algorithm to find something that they're interested in, and largely it works. But like I think it's like trained people to just not be able to do even basic searching.
I mean, that's me in a way, Chris. I agree with you. I let YouTube tell me whatever. I barely search for shit. So
I still search for. I'm so outdated. I'm a dinosaur. I search for everything. Like I guess like there's like apps where like you can't, or like it's not even really the point. Like if you're scrolling on Instagram or whatever, it's like fine. But I do like, I think that's not a bad use of AI. Like curating a list of like, oh, this is what this person's more interested in, so we'll show them this more often. But I do think it just kind of it's just a reinforcing thing of just like, yeah, everybody's going to be really reliant on these algorithms. And then also it kind of absolves them a little bit of it's like, well, now we can just shove everything on the store and we don't actually have to care, because it's going to be like maybe some people like fucking sushi flip and then we'll just recommend, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's kind of like a have your cake and eat it too for them in a way that I don't love. But at the same time, that's like it's a dinosaur like take, because it's just everything's going in that direction. The algorithms have owned everything for the better part of a decade at this point, so it's like it's pointless to fight against. But I do kind of it's depressing to see that it's just like it's never going to go back to like people just being smart enough to like look for their own shit.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. I think we are a victim of assuming a computer can know us better than we know ourselves, as opposed to using it as a discovery tool. We lean on it too much.
Yeah.
The thing I get concerned about with PlayStation is they say this in one of their graphics. This is on page 31 of that presentation. It says, quote, AI will increase the volume and diversity of content. Trusted franchises promising high quality experiences will stand out. So what they're basically saying is like, and they better get this right if this is what they're really doing, because what they're basically saying is like AI tools will make games easier to make. There will be more games, and things that are quality and that matter will come to the forefront based on these various AI tools. I'm like, cool, if it works. Because otherwise you have just more. I don't know how you can have more games on PSN than it exists right now. But what you're saying is that they're going to be more, but then they'll find the right people. That sounds kind of utopian, in my opinion. Like, right? Like,
yeah.
Like I say this about that game Bat Boy, where I'm like, how the fuck did no one tell me about this game? And I'm sure there's a million games out there. You guys are telling me like, yo, you should play Baldur's Gate and shit. And I'm like, but you're not telling me about Iron Meat. So I have to rely on the computer to tell that to me, I guess. But then it's as you say, and it's what I was saying about YouTube earlier. And Twitter's the same thing, where it's like, I just kind of use it. And I'm like, oh, and it kind of knows me. It's like, here's a football video from Rich Eisen. Here's a Red Letter Media video. Here's whatever. But then like you do get stuck in these ruts. And then it gets to, didn't I say this about Meghan Trainor, that singer, where I looked her up once on Twitter because I was like, who is this? Because people, and then it just showed like for a week. I didn't click on any of them, so it went away eventually. Like it just scrolled through past them on Twitter. But like I'm like, this is too weak. You need to know me better than that. I need to be able to have one-off searches and things I'm curious about without you thinking that's like my life.
Right.
So these tools need to be really fine-tuned, I think. But I agree with you, Chris. I'm generally fairly defeatist about this, where I just think it is what it is. But I want to encourage people to have standards, and really like whatever that might be for you. And really like my standard for this is I expect transparency, right? If your game is using it, you got to say it. I was watching a David Attenborough documentary last night about ants. It was awesome. And he's like so old, you know,
he's 100 years old. Isn't he?
Yeah. And he's still doing this shit, dude. And it was awesome.
They should do a nature documentary about him at this point. Oldest
narrated by him.
Yeah,
oldest narrator. This is the oldest narrator in the world. This is natural habitat.
This is on I'll get into why I brought that up in a minute, but sure. The reason I brought that up was because it was really, it's a beautiful documentary, beautifully shot nature documentary. And in the very beginning, I'd never seen this before. It basically had like a whole splash screen about how it was like no AI anywhere in this. And I'm like, this is good. Communicate that. And I think it will become a selling point for people like us that care more about the humanities. Now, going off that beaten path for a minute, I was saying this to Micah when we were watching it. I'm like, because everyone knows who David Attenborough is. It's like, this guy's a fucking G, man. Like the way he presents, the way he like, he'll like walk, he's 100. Right.
Yeah.
And he like walks on, like they're in the middle of a field and there's like these anthills, and he just walks up and he like kneels next to one and starts talking for 30 seconds. Like beautifully, perfectly. Yeah. Like with that delivery he has. And I'm like, damn, this guy's so good. He's such a good entertainer, good performer. Interesting. It's like that video that goes around every once in a while of that British guy. I don't know who he is, where he's doing like some sort of thing on. He's like I think he's in Florida at Camp Canaveral, and the rocket is going off behind him. Do you know what I'm talking about? And he's walking and he's talking, and then the rocket goes off at the perfect time. And it's like, how did you time that so amazingly? How are some of these guys so good at presenting? I'm so jealous.
Yeah,
but I saw that and I'm like, yeah. So my big thing moving forward, and the only thing I ask, and I don't think it's too much to ask, is just total transparency. And this is,
let me know.
Yeah, like just if your game uses AI, maybe it's okay. Whatever generative AI, let's say, then maybe it's up to the first parties to say like, you got to. I mean, Steam does this, I think, to a degree already, but to say like you got to have a splash screen in the front that says like this game was made in part with generative AI, or on the storefront, so before people even buy it, like, which is what Steam does to make it more obvious. As long as I think everything's communicated, then everything can exist and we'll see what happens. But I think that under even those circumstances, unfortunately, we lose.
Well, I think most people won't. I think ultimately most people don't care. Like I think most people just, it doesn't. It's not going to matter.
They won't care, and I don't blame them. I got to be honest. Like I don't have this idea that everyone should hold the same sanctity over the written word or like art or whatever. Yeah. I think you should, because I don't know what else makes us human. But that's kind of up to you. And I understand that the argument is true. Like we didn't care about a lot of things that affected other people. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get, like, I don't care if people, like, I mean, I care from a fundamental perspective, but like you can do whatever you want. I do say, personally for me, like if it turns out that this entire industry just becomes like nothing but just generative AI, I'll just find something else to do. Because I really just don't care at that point. Like I'll have I guess enough of a backlog that I haven't gone through or haven't finished that like I'll be fine for video games for like the rest of my life probably. But that would be like a death nail for me. Where I'm just like, oh, okay. Well, this is just clearly not the space for me, which is a bummer to even think about. But I mean, it's possible. I do want that transparency. That should be like on the ESRB or something. You know what I mean? Or maybe not that specifically, because that's going into like other things like violence and stuff. But like, it should be like on the box.
Yeah,
there should be a sticker on. There should be a sticker on the box. It should be on the cover art. It should be as obvious as possible. Because otherwise, like, I don't know. At least give me the choice.
I agree.
And the knowledge to make the choice.
100%. And with penalties, real penalties, just like the SRP penalties for lying to the SRB are serious.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. That's why.
Yeah, and I figured it could fuck your whole thing up. Like your whole, like you can theoretically never be allowed to publish again. You could put a game on you could put a game on poopypants.com and have people download an EXE or something for it, but you couldn't put it on any of the stores. You couldn't publish it. You couldn't print it.
Sushi Flip 3. Not an independent game.
That's what I want to see. I want to see David Attenborough do a game documentary. That'd be awesome.
The team at Naughty Dog.
He's great, man. It was so funny because there were times where I'm like, dude, he has just ants all over him.
Yeah.
He's next to the ant and they're just crawling all over him.
As you can see, I'm covered in ants. It hurts.
What a guy. God, I hope I'm literally 10% what David Attenborough is at 100 years old if I live that long.
Yeah, if I can't be that, take me out early, you know? Like I don't need it. I don't. There's 80-year-olds that I've seen that are just like crumbling, and I'm just like, we talk about this all the time. Dick Van Dyke too. I'm just like, how? Like, what are you doing?
It's funny you say that because I was there's like a Twitter account I see sometimes where they talk about like, oh, on this date this finale aired on TV or this show premiered or whatever, and one of them was for Diagnosis Murder, which was like his big show in like the late 80s and into the 90s, and I'm like, at that point, Dick Van Dyke was in his 70s. That was considered like his golden era show. Like he's like, this is Dick Van Dyke's big thing.
Yeah.
And then he's going to go off into the sunset. And it's like, that was so long ago.
It's truly bewildering, man.
I also forgot Scott Baio was in that show. I totally forgot about that.
I only know Scott Baio from that reality TV show he has. He had on VH1 or something.
Yeah. What? It was a play on Joni Loves Chachi, right?
I can't remember what the fuck. The only thing I remember about it was that there was a teaser that would come on for a new episode of it that had Crazy on You by Heart as the intro. And I would always get happy. I always get happy when that teaser would come on because I was like, yeah, I love Crazy on You.
Yeah, he was he's a child of Brooklyn. What is that TV show? Scott Baio was 45 and single. I remember that.
Right, that's the show.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. It's Scott. It's Scott Baio is 45 ellipsis and single.
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right, just a couple. Just a couple other things. I talked earlier about Capcom and Sega. I just thought there were a few interesting things. Capcom is just absolutely murdering. If you look at their financials, they've had their best year ever, sold more games than ever. It's 12 consecutive years of operating income increase. It's pretty wild. There's a statistic that I'm really fixated on. I'm going to send you guys another link. This one's on the fourth slide, which would be on page 23. And it says market overview. This really means nothing to us. It's about market growth, the appreciable market of video games. Do you guys see this thing here, though, that catches my eye? It says global game player population 3.5 billion, 645 million console players. So I went and looked at this, and I'm like, I wanted to find where this number comes from. And apparently it comes from like Newzoo and like these studies. And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think there's anywhere near that many. I just thought it was weird. That's like, I literally stared at it for like 10 minutes. I'm like, 645 million. How do you get to that? And I guess their argument is that multiple people playing on each console, but then I'm like, but there are consoles that are abandoned. There are people that own both a PS5 and an Xbox. They're like, there's no way that number comes out to like more. I can't imagine there are more people playing on the consoles than there are consoles. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, I don't think so. I think the number is probably pretty close to 1. And I'm not saying that there aren't lots of consoles that are like that. I'm just saying that there are a lot of people that own all of them. Therefore, if you own an Xbox, a Switch, and a PS5, you're a third of a person based on this number, right? But that's not the way they counted it. So I just saw that number and I'm like, that seems outrageous. I think the number's more like 250.
Sure.
You add PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, Switch 1 and Switch 2, you don't get anywhere close to 645. So I just thought that was interesting. They also shared a bunch of numbers. I don't know if you guys saw this. Resident Evil is up to 201 million cumulative sales as a series. Monster Hunter is up to 127 million, and then the fall down from there, Street Fighter at 59 million. Do you guys know what number 4 would be? The series. So Resident Evil, Monster Hunter, Street Fighter.
I'm looking at them.
Oh, you're looking at them.
Sorry,
that's all right. It's Mega Man.
Interesting.
44 million. And then Devil May Cry is at 38 million, Dead Rising at 19 million, Ace Attorney at 14 million, which is pretty soft, I thought, for Ace Attorney. I don't think it would be that high, but 14 million seems a little low considering there's like a million of them. Dragon's Dogma's at 14 million, Marvel vs. Capcom 13 million, Onimusha 9.1 million. That also seems soft. That's between 4 games and Xbox ports. What were they called? Genma Onimusha or whatever on Xbox?
No, I can't remember.
I don't know.
And then Okami down at 4.8 million. So we got a good view of their top 11 series by volume, which is cool. And they did share some interesting sales data about, which slide is this on? Here it is. This is on page 8 of the thing. It's Resident Evil Requiem, 6.91 million units. Dang. And you can see cumulative lifetime sales for various games here. It still shows that Resident Evil 6 is the 3rd best-selling Resident Evil game ever. Only behind Resident Evil 2 Remake, which is still the king, and Resident Evil 5. So interesting stuff here.
That's fascinating.
So Capcom is killing. Wanted to talk about that. And then the Sega stuff is interesting just because they are in a little bit of a different position. Let me see here. Oh, there's a bunch of links here. The big thing here that people wanted to discuss is that they canceled their Super game. Do you guys remember this?
Yeah.
I was kind of interested to see what it was. What do you think it was, Dustin?
Well, it sounds like, was it supposed to be like multiple games?
It sounded like it was supposed to be some universe of, and they were spending a shit ton of money on it too. I don't know what it was supposed to be though.
Yeah, because I saw some either a headline or someone tweet about like the new Crazy Taxi and some other stuff have survived despite the cancellation of the Super game. So I don't know.
They're in just such an interesting and different position. Like they should have some interesting numbers here too. So like Persona 5 is up to 13 million units sold. Persona 3 Reload 2 million. So like I'm surprised by the lack of back catalog interest. I thought the Persona fans were way more hardcore than that. It seems to me that the numbers suggest that everyone that played Persona 5 never played any of the other Personas, which is like the average Persona 5 player never played another Persona game. I think that's kind of weird, don't you?
I mean, Persona 5 was so explosive, and well, I guess once they remade 3, like 3 and 4 are, from a gameplay and graphical standpoint, nowhere near as good, quote unquote, as Persona 5. And I could see that being off-putting, but I'm surprised more people weren't drawn to Persona 3 remake because it was awesome and arguably better than Persona 5 in certain ways, in my opinion. So it's sad to me that so many Persona 5 fans did not play that because it was good.
I don't think they've ever shared how, I could be wrong about this actually, I should probably look this up, about Metaphor, how it sold. Because it seems like it didn't maybe do good. Yeah, 2 million worldwide, they said in 2025. 1 million units the same day it launched, and the fastest selling game ever developed by Atlas. That's interesting because it seems like people don't seem to give a shit about it. I really liked it. But yeah. I think people, like, as things settled, it was like Phantom Menace. Like, as things settled, people were like, nah. But I thought it was awesome. I really liked it a lot.
To touch on the Persona thing again,
yeah,
just because this may be an important factor, it lists Persona 5 series.
Oh, so you think it counts like the Musos and stuff like that?
Yeah, that probably includes like Strikers and the dancing game and the, Persona 5 Royal, Persona 5 Royal on PlayStation 5 because it's separate and they made people buy it again. And Persona 3 Reload is just one game.
It's interesting. When I played Persona 4 Golden, which is the only one I've played, and I loved it, I thought it was interesting. It made me, I'm much more interested in going backwards than I actually am in going forward because I want to see where it all began. And that's, now that we have fairly reliable leaks that it seems like Persona 1 and Persona 2 are in some way going to be revisited, it's like, I wonder, or do people actually care? Because I'm most intrigued by that than I am moving forward. I also think, and we've talked about this, is that I think Atlas generally in the Persona series and their whole brand has really suffered from re-releasing their games over and over again. And I realize that that's kind of wearing out. And that might be one of the reasons why Metaphor didn't sell as strongly long-term as, let's assume Persona 5 sold 8 million or whatever. So Metaphor sold a quarter of that. And that's not a good decision then to have them do that, if that's what you're doing. But I wonder if they're scaring people off because they're dedicating all of this time towards this core game, and then the next year they're like, oh, here's the fucking better version with like a new character and more content, and you'll have to pay for it again. So I'm gonna play Persona 5 on PS3.
Oh,
just to piss everyone off.
Sure.
All right. Speaking of sales, I did want to get into this. This comes from our friends at Alinea Analytics, specifically our buddy Reese Elliott over there. They hypothesize that Saros, according to their metrics, has sold about 300,000 units in its first 2 weeks. I've seen it described as lukewarm. I think that's putting it nicely, if that's true. I'm wondering what you guys make of that. I don't know. I'm surprised. I don't think it was going to sell 1 million copies or anything. I thought, here, I'll let Florida Man say it. I don't want to say it. I'll let Florida Man say it. Hello, gents. As I sit here recovering from food poisoning, I have to ask, why do people complain that there are no first party games? Which yes, there haven't been a huge amount, but when one comes along like Saros, the game does soft sales. Yes, it may not be for everyone, but you have to wonder why people complain and then don't buy. I mean, I'm sorry, but I've said this for years. It's like, people long for these days of games like Saros. It's like, oh, remember when Starhawk came out? And it's like, but no one bought these games. Or Puppeteer, no one bought Puppeteer. Puppeteer bombed. It doesn't mean they're not great games. Puppeteer is awesome. I don't think anything's different with Saros. It's like, yeah, you can't. I was on a creator called Reforge Gaming show yesterday from when we were recording, and we were talking a little bit about this. And I'm like, I'm kind of playing around in my mind of this idea of PlayStation shrinking its first party and focusing a lot more on major marquee games. And that's it. Like, as much as I love the idea of a game like this existing, and I bought it early. I paid $10 more than for to play it fucking 2 days early. It's going to lose money. There's almost, if the budget is really $70 million, which they say in this piece that's, and it might even be something like 76 million. I think that the chances of them making that money back, if the game really sold 300,000 units after 2 weeks is zero. Like there's no way. How? You're gonna have to drop the price to get more people to buy it, and maybe it'll reach 1.5 million all told or something like that. And it's not a reflection on Saros. It's certainly not a reflection on Housemarque, a studio I've loved for a long time. It's a reflection on the player behavior and the buying behavior of the player base. And it's true. Like, everyone asks for these games. This game, by the way, is a highly recommended, highly scored 88 on Metacritic or whatever, and no one bought it.
Mm-hmm. I have a theory.
Yeah.
Which may require a little bit of research, Colin, if you could help me out.
Sure, I can help you.
Is it possible Returnal was an early launch era PS5 game? What are the completion numbers in terms of trophies on that game? Because I wonder, is there a possibility that people were starving for PS5 games, particularly maybe first party? Returnal comes out, and we'll say it's non-traditional for Sony first party of this time frame. And I wonder if a lot of players did not connect with Returnal because of its more hardcore roguelike nature, and bought it and then maybe felt, maybe not burned isn't the right word, but like, oh, this isn't for me. And games like Returnal aren't for me. And then so now you have Saros, which is, as we've been saying, a direct response to maybe the things that they didn't like in Returnal. But those people that bought Returnal have made up their mind. Mm-hmm. And they're like, yeah, if this is soft Returnal 2, then I'm out, because Returnal 1 did not speak to me.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. So there are 3 acts, but I think Act 2 is technically beating the game. Act 3 is the secret ending. So that's 11.2%. And I don't think the game was ever on PlayStation Plus, as far as I remember. It might have been on PS Plus Extra, but I don't think the numbers are spoofed from that regard. I think the platinum rate on Saros, I'll double check, is already substantially higher than it is for, so 4.4% platinum rate on Saros compared to 1.5% on Returnal as well. So the game is also shorter. I think the price might have been wrong. This is something I'm kind of fixated on. Like, it's unclear what the tolerance of people of like the mean gamer is in terms of like $10 differences or $20 differences. But I think a game like Expedition 33 did really well because of its price. It's also a really great game, but I think it was very attractive to people because it was $50. I wonder if Saros was just overpriced. There's also a thing where 300,000 might not be very weak, comparable to how Returnal did originally. What's bad about it is that it's as you said, there are so many more consoles now. So
right.
I looked this up. This is actually in PlayStation's financials. They always have a supplement with game sales numbers, but the problem is they never update them. So it'll have all the games. I don't know if you've ever seen this, Dustin, specifically, but like it'll have all the games, and then it'll have like a list of numbers, but then it'll have dates next to the numbers. And the dates are like when they last reported it. So it'll be like 2010, 2012. Like the numbers are useless. But like what was interesting is Returnal is on that list. And the last time they reported numbers was July 18th, 2021. And it was, let's remember and this is what makes it useful for right this minute, but won't be useful for much longer. Saros came out 5 years to the date after Returnal. So July 18th, what I guess we would say is like, will it be to 560 by then? The answer is probably, but there were, what? I don't even know, 10 million PS5s or something at the time Returnal came out, 15 million, something like that at the most. I don't even know. That might even be high. And there are almost 100 million now.
Yeah.
So the numbers, you're probably right. I think some people theorized that the competition was bad. I think that could be true too, and people will get to it later. I think what it really means, and I like that Sony invests in these kinds of games. I don't mind it. Like, I think it's cool. I just think it's kind of a dead end. It's why Japan Studio doesn't need to exist. It's like, yeah, no one need. I like, yeah, Rain was cool. That's not going to move the needle. You need Wolverine. You need Uncharted. You need God of War, Intergalactic. That's the kind of shit that I think moves the needle. And that's why I've been thinking in my mind, like, why not reconstitute things with heavy AAA major, like, otherwise just go and get the other games. You don't need to, you can do second party games even, but like, why bother? I'm worried about Housemarque. I really am.
Another thing I was thinking, and well, I mean, everything we do is armchair analyst stuff here, but armchair marketing, as much as I dislike this, would it have been better to call it Returnal subtitle, something like Returnal
Saros
Burning Eclipse, Returnal Eclipse, something, and kept it so it has that, like, maybe, well, I guess I'm playing devil's advocate with myself, because maybe they wanted that separation from Returnal because they felt like they burned people, or it was like, we don't want people to associate necessarily with Returnal. I don't know. There's two ways of looking at it.
It's still so crazy to me though, because they did build Returnal. Like, it is so clearly, like, it's almost impossible to not associate it with Returnal.
Yeah.
Because what other game plays like this?
Well, looks like this. That's exactly right. That's why I wonder if the solution was to just make something else. Now, I know, like, that you don't want to waste time, right? Like, it took them 5 years to make Saros, and it is the bones of Returnal. I mean, it still took them all that time. So I understand you don't just throw shit away, and you want to iterate and you want to try new things. But I think if you want to look at Housemarque as a studio that has some sort of advantage, it's that, like, they've kind of made a lot of unique things. It's not to say they didn't return to Stardust. They did, of course. They returned to the Nation games with, Dead Nation and Alien Nation, and yeah, it's fine, but like, maybe something else. And I don't want to be dramatic about, listen, if the Bluepoint shit didn't just happen, I would look at this and I'd say, like, Sony understands Housemarque's a valuable entity and that they can eat a little bit of money to keep them going and try something new. They're very talented. They've worked with them for a long time. They know each other. But now, like, Bluepoint being gone, I'm like, I don't know. I hate to say it, but like, I would argue Bluepoint was way more important to modern PlayStation than Housemarque. Their games certainly sold a lot better. So it's like, or at least they're equivalent. They were both bought in the same burst of late Jim Ryan purchases. I look at it and I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, it all depends on if Alinia's right, if that budget number's right. We can easily get the pricing out of it because they get all of the money. You don't even have to have, like, oh, maybe they have a bespoke split. It's like, it's Sony. They get 100% of it. So that comes out to like $21 million, right? Like, if you sell 300,000 copies.
I know what you mean, and I think you're probably right. But like, the difference between Housemarque and Bluepoint is that Saros at least delivered something, and they were working out. Like, the thing with this Bluepoint was that they were just completely unfocused, and they just weren't. It felt to me that the reason, and maybe this is just like the way that I'm interpreting like that entire situation, but it seemed to be that Bluepoint closed because they were no longer Bluepoint. Essentially. Yeah. Like, I mean, they wanted to do all this other shit. Like, this isn't what we bought you for. You wanted to do X, Y, and Z, and you had all these like weird pitches that were so insane that we didn't think they were true because it seemed insane. A Shadow of the Colossus 2, or like some Shadow of the Colossus update or some weird thing, and God of War multiplayer. Like, so like, I think there is a difference, because at least, you greenlit Returnal came out, and then you greenlit another one, and they delivered it. It just didn't light the world on fire, which I think is within their scope of potential expectations. Like, it's not quite Bluepoint, where it's just like you spent 6 years doing nothing, basically, or just like getting project after project canceled. I don't know. Or maybe that's me just trying to rationalize it, but like, I'm not that worried about Housemarque in relative to, or at least in comparison to the Bluepoint situation, because it's just such a different set of circumstances at that studio.
Yeah, Daniel Walker wrote in about this, said, "What's up, my sacred bitches? With Saros being considered a bit of a disappointment sales-wise, do we have any concerns for Housemarque's future? These days, it feels like the possibility of Sony prematurely pulling the trigger on a fantastic team wouldn't be so far-fetched. Thanks for providing endless enjoyment as I drive my delivery truck all over Virginia, debating daily whether to drive off a bridge or not. Jeez.
It's a good debate.
Jeez Louise, be safe out there, Daniel. Thank you for writing in. Yeah, I think it's reasonable to wonder, but we'll see. I hope they know better than that. Like, but again, I feel like the smaller stuff can just kind of more easily and cheaply come from second party, and then you really just dump your resources, your money, your internal production, your pipeline, everything should be kind of directed towards major AAA games. That's Sony's bread and butter. If you want to see the game sales really move, then that's what you have to do. Like Ghost of Yotei sold very respectably because it's much more of a PlayStation game at the same exact price. But I think also, Returnal probably did turn people off. And I don't want to, I want to just reiterate, I don't need to reiterate about Housemarque. Everyone knows I love them, but I think Saros is great. I don't think it's as good as Returnal. I don't. But it's not the game. It's maybe just people's tastes. But again, it goes back to what Florida Man was saying, and I agree. It's like everyone complains and they don't buy shit. It's like, okay. I mean, that's all that matters at the end of the day to them. They don't, your goodwill is like, well, at least they tried. Well, it's like someone's got to go buy this thing, you know?
There's a couple of aspects to this that I think well, first of all, things are bad economically. Like people aren't necessarily going to drop. How much is Saros? I think
it's 60. I think I paid 70 for the early edition of it. I'll verify.
People's money isn't as flexible as it was when Returnal came out, which is funny.
Oh, it's 70. It is 70. So I paid 80, I guess.
Okay, so it's $70. That's a lot of money to drop on anything right now that isn't like guaranteed. I think the economic realities right now are like a bigger factor than people might assume. You know, like are you going to spend like gas is $8 in some places? You know, like it's not great. So I think that has something to do with it. The other thing that I think is like slightly controversial, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I think there's a part of it that's kind of true, is that Returnal and Saros are very, very gameplay oriented games. And I really do believe on some level that the Sony, like the PlayStation audience, I don't know, man. Like I think they like their HBO.
I think Sony trained them to like it.
Right, but that's what I mean. It's like I think they've been trained over the course of the PS4 generation to be a little bit more like, well, can I see the peach fuzz on this character's face? I do think there's an element of that. It's like this is too much of a game for me, and like that bums me out because I do think like from a gameplay perspective, Saros and Returnal are like the best feeling games from PlayStation first party, like earnestly.
Yeah, that might be true.
But it doesn't seem to translate because it doesn't, you know, it's not a, I don't know. It's too gameplay focused. I don't know how true that is. I don't have any data for that necessarily. That's the sense that I get from the audience, because you see like every other audience seems to not give a shit about graphics or like, you know, like you got the Switch out there running at like 12 frames a second selling, like you look at Tamagotchi Life, you know, like it's an insane, like I have it, you know, and it's like
Tamagotchi Life's probably made more money than any PlayStation game's ever made.
Right. And but like they've been trained to be more, they've other audiences have been trained, even, you know, honestly, even Xbox to, you know, even though they've been trained to not buy games and all that stuff, like you have something like Sea of Thieves, which is just, it's entirely gameplay oriented and it's incredibly successful. Forza is getting massive reviews and sells insane, and it's literally just driving. It's all about the gameplay there, and it's just like I do wonder if this audience is just they're maybe a little pretentious. maybe they want more story, and you know.
Well, I think you're right, Chris, and I think that they think they're not. Like, right. I'll admit, I don't know that I would call it pretension, but that's what I want. Like, I right. As much as I love, even Journey was pretentious.
Sure,
you know, like it, but that was kind of, Sony did. I mean, I believe this 100%.
I say that as a descriptor, by the way. Like, I like that pretentious. I like Journey as well.
Right. But I understand exactly what you mean. Like, I honestly think that was kind of Sony's vibe. It's like, yeah, and it's no disrespect to Halo, Gears, or Forza, like, or these games that are obviously like very important for Xbox, but they're like, yeah, you go play Halo and whatever Gears. We have Uncharted, or we have like The Last of Us, or something that's like more like just people just take it more seriously. And I don't know that you can have it both ways, and the audience did that. You know, like, so I don't think you can have your cake and eat it too. You gotta buy these things or not. I mean, do you want? But yeah.
But then the bar gets so raised too, because then you have a Last of Us Part 2, right? and even like maybe like something from Rockstar, which is like impossibly expensive. And then they raise the bar to the point where like anything that isn't those things looks comparatively weak.
Yeah.
Like Saros, I think, is a pretty good looking game, but like there's undoubtedly like you get to those cutscenes or whatever.
Man, yeah,
they're
like,
not.
Yeah.
And it's like, I remember there's this one cutscene I got to, I don't know how deep into the game. I think I just beat a character called the Architect or something. And there was like a scene either just before that or just after that where this character is like giving this like really like intense performance. And it's like crying and wailing, and you can tell the voice actress is doing great, but like the face is like fucking dead. And I'm looking at it, I'm laughing, and I feel so bad because like this is a really good performance, and it's just not captured at all. And it's funny because I don't think I would feel that way if I wasn't playing a PlayStation game. Like I don't think I even would have cared or noticed.
Right.
But because it is first party, like I'm conditioned to kind of look at like something that's like not quite up to that insane level and market for it in an area where like, I don't know, Sea of Thieves looks ridiculous. Like the characters in that game look ridiculous. I don't think twice about it. It's because they've set a different cadence and a different standard for their audiences. I don't know how true that is. I don't have any data. Again, it's just like, it's the sense that I get that that's probably a factor. Again, with everything else and the economics and, you know, I'm sure there's a competition angle to it too. There's a lot of, I mean, I would argue earnestly that we're in a pretty long streak of pretty great years. Like it's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The like years like 2022 through now used to be fairly sparse in my memory. And so there's just a lot out there. It's a lot out there. People's money isn't going as far as it is, and also they just didn't really market the game. To be honest,
yeah,
with you.
Saros.
Like, I mean, I never really saw it.
I don't even know if you could. Like, that's the other thing is if the development budget was $70-something million, hopefully that incorporates the marketing, because then that's even going to make it worse. And they must have done something somewhere, and so they probably spent some X million dollars on that. And yeah, you're right though. And to the economic situation, Golfer Pro 10 wrote in about this. Said, "Hi, Sacred Babes. I know Saros isn't selling well. At least that's what I'm hearing. I am part of the problem, I guess. I'm a hardworking father of just one daughter. My wife and I make a household income of $125,000. We don't buy a bunch of stuff we don't need, but with everything going up in price, we are not able to spend on most things if we want to save money. I feel like a lot of us gamer dads are in similar situations. With low amounts of money and with so many games asking for our time, I think games like Saros are going to suffer. I'm really concerned not just for the gaming industry, but the economy in general. Apparently, I'm upper middle class where I live in Tennessee, and I definitely don't feel it. Just wanted your thoughts on my excessive thoughts." No, I think you're right. I mean, Chris, I think just articulated that pretty well. What's so fucked up about the economic situation is $125,000 is still, I think, close to twice the median household income in the United States. But I understand exactly what you mean. Like, that's just, I always think about this like in the 70s or 80s, you'd watch a TV show or a movie or something from that era, and it's like, he's a millionaire. And like what that really meant.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, back then?
Yeah. Like what that, like that was serious shit. You know, like, when you can go to McDonald's and get, you know, a meal for $2 or $3, you having $5 million to your name is like insane, like generational level wealth. I'm watching, I'm not watching it now because it's not anymore, but it will come back soon. But the Gilded Age, there's like an arc where a guy he like becomes rich off of $300,000. Like, and people are like, whoa, like what? Like, what are you even going to do with $300,000? And it's, so we have this almost old timey expectation of what money really is. And so when you look at $125,000, like when I was out of college, I would have shit my pants to make $125,000. And now I understand,
oh my God,
you know, that's not what it once was to even the people that make it. And you kind of got to feel bad for people across the spectrum, not necessarily because of their expectations of what they can spend, you know, like, oh, you live a ritzy life, so you have ritzy expectations. It's more like, no, it's just kind of the cost of doing business now, of like making sure your child has good education and, you know, getting food and do it does suck. And so, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I also think, Golfer Pro, that the back catalog, there's got to be a better way, like an academic way we can talk about this one day, but the back catalog stuff is going to become a serious problem. And what I mean by that is like, like every millisecond that goes by becomes less necessary for you to spend money on games. Like there's something kind of devastating about it, but it's true. Like if you're truly strapped for money, like you're out there, you're unemployed, you have no money or whatever, like you can only, it's like, I would just wait for the best sale. I would be laughing about how cheap I was getting shit. It wasn't even possible during the disc and cartridge era to get games this cheap. So Like impossible. Even if you went to like the shitty GameStop thing we were talking about, like with a bin, like those games were still 10 or 15 or $20. It's like I do think a lot of forces are working against just new releases, full stop, with a rare exception. Grand Theft Auto might be one of those exceptions, but like you could bet, dollars to donuts, Saros is going to be half price or so by the end of the year. So if like you're not that eager and you're strapped for money, you should just wait. And I think that's also a big problem. So I understand completely. The economy is not good.
The reality is like right now, I think I can't remember why I was reading this, but I was like doing some research on it because I was so curious. I was like, that can't be, but it is. It's like, this is like worse than Gilded Era shit. Like it's getting real bad. So like, I mean, Saros not doing well. It's not surprising.
Yeah.
Anything doing well would be amazing. I'm actually getting to the point where it's like, I think even Grand Theft Auto might be softer than it otherwise would be. Like it's still going to break fucking records, and it's going to be like. But you have to wonder like how big would that game have been? I'm obviously talking in the past tense as if we're in the future, but like whatever Grand Theft Auto ends up being, that there's like an alternate timeline where things are good, where that could have done way crazy.
Yeah, I generally agree with you. But it's tough because you just don't you just won't know until like there will be it could be. I remember during the financial crisis that like it was different then though. In 07, 08, like the gaming industry was different, but like gaming really benefited from it. And I remember specifically a game like Fallout 3 came out at like the perfect time. It was this $50 or $60, I guess at the time, infinitely large game on consoles that had a huge install base, and people were broke and had no, and they're like, yeah, I'll buy. But now the propositions are even more different, because now it's like back then the only free to play games you had were like Maple Story and shit like that, like shitty browser games and Utopia and shit like that. And now it's like everything. Now the biggest games in the world are that. So you even have these bigger economic draws downward. It's a different race at the bottom.
And attention sinks on your phone that you're competing with as well for attention and time, and you can laugh at Instagram reels for like an hour, just feel like you've not wasted your time somehow. And so like I don't know, it's a wild time. Well,
we'll see what happens. Again, these are Alinia's numbers; these are not Sony's numbers, and we'll find out. If they follow the same path, I guess. Because I said what was the date? It was July 18th, 2021. So that would have been Q1 financials of that new fiscal year, and maybe they'll do the same thing and release numbers, and they'll be similar or better. It's the exact opposite problem that Yote was experiencing, where Yote was launching stronger on a smaller install base. So it's not that all things are bad with Sony first party. It's just to say I think they need to be more selective, and we'll see what happens with Housemarque. But I think Housemarque will be okay, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were like consumed in terms of like working on someone else's games. That to me wouldn't be surprising if they were like, if Housemarque or if Guerrilla's like they're just working with us now. Not unlike what happened with Nix's and Saros. I don't know if you guys went through the credits, but they worked on it in a major way. And we knew that, but all right. Second party news. We were talking about Stellar Blade recently, about all of this, and how we didn't have clarity on what was going on with the game in terms of publishing, because there were some rumors that so Stellar Blade, they acknowledged they were bringing it to Switch, right? But they still haven't released it, because didn't they give everyone at Shift Up a Switch too? I'm pretty sure that happened.
I remember.
Xbox, I don't know what they're going to do with that. That they might have an agreement to never do that with Sony, because Sony did act as the publisher of that game. But there were rumors that, and I think even markings that Sony was publishing the second game. I think we now know, based on Shift Up's financials released in South Korea on the 11th of this month, we know that that's not happening. So first of all, if you go into the financials and you go into the Q&A for anyone out there that's interested, they bring up Goddess of Victory Nikkei first, which I just think is interesting, meaning that game is so much more important to them than Stellar Blade. So obviously we're dealing with a company that is not really wholly interested in us as console gamers, but they do have Stellar Blade going, and it's a big thing, along with Project Spirits, which is also going to be a console game. They're asked here, what is the expected performance of Stellar Blade in 2026? They write, quote, Stellar Blade has maintained steady sales since launch, solidifying its position as an evergreen IP in the PC and console market. This quarter, seasonal promotions and discount events continue to drive new player acquisition, with stable long-term sales trends confirmed across all platforms. Leading up to the release of the next Stellar Blade title, We will continue to efforts to broaden the franchise's brand awareness through collaborations with global IPs and other initiatives. Looking ahead, we plan to sustain momentum through seasonal and holiday promotions as well as strategic discounting, while also actively exploring further platform expansion. We remain committed to maximizing the long-term value of the IP to repay the support of our global player community. So here's where things get interesting. They're asked in this next question, what is the development and publishing strategy for the next Stellar Blade title? They write, quote, development of the next Stellar Blade title is progressing smoothly, on track to meet our targeted quality standards. By the way, did you see that they brought in the model and that Eve is based on Into the Office recently? So which is always interesting. So notably, starting with this next title, Shift Up will transition to a first-party service model. This will allow us to lead marketing strategies that fully reflect the distinctive identity of the Stellar Blade IP, and we expect to communicate the unique appeal of its universe to players more directly and effectively. Building on the strong fandom and evergreen IP status established by the first Stellar Blade, we are formulating an optimal go-to-market strategy designed to maximize sales and reach a broad audience from day one. With three key tailwinds, high-quality self-publishing capabilities, a sales maximization strategy, and proven IP fanbase, we are confident the next title will deliver meaningfully improved results compared to its predecessors. So it sounds like these games will be, or at least this game, because they're also talking about there's other games too, like again, there's this Unbound project and Project Spirits. It seems like they're going full multi-platform. What I assume happened here is, you can't really blame either side for this, is I would imagine Sony was smart enough to say, like, we want the sequel under similar circumstances. And I think Shift Up was smart enough to say, like, we don't really need you. And I would have made the same decision. Why wouldn't, unless they're, I think Stellar Blade, I think they wanted to wait and see. Stellar Blade's success on PC, as I understand it, is substantial. Comparable to
Wonder why.
I'm sorry?
Wonder why.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they probably wanted to wait and see. And they're like, we don't really need you to like take the marketing spend off of our plates or whatever. We're hurt and limited by not being able to release the game and publish it. Now, Sony has very friendly second-party publishing pipelines these days. Helldivers is probably going to be the last substantial second-party game Sony publishes that they own. I imagine that's not going to be a big thing anymore. We talked about how Fizzin is owned by Kojima. Neo remains owned by Koei Tecmo, and Stellar Blade is Shift Ups. So I think they just did what is logical. But it is my hope that Sony at least tried, because that's the perfect second-party game. And I don't mean the game's perfect. I mean, it's kind of a great game to be associated with Sony. Like, PlayStation wasn't hurt at all by Stellar Blade being associated with it. It's a weird, it's a Sony kind of style game. It's almost got the PS2 quality weird shit going on. That was like the hallmark of a lot of 100%. PlayStation games. So any thoughts on this, on Stellar Blade moving on from PlayStation exclusivity? Or seemingly so?
Yeah, I think you're totally right, Colin, that they don't need it anymore. And I think if they did work with PlayStation, it was a PlayStation exclusive at launch, it would severely hold them back at this point based on the PC sales. And even, I mean, I know they're a Korean studio, but in Japan, like, they probably want Stellar Blade. Well, I looked up too. Their intent is to bring Stellar Blade to Switch 2, the first one. And I assume that they want to have Stellar Blade 2 at launch on PlayStation, Switch 2, PC. Xbox, maybe.
That it's not appeared on Xbox yet, I think, is a sign that they can't. Or maybe just not yet. And that might be why they want out of this deal. Because that's probably frustrating. I assume Stellar Blade would sell in the hundreds of thousands on Xbox. It's decent money, and it would be easy. I mean, it's not easy, but it would be it's much more straightforward to port between the platforms now than it used to be. So, So I guess we'll still all be enjoying Stellar Blade 2 and Eve's jiggly bits. Although I assume you guys will play it when it comes out on PC, if that's your opportunity, right? No?
That's a couch game for me. So it'll be on PlayStation.
It's a bed game for Chris, am I right?
Oh.
Gonna mod that shit to hell.
To hell and back.
Hell and back.
I love that term. I think it's so fun. All right. Well, shout out to, I mean, Shift Up is great. It's cool to have a presence in South Korea with console games more prominently. I think Stellar Blade was awesome. And I'll just reiterate, I think Eve is obviously overtly sexy and overtly sexual. I kind of think it's overstated in terms of the quality of the game comparable to that. Like, I don't think it really matters. That's what I thought was so interesting about it. Yeah. I'm sure it drew a lot of people into it. I have no doubt. But like, it's not really what the game's about.
It's arguably less sexualized than Bayonetta, even though, It's technically, I don't know. It's weird. It's technically more and technically way, way less. It's odd. That's an odd duck. That game.
I just got emailed. I just heard the buzz on my phone and I pulled it up here. Video cannot be monetized. Colin and Dustin watch PlayStation's E3 1995.
Dude, why now? I love when this happens.
It's always like so late. It's insane.
A&E Global Media. I don't know what that is.
I get emails like that from videos from 2009. And I'm like, okay. Those are private, so like who gives a shit?
Yeah, like like
insane.
You can have the pennies that we were going to make on the stream.
Yeah, you can have the hay pennies that it would have cost to even post this thing. Insane.
Well, that happened with our NVIDIA when we reacted to the DLSS 5 and some news company copyright claimed everyone who posted about DLSS 5. That got reverted, but
so dumb.
We don't need to open the YouTube is broken.
Yeah, I can't. It just
frustrates
me so much.
Yeah.
All right, we're back. We took our cut at an interesting time there. Chris was going to pee his pants.
Yeah. We got to go, you know.
No, I understand. We're kind of going long here a little bit. At least at this point, I don't think it's going to be an unusually long episode, but I think we're going long at this point, at where we are.
Right, yeah.
The next piece I want to talk about comes from the Substack, The Game Business. It is entitled PlayStation, We Have a Responsibility to the Whole Industry. This is an interview with Christian Svensson, who is the head of third-party relations at PlayStation. And there's a lot of interesting shit in here. I wanted to just go through a little bit of it, but so there's a video version of it. You can listen to it, or you can read the story that they spun out from it. I'm just going through the story. So Christian Svensson's official title is technically VP of second and third party content ventures. So I think the second party stuff more falls in line with the more indie and A-space games that they get than the like Helldivers, for instance. But nonetheless, this guy's been there for a long time too. He confirms that at first that there are 10,000 developers and publishers working with PlayStation right now, which is horrifying. And they talk a little bit about how they get into all of that. But there are a few things that I really thought would be interesting to just kind of talk about. We don't have to get into any of this too deeply, but again, I wanted to call a few of these things out. One thing he says is that this generation, PlayStation has funded partially or wholly 120 games that are outside of like PlayStation Studios. So not first party and not like Helldivers and other stuff like that. I would love to know what games those are. Some of them are obvious. Pacific Drive seems like one of them, right? As an example.
Callisto Protocol,
yeah, we know that. That's a good point. Yeah, PlayStation Studios is in the credits of that, which is interesting. He said that they've also given money to small amounts of games, and I wonder specifically what games you guys think these are. He says they've also, over the last few years, given small funds for a handful of games that otherwise wouldn't port to PlayStation. I wonder what those games are.
Yeah,
it's hard to know. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Then he talks a little bit about hero projects. So of course we have the China Hero Project, the India Hero Project, and the MENA Project. The first India Hero Project game I think just came out actually last month. We've already gotten a bunch of China Hero Projects. I don't think they've even announced MENA Hero Project games at all. But that game Fishbowl or whatever that came out, it's like an adventure game. That's the first India Hero Project game. And that kind of just came and went. But a lot of those games kind of do. At least they're getting going on that. So I thought this was pretty interesting here. They basically, and I think this is what we already know, but he says, quote, "This is a long-term play. There's not a commercial near-term angle. This is growing the dev community first, get local content that hopefully resonates with local audiences, which helps grow the player community. And then it's about how do we bring regionally relevant voices to our globally massively engaged audience? How do we expose that global audience to themes and content that they may not have had access to before? But these are 5 or 10 plus year visions for ecosystem growth, both from a supply side and a player side." I really like to hear that. I think it's great. He talks about how they're like further behind in like China's already borne a lot of fruit. And he said actually, and I don't think we knew this yet, that they're going to announce soon their 4th round of games in China. So that'll be exciting. But he said that we already know about the first wave of Indian games and we already got the first one, but he says they're kind of further behind China. And then he says the MENA stuff is even further behind that. So like, we're not going to get anything out of them for a while but they're basically trying to find the right people. And I think it's good to be in these territories for your brand, even if the ironic thing is that in some of these places, like your shit is unaffordable to most people, but like you still need to, Not so much in India, but certainly in places in Africa. And you still need to have a presence there because there's going to be like the best game developer in the world could be in like Kenya right now or something, and you just don't know, or at least it's not a great way to get their games going on our platforms. They talk a little bit about China and South Korea being growth places. We know all about that. I thought this was interesting. Christopher Dring writes, one thing I was interested to find out is whether Sony helps studios with their release windows. We always talk about this. For example, PlayStation is releasing Marvel's Wolverine on September 15th, he writes. So before that date was announced, if a developer had come to PlayStation with a similar release timing, would they have said anything? I was surprised by this answer. He says, quote, air traffic control, we have to be very careful with. Games move all the time. You could tell a partner, hey, you might not want to be in the first half of September, so they set their game in October, but then the big first party game moves to October. You have to be very careful with that kind of telegraphing. It can come back to bite you. End quote. I wonder if there's an example of that behind the scenes where they're like, we can't do this anymore. Or if it's just a trust issue as well. And then he basically says this. I thought it was a cool way to end. They feel like games are, and I agree with him. He says, quote, I'm in an incredibly privileged position to have amazing visibility into what games will be for the next 3 to 4 to 5 years. I literally cannot explain to you. Last year was an amazing year for games. This year will be even better. Next year will be better still. The trajectory of content is unbelievably positive. And we as an industry should be super optimistic about where we're going in spite of the headwinds. Now, obviously, Sony is going to come out and kind of say that, but I feel like that's pretty bold, definitive statements. And he would know. I mean, the second and third parties are obviously communicating with him, plus he has insight in the first party. He might be like one of the most fully aware people in all.
Yeah.
So sounds good.
Yeah,
but you think it's salesmanship?
Well, I mean, imagine it was the opposite. And he was like, yeah, I've seen where things are going, and it's a fucking train wreck.
Yeah,
dude.
it's bad.
Like, it's real bad. So we got, he's not going to say that. so like, I think it's always awkward with these kinds of things because like he could be right. Like, fuck if I know. Like he would know, but he's also not in a position to tell us if the truth was so negative and so bleak. I do think from their perspective, it's great. You know what I mean? Because it's like, oh my God, we're going to have all these tools that can make games for us. We're going to have lower head counts. You know what I mean? Like everything from their perspective would be great. It's just a matter of like how that materializes for the players and obviously the community of people building these things and a myriad of other places and a myriad of other groups and demographics. But I have no doubt for them, it's looking great.
I feel, Chris, incredibly optimistic for some reason about the end of PlayStation 5 in terms of the way things are going to go out. Whether or not people will let it end,
right,
a whole other story entirely.
Oh,
and whether people are interested in moving on to the next thing is another story entirely. But I think that next year is going to be strong. Mm-hmm. I think it's always been aiming towards that. It's probably always been true.
Sure.
We'll see. Anything you want to add, Dustin, before we move on?
Nope.
Okay. Just a few more pieces of news to get to. Let's see here. I just thought I'd note this. 007 First Light is gold. The game comes out May 27th. Now, they don't even say this on the tweet for the game from IO Interactive, but it's worth noting, and I noticed this. I don't know how many people noted this. Maybe it's more known than I thought. All you have to do to get early access to this game is pre-order it. Oh. So there's no, and it's only 1 day early access, but I thought that was pretty cool. It's not the first time I've seen that, but it's unusual not to charge for it. But the game comes out May 27th. If you buy it and just pre-order it before May 26th, you can just play it beginning May 26th. And it's not an extra cost. You're just paying the same amount of money. So I noticed that and I thought I would pass that on. So I haven't pre-ordered it yet. I'll pre-order it when it's ready to preload, which now that it's gold, it'll be soon. But, if you want to get a game a day early for basically nothing, then it's worth noting that you can do that. Are you guys looking forward?
You're top tier noticing skills, Colin.
I'm a noticer.
You're a noticer, and you used your noticing, I think, for good.
Yeah, for once.
Well, not that the times where it was for positivity.
For positivity, yeah. I mean, I just thought it was nice instead of like paying the Get Got premium. You just get it.
Yeah.
By the way, Jason Polanski, from our friend from Atari, senior producer over there, reached out to me and he had the idea, which I love, he was like, would you mind if I hosted the 007 First Light spoiler cast? Because he's a big Bond fan.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah, dude, because I'm totally unequipped to talk about it from that perspective.
Yeah, none of us are. I'm pretty sure.
I've always wanted to go down the Bond rabbit hole. I just haven't. And there are people out there I've said that to in the past over the years, and they're like, Colin, you would love it. Like, because it's so campy and weird, especially like the older stuff. Like with the villains, and like, I think there's one that takes place on like a space station and shit. Like it's strange. So I've always wanted to do that, but I don't know 007. I want to play this game though. I think it looks great. Are you guys going to pick it up for May 27th? And will you pre-order to get the day early?
Yeah, I might as well. I mean, for no extra money, like why not? I am looking forward to this. This is one of the few games this year that like I think I'm like I'm not chomping at the bit necessarily to play it, but like it's gonna be one of those things where it's like, oh, it's the 26th. Oh, yay! You know, like how nice.
Definitely.
But like, yeah, I think this looks great. I'm a big fan of IO. I think Hitman is just a strangely, like, deceptively immaculate series, especially these last 3 modernized Hitman games. Like the last Hitman game had like a level in it that I think is like one of the best play spaces I've played in recent memory. And so that the prospect of that design being merged with like Uncharted style set pieces and in the realm of in the realm of 007 and stuff, like I don't know, I think it's a really good recipe, and I'm excited for what they got cooking. I hope it's good. I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm absolutely playing. I'm excited. I was thinking I probably have seen 5 or 6 Bond movies. I've seen all but one of the Daniel Craig's, the last one, and I've seen a few of the older ones as well. And I like them. I don't love them, but to me, it's the IO Hitman connection here. That it's like, yeah, I will play anything that IO puts out. For now, I mean, based on the Hitman World of Assassination, as it's now called, is just so incredibly good.
I think there were 3 Brosnan movies, and I've seen those. I don't think I've seen any of the Daniel Craig movies, and I've seen some of the older ones, but just sporadically, like on TV or whatever. So I don't know.
Is it GoldenEye? The World Is Not Enough.
Tomorrow Never Dies, or something like that. Is that what it is? Or maybe that's like that. I don't know. Who cares?
Yeah,
who cares?
I don't remember.
I don't know. I have a lot of catching up to do with all that.
Maybe this will put me in a. I wonder. So this is the thing that's interesting about this, right? Because like that Indiana Jones game came out, and I remember being like, I liked it, but I remember before I played it, I watched the entire Indiana Jones trilogy to kind of get in the headspace. I don't think you could do that with James Bond realistically. There's just so many different takes and so many different, tones in that series. Like I know that Daniel Craig is a lot more like bleak and a little bit more serious than something like Brosnan, but I wonder what I can do to get into that headspace. Or maybe the game will just put me in that headspace and I'll want to watch the movies after that.
Yeah, I'm sure there are people out there that can reach out to you too on social media if they want and guide you. All right, just a couple more quick ones. These both come from the PlayStation blog. The first one is there's a new third-party officially licensed PlayStation DualSense revealing the Scuf Omega, they write, a performance controller officially licensed for PlayStation 5 consoles. I was looking up what the Scuf Gaming is. I never heard of it. Do you guys know the brand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's owned by Corsair, I guess. So it's in the same family as Elgato and Origin and all the rest, but I don't know anything about this stuff, so I had to look it up. Yeah. This controller is like a specialized high-end controller that's going to cost $219.99. It is available right now for you to purchase around the world for your local equivalent. I guess the thing about this is that it's just super well made, and there's even like an app where you can calibrate it like to your liking with like using the special app, I guess, with dead zones and button configurations and all the rest. So kind of like an Edge that I guess is a little more advanced. I don't know. I like the standard stock controller. I don't want for this, but I do know, Dustin, especially you have the Edge, right? And you like the Edge. And
I do like edging, yes.
So are you interested in this? I don't know why Sony would even allow anyone to do this, just because I feel like it draws attention away from their own proprietary stuff, like doing this OEM style stuff is interesting, I guess. But
yeah, I am not particularly interested in competitive gaming controllers for console. I know I do have an Edge, but my main reason for that was the back buttons. In fact, I wish that Sony released a way for the standard DualSense to have back buttons, even if it was like this stupid thing. This
right, like where you'd have to plug it into the thing.
This thing was actually pretty brilliant.
I forgot about that.
This was a cool little cheap way to add it, and I thought it was good. So literally the only reason I bought the Edge was for the back button support. So I'm not, as far as like a competitive controller, I don't need it. I can't play like actual highly competitive games on controller. I don't think. Specifically, I guess I'm thinking of FPS games. Like I mentioned buying Marathon on PlayStation to try to do some casual play on my couch. And it's horrifying how much I've lost that ability to play first person shooters in a competitive way on a controller. I just can't do it anymore.
You got to man up.
No, I think people got to man up to mouse and keyboard.
No, I don't know how.
That's fair.
I saw, I saw Mouse PI has mouse and keyboard controls on PlayStation.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
interesting.
So it's becoming more common, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Finally, PlayStation Plus games for the game catalog. So the game catalog, of course, is only available to you on PlayStation Plus if you have the extra or premium tier. So that's the middle and high tier, not for PlayStation Plus Essential, which is most of us, including me. Pretty good month this month for new games, and we knew that this classic game was coming as well, but it did indeed come. So here are the new games that are coming to PlayStation Plus game catalog. This all begins May 19th, by the way. So in the coming days, Star Wars Outlaws, 2024 game from Massive and Ubisoft. Red Dead Redemption 2 is going back. This is its return to the game catalog. And that's obviously 2018 from Rockstar. Bramble, the Mountain King. Kind of a third-person action-adventure platform style game from Dim Frost Studio and publisher Merge Games. That's 2023. The Thaumaturge? I think I'm saying that right.
I hate it.
Yeah, I don't like the name.
No.
Terrible fucking name.
Studio Fool's Theory, publisher 11-Bit Studios. That came out in 2024. That's an isometric RPG. Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn from Studio A44 and Kepler Interactive, the publisher, came out in 2024. That's an action RPG. Broken Sword, Shadows of the Templar Reforged. That's from Revolution Software. This is a remake of the original Broken Sword game from 1996. There is a director's cut of the original Broken Sword game. That is different. That was from 2009. And then finally, Enotria, The Last Song, which is an action RPG from Jayama Games that came out in 2024. So those are the new additions. And then finally, this will only be available either a la carte or at the premium tier, specifically because it's a retro game. Time Crisis, the PS1 port of the 95 classic 95 light gun game from Namco, ported famously to PS1 in 97 with the Gun Con. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
That was for people that don't know, that was kind of like the PlayStation Blaster. And I think I might pick Time Crisis up at some point. I like Time Crisis.
Yeah, it adds gyro aiming.
You got to have that.
Yeah, you got to have some kind of pointer.
That's why Wii was so good and for like really weird shit like that. Wii was great for first-person shooters randomly, and some third-person shooters as well. And then like the point-and-click adventures like Zack and Wiki, and then like light gun games, like Link's Crossbow Training was another example. I love that game. I don't know why, but I loved it. Anything here for you guys on the game catalog?
No. Well, Chris, you like this Bramble game, right?
I feel like I remember playing Bramble and actually really liking it. But it's been a while. Like, when did this game come out? Like, I have a
This
really
was,
old...
let me see here, 2023.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do I feel like I feel like I played this like 7 years ago? But I remember quite liking the presentation of this game. Like, this is kind of like a Little Nightmares-esque kind of, it's got that. It's like Little Nightmares and like Brothers, Tale of Two Sons, kind of like, it's not exactly that, but it's like, it's got that vibe going on. I remember liking Bramble the Mountain King. It's definitely worth picking up and playing. But aside from that, Broken Sword, I appreciate. I don't know if I could like it though. Like, I'm just so like past this type of genre. Like, I don't know if I can really like get myself into even the headspace of enjoying this type of thing again. But I know that this is an old game, right? Like Broken Sword.
Yeah, Broken Sword came out on PS1 in 96.
Yeah. Okay. Because I remember I had something. Like, I think I might have had a version of it.
Broken Sword was a fairly, I don't want to say prominent, but it was like a console, like a kind of a uniquely console adventure game. I mean, it was on PC as well, I think, but I remember it having fairly high, like on early PSMs in like 97, 98. Like that Broken Sword was it wasn't that I was like just flipping through to find like role playing games and shit like that. But I just remember that character, the male character, like with the handsome guy with like the blondish hair, the dirty blonde hair.
Yeah.
All right. And then Time Crisis. Where
Time Crisis, dude.
Cool.
I'm amped about this. I love Time Crisis. I have so many memories of this series. It's so ridiculous.
It's worth saying, because I said no when asking if there was stuff for us. Red Dead Redemption 2 on here. If you are somehow engaged with the PlayStation ecosystem enough that you have PlayStation Plus Premium, and you somehow have not played Red Dead Redemption 2, first of all, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, do
as
something
Reggie
about
would
it.
say.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? It's time. It's time to do it. It's very good. I guess, I don't know, but some people are waiting for a PS5 port of Red Dead Redemption 2. But I don't know if that's even happening at this point.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah, a no tree. I've seen that game bounce around. Yeah, there's not Red Dead and Star Wars Outlaws. I'm sure a lot of people will be interested in now that it'll be part of your subscription. So anyway, these will be available May 19 if you're interested. All right, let's get into what we're playing. I don't know how quick we want to go here. We're all playing Saros. I guess we'll just leave it now for the spoiler cast. Is there anything else anyone want? We've said so much about it already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I want to like say what I need to say about it now, but we need to do it in on Sacred Symbols Plus so we can spoil it.
Yeah, I think that it's a consensus for people that maybe are interested. They're still maybe interested or on the fence about Saros. Is that by the end, I was less impressed with it. I would say, like, I think that its shortcomings became more hard to ignore by the end of the game, and as we've said on every episode since Saros came out, it plays very, very well. To me, there are just really annoying or just things I don't like about it that makes it significantly less enjoyable than Returnal. Overall, I still think it's good. And as I think it's great that you pointed out, Colin, that the people that were giving IGN shit for the 7 out of 10.
Yeah, it's
I think it's a little maybe lower, like, than I would. Well, I don't know. I would
it's
give it
lower.
a 7.
I wouldn't give it a 7, but I wouldn't.
7.5. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe an 8 at the most. I would say.
Yeah,
which is great. I mean, it's great. That's literally great on IGN scale, but it's not as good as Returnal in my opinion.
It's no more than an 8 and no less than a 7. I would say. You know, like I think that's kind of the sweet spot of where it is. If we're entertaining the the score conversation, but like I'm kind of in the same space where like I love the way it plays, but like I feel like it gets in its way a lot. Like this skill tree is so boring. Like I don't know. I don't give a shit about like what the skill tree is. It's just like I almost kind of like you could have just did this automatically in the background to my character like without my input, and I probably would have noticed it just as much. So like that's kind of it. It's a lot of the stuff that surrounds it that's just not that engaging or interesting. But it plays very well. Like I like the boss battles. I think they're engaging. I think they're clever. I think it's fun. I'm up to I just beat the Architect, whatever that means. If you haven't played it, that means nothing to you. If you have played it, you know it's not a spoiler or anything. But like I just got to that point. I don't know how far away from it finishing it I am, but it's good. It's good. Those cutscenes are like
I'm definitely not drawn to it anywhere close to the way I was drawn to Returnal, and I must say that I'm kind of, again, I think it's great. I really like it. I think the gameplay is awesome. There's a lot of cool ideas in it. It's beautiful. Based on my own expectations, and this is why expectations are the thief of joy, is that like I had higher expectations for it. I definitely did. Like I don't know what I was expecting from it, but not this. And I know that sounds
right. Yeah,
that sounds weird and bad, but I'm like, no, this just doesn't. No, I don't know. But I got to keep playing it. I got to get the real ending, which I'll just do in the next couple of days, and I'll get all we'll get our notes together, and we'll really get into it. And I'll see if we can find a fourth. I don't know who else played it. Well, did Brad play it?
I think he's playing
it. Yeah.
Maybe Lockmore. Does Lockmore know it? That doesn't really seem like a game he would play.
Some people are requesting Radic
Radic,
spoiler cast. Okay. We could maybe if we don't have enough of our own, of course.
But. No, I like Radic. We can make him one of our own by bringing him in more in when it's necessary. So
acquisition.
That'd be a nice idea. Yeah, he did great on the God of War. I mean, he was really good on the God of War conversation about Sons of Sparta. Okay, and then we're each playing something different. So I'm playing Vampire Crawlers. I'm still trying to get all the trophies. It's a little bit of a grind, literally. I mean, it's. I think Vampire Survivors was actually harder to grind trophies in, and I never got the platinum in that. You did, Dustin, so you can speak more to that. But I have 93% of the platinums, or 93% of the trophies in the game. It's 100. I have 150 bronze trophies from the game, and that brings me to 93%. I think I'm missing like 6 or something like that. So I have to still do that. Saros, I will clean up in platinum. I want to clean up Mouse PI for hire. I said this a week or two ago that there's something funky going on with the trophies, and I just don't want to. I don't think it's fixed yet. It hasn't even been patched on PlayStation since April. So I'm just going to wait. But I hate lingering platinums like that. I hate it. Like my ideal would be to like I want to get 1 or 2 of these games out of the way so I can get the Pragmata, but I don't know if I'm even going to be able to do that before 007 and Mina. So It's tough out there right now for your man Colin M. But Chris, you're playing Mixtape.
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
Well, I played it. It's not a game. Not a game that you can be playing, really.
Got it.
But I finished it. It took me about, I think, 3.5 hours, maybe towards 4, but no more than 4. It's a kind of a narrative-based adventure game. It's like Life is Strange, sort of, but not really either. It's like, I really don't know what to compare it to. It's interesting, but it is in the vein of these types of like a mouth-washing or like a very short kind of narrative experience. And for the first bit of it, I would say for the first like maybe 40% of it, I was like, yeah, this is kind of exactly what I was expecting. It's like, yeah, okay. It's Life is Strange. It's definitely better. In my opinion, it's not nearly as annoying. And to the degree that it is annoying, it feels like it's like purposeful. Like there's something about Life is Strange that feels like it's trying to portray. It feels like old people writing kids. You know what I mean? And this feels that way, but it feels like it's the point. Like it kind of feels like people looking back and reminiscing and thinking about childhood as they remember it and not as how it was. Like there's like some weird fantastical elements to it that I think makes that obvious. But there's a point in the game that like you're kind of skipping rocks on a lake with these characters and they're just kind of talking. And you can spend as long as you want in that space, just kind of soaking it in. And there's like little like mini game stuff that pops up. Like there's stuff in the water to hit with the rock. And there's like a technique for the rock. Like you can't do it too high, otherwise it'll plop it. You can't do it too low, otherwise it'll shoot to the bottom. You got to get like a sweet spot. You can guide it kind of towards different things to hit. And as you hit more stuff, things keep popping up. And as you're doing that, they're like the characters are talking. And I remember like I got to that point, I was like, I kind of don't want to stop doing this. And it kind of clicked with me where I was like, oh, this is interesting. Like I kind of like this. It did make me cringe. And the characters are annoying, but I liked it. It's weird. I don't really quite know how to explain it. It is kind of a game that you do just kind of have to either watch or play for yourself to really get it. It's also definitely not going to be for everybody. It's a very minimal. It's not so drastic that like, oh, you don't have to touch the controller at all. Like you definitely need to input to finish the game, but it's very light. And I want to say that if this was like 4 years ago, I don't think I would have cared or even tried this, but I think there's been a lot of games that have come out that have opened my eyes to these types of like less competitive, less, I don't know, reflex driven types of games. Mouthwashing is one of those. There are other games too, like I'm blanking on the names of, but I know Gone Home back in the day, like I just did not vibe with personally, but like I take those games a little bit more seriously now than I used to, because there is something there, even if it's not for everybody. I liked it. I don't think it's a 10. I think that's kind of crazy, but it is interesting and it is kind of strange. And I recommend, like, it's for $20. It's hard to be mad at 4 hours for $20, considering I just recently came out of Project Hail Mary, which is like a 2.5 hour movie that I spent like more on. And I liked as well. But like, it's kind of in that space of like, yeah, I could entertain this, and you either like it or you don't, and your investment is very minimal. But I dug it. It's interesting.
Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out at some point. We're going to talk a little bit about the discourse around it in a minute, but
Sure.
The one thing I will say that bothered me a little bit about this was, now I think the character is like, they're in like their last days of high school, so they were older than I was, right?
It's the last day, yeah.
Right. I entered the 90s in first grade, and I exited the 90s in 10th grade. So I was a kid throughout the 90s, and I remember it very well. But I wasn't their age, right? I graduated high school in 2002, so I must admit that I'm a little further behind them. But I heard people in my life complaining like the music's kind of bullshit in the game as far as what people were listening to at the time. And I went and looked at it. Now, this is obviously going to be all anecdotal based on everything, but I looked at this list of songs. I'm like, these were the songs that defined the 90s to you? Like, I feel like...
No, that's kind of the thing. It's like, that's not what it is.
Tell me more.
Like the story, like just the long and short of it is like, the story is about this girl's last day, or the last day after school in high school. It's like she's leaving to New York because she wants to be a music supervisor for like for films and TV and all this stuff, and she wants to be like the head of. She has all these grandiose ideas of like she's going to be the top of everything. It's like really arrogant, and it's really unbecoming. But like, I think it's honest. It's like how a lot of people.
So it's supposed to be like a pretentious.
Yeah, she is supposed to be pretend. Like she's not. She's a hipster back then. So
okay, that puts it in a lot more context, because when I look at this list of songs, I'm like, come on, man.
No, yeah, she's listening to stuff from like the 60s and 70s because she thinks it's way cooler. Like she even talks about like, there's a scene like if you spend enough time in the room, you get to hear like extra conversations, and she's talking about like how like, oh yeah, I was seeing that guy, or it's like, what does he listen to? It's like, oh, Green Day and like some other thing, and it's like, oh, he's a meathead. Oh, you know, like, so she doesn't like, and it's so funny because like I finished this game and I was like, oh, it was kind of neat and interesting. I liked it. It was cute. And then I saw the discourse online, and it's so funny because it's the exact like you are this person. like a lot of the discourse about like this is fucking tripe. You know what I mean? Like, what is this? Is this even a real game? And it's like, and in the game, it's like, that's not even real music. And it's so funny because like you would identify with this person probably actually. You're all that insufferable.
Yeah, they sound like my. Well, I heard my friend was telling me it's like, you know. Well, one of them was like, well, what do you associate with like the 90s? And I'm like, I don't know, like Green Day was one of them, and I'm like Weezer, Soundgarden, Pearl Jam, Stone Temple Pilots, The Offspring.
Yeah,
No Doubt. Like now, but it makes a lot more sense, this list, because some of them I understood what they were saying too. Because some of these are decidedly 80s bands. Joy Division's in here.
Yeah,
Devo is in here. The Devo song is "That's Good," which is one of my favorite Devo songs. So that's super dope. I love that fucking song.
It's the opener, and it's a great. The soundtrack, I will say, and this is something I do want to say about it. I talked a lot about on Summon Sign, but it's also such a short game. I might as well. Like, as somebody who edits material and edits and makes content, or used to, I'm very well aware of the power of licensed music. And how manipulative, or not manipulative necessarily, but like how much of a cheat code it is.
Neurons activated.
I mean? Neurons activated. Like I used all sorts of licensed music in my videos, and even though they would get copyright struck, I was like, I want to make this. Like I need this, otherwise it doesn't work, and I'm fine with that. It's fine. But the game does that. Like I would argue that without the soundtrack here, there's not too much there. Like it's fine, but the soundtrack does elevate it, and it is just a great soundtrack. And it's kind of hard to be like, oh, well, without this, it wouldn't have been this. And it's like, yeah, well, without the level design, what is Halo? You know what I mean? Like it's kind of one of the, like, this is what it is ultimately. The licensed music is a part of it, and it does elevate it a lot. Like there's a lot of great music in there that like takes a scene that's like kind of like fine and makes it feel like kind of like, oh, I'm kind of digging this, like whatever this combination of neurons firing is making something kind of new and interesting, and I do appreciate it. I came away from Mixtape not regretting my time with it, and kind of feeling like that was a neat little kind of detour on my way to something else. I don't know if I'll ever play it again. I can't imagine.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a game you replay. But
yeah, maybe there's I do like that rock skipping section, and I could probably maybe platinum it, but it's I don't want to platinum Mixtape. It's not really on my.
Have some self-respect.
Yeah, I have my platinums are they mean something, and I was just nah, it's fine. But yeah, I don't know. I think the discourse is largely surrounded with people just aren't playing it, and it's fine. I
also think, I was looking at some because it's all right, they have The Cure on here, for instance. That's some of these songs are not going to be cheap to license as well. But I was also thinking this is a much cheaper licensed song than having fucking Basket Case from Green Day, Buddy Holly from Weezer, Sex Type Thing from Stone Temple Pilots, Glycerin from Bush. That kind of shit. That's going to be way more expensive. And even some of the bands where I'm these bands make a lot of sense here. So Portishead, deeply 90s band. Silverchair, another deeply 90s band. And Smashing Pumpkins, another deeply 90s band. They're all in there, but they selected weird songs. So I think it might have been with an eye towards how can we get more of a volume of songs than the songs we're going to have to pay a substantial amount of money for. There might be a look to that as well. This is certainly not cheap to get these songs though.
No. And I also feel the songs that they chose work well for the sequences that they do, because they are choreographed to the music in some cases. So it's I don't know. It's a weird, I don't know. I really do recommend it just for it's just so cheap relative to anything else, and it's so short. Your time investment is so low. If you're into these games, if you are a Life is Strange person, this is kind of a no-brainer. If you're not, maybe don't. But I'm not either. And I kind of dug it. I think it really is the time thing, man. I think about TikTok and Vine a lot, right? Where Vine was 6 seconds, right? That was the whole premise. It was a 6-second videos and that was it. So if somebody sent you a shitty Vine, you were just whatever, okay,
right,
it's over in 6 seconds. If someone sends you a shitty TikTok that's it could be 3 minutes, it's a lot more insulting. And so Mixtape is weird because I think it's good. It's not great. It's not a greatest game of all time or nothing. But for the time investment that you sink into it, 4 hours, it's a nice way to spend some time relative to a lot of the games in that genre that I think are just too unbearable. I can't do Life is Strange. I can't do Hella. Shut up. I can't do it. I can't do it. People were not saying Hella in 2013 when you did what do you? I don't. Whatever.
We didn't grow up in the right place for all that shit too. Just like Micah says, Wicked. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Which is anathema to Long Island. Which Hella would be. I didn't even know. I never even really thought that was a real thing until I moved to California. I'm wow, people really do say that. It's interesting.
Yeah. Wicked. That's Boston.
Yeah, exactly. It's wicked awesome. Ugh. All right. Dustin, do you have anything you want to say? He says you have the Steam controller here.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to talk since the DualSense was my go-to PC controller, and I'm sure is for a lot of our audience, and maybe they're curious about the Steam controller. I did get it. Here it is. You like the way that looks, Colin?
It looks like shit, but yeah, I'm glad.
Like
I don't know what else. I don't know what else they were going to do. It's did you see the leaked Xbox streaming controllers?
Yeah.
It's Jesus, does anyone have an industrial designer anymore? Christ's sake. But I think they have to, I don't know what they're going to do because they have to put those pads on there or whatever. So
yeah. But yeah, I've been using it since Tuesday, and the main reason I wanted it is that I don't know what's up with Sony. I don't know if it's the controller or whatever. To use this thing on Bluetooth on a PC absolutely sucks. If you use Bluetooth, you do not get the haptic or trigger features in it. The connection is unreliable. I would have my PC, which is beside my TV, and I'd have my controller in my lap and it would lose connection. So I'd have to hold my controller up at certain points to have it connect. The Steam controller has its own dedicated wireless puck that connects to it that has been excellent. And I gotta say, in terms of how it feels in my hand, I vastly prefer it to the DualSense. But I've always been a critic that I like the DualShock 4 in terms of how it feels over the DualSense. DualSense has a lot of cool features, don't get me wrong. But in terms of how it feels in my hand, the Steam controller has been really, really great. And I have been testing a bunch of different games on it, but something I was really curious about was the experience of playing games that aren't intended for controller support on the Steam controller. And Steam, one thing that PlayStation can learn from them is that you can customize this controller to do so many things. It's not necessarily always intuitive, but I've always thought it was lame that if you want to customize your controller on PlayStation, I believe you need to have a DualSense Edge. In terms of like customizing the 6, you might be able to remap some buttons.
You can remap buttons. I think you can remap some things through the system settings, but the full breadth of customization I think only comes with the Edge.
I was playing the game. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. It's called Scritchy Scratchy.
I do know that. Why do I know that?
It is everything's a Balatro like now. I don't really know how to describe it other than that, but it is a game about scratch off.
Oh my God.
Oh, I did see this. Yeah.
This game rules. This game is actually really fun where you use your money to buy scratch off cards. Then you get modifiers like increase your luck or increase your coin size.
That's funny.
Eventually you get a little robot because you're buying so many scratch off cards that will scratch off the cards for you. And you get like a fan that will blow the cards into the robot instead of having to manually drag them each time.
So ridiculous.
It seems like it's a parody almost.
Yeah, I'm
or a commentary.
Shocked. I thought it would be fun for a few minutes, and then I think I spent 2 hours playing it. And it is not a controller compatible game. So you're able to map everything to either the touchpad or you can map the mouse to the stick, and your triggers are your clicks and stuff like that. And it worked flawlessly. I don't know if I'd want to play like a heavy RTS on this, though, to be fair. I have not tried. I've heard of examples of people mapping games like World of Warcraft to a controller, and it's been great. So there's definitely a bit of a learning curve to it. But in terms of it being, a lot of people were hung up on the price point. I think in this economy and the fact that it has magnetic, I think it's TMR joysticks. So this is better than Hall Effect. So these are not going to get the dreaded stick drift. And the feature set that it comes with, the fact that it has its own wireless, the trackpads, the customization, and just overall how it feels, the back buttons on there. I think it's a fantastic controller. And I really hope, I don't necessarily want Sony to put, like, I don't need a dual trackpad system. It's not required on a console controller because you're not playing PC games on a console. But I really do hope at some point that Sony it's as uneloquent as it is, give people an option to have back buttons that isn't a $200 controller. Whether they're, in my personal opinion on the Steam controller, they're built in. I think that would maybe bother some people, but it feels so good on this one that it's like, if you never want to use these, that's fine.
Wait a minute. Nishino's calling me. He said, I'm sorry, we can't do that. You should have bought Saros.
Damn it. I bought it. I tried. So yeah, Steam controller, pretty cool. Goodbye DualSense for PC. Should have done a little better.
He said that either the R&D money for that goes to Housemarque or they get closed down and you can have your controller. But you should have bought Saros, and then we would have had to make this difficult choice, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Bummer. Which is the way it goes sometimes.
Bummer.
Cool, man. Glad you're enjoying it. And you did it. Yeah, you streamed with it, right? And that's when I came in and talked to you a little bit. But yeah, it seems like people are really into it. So
yeah, I think that. So there was a lot of difficulty with the initial allotment where people were not able to order one. Some may remember the Sacred streaming. I was like, yep, I'm pressing the continue button over and over. There's another pre-order round where I think they're trying to combat scalpers by just like anyone, you can put in a pre-order at any point and you will eventually get one. But so yeah, look forward. If you're interested, you can get one from Valve. Who knows when their Steam Machine or VR headset is coming out. Sounds like they're ramping up to do it because they got like a shipment that like on declarations or it said game consoles. It was like,
oh really?
2 tons of
people are so nerdy. They're looking at their fucking their shipping declarations now.
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, so who knows?
All right, man. All right, well, that's what we're playing. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, ideas, and end this episode perhaps on a high note. I mean, it'll be up to where we go with all of these. Of course, you could submit your inquiries on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Use the thread in the newsfeed each week for the different shows. Please enjoy submitting your inquiry and seeing if I select it or not. Going with Andrew Walsh, who says, hello, Sacred Boys. I think I'm getting to my breaking point with social media. I've never seen a so-called fan base hate something they supposedly love more than gamers. From Resident Evil to Pragmata and Marathon, Saros and now Mixtape is next on the chopping block. What is it with these people? What games do they actually get enjoyment out of? It truly is at the point where staying off social media and just enjoying the games you enjoy is the way to go. I just can't handle the constant negativity on a hobby I love. What say you guys? Is the gaming space in its worst state it's ever been? Why are people not allowed to enjoy stuff anymore? I think part of the audience is tired of talking about these kinds of things, which I get. However, we had a lot of inquiries about this week, and this was the top ranking inquiry, or one of them. So I thought we would go with it. Chris, what's going on out there with the people?
I don't know, man. I really do think it's just a matter of we've incentivized the wrong things. I think being able to buy verification on Twitter is a nightmarish decision that was so dumb. That was obviously dumb in the beginning. I don't know why anybody thought that there was even a modicum of a good idea there.
I don't think it really worked because they just gave me mine back. Like, I think a lot of people didn't even. I think a lot of people didn't even buy it, and then they're like, "All right."
Yeah,
because I was like, "All right, I don't care. I'm not gonna buy. I'm not paying for that." So. And
Twitter is like, it's kind of the new public square. I don't think it really is, because there's a different, like, that's always been a kind of a problem with me, where it's just like, it's not really a public square if you can just run out and anonymously scream random shit.
Yeah.
and then disappear. It's not really analogous, but like, it is kind of the front page of the internet now, and it's where a lot of discourse is. There's a profit incentive to be negative, because it's inherently more interesting. It's more juicy. It's the same thing. It's the same reason why tabloids and shit were more enticing than, like, real news. It's just like, well, I want to see I want to see how Britney Spears and that alien hooked up, in 2007 or whatever, like National Enquirer type nonsense. I don't know. I think it's that. I think it's the incentivization of that for profit or attention. That's what's sad about it too, is that, like, it's not even profitable really for a lot of these people. It's just like they're getting attention, and that sustains them somehow. I think it's just a lot of posers, to be honest with you. I think a lot of people don't play games.
Yeah, I think that's obvious.
Spend a lot of time. I mean, that was more obvious with Mixtape than anything for me, where it's just like, because I only saw the discourse after I had finished it, really. Like, I saw some people complaining about it, but like, that was expected. It was more people complaining about the 10 out of 10 reviews. And then I went online and saw like the criticism of it. It's just like, oh, well, you didn't actually play this. You didn't even do the due diligence of like watching a playthrough of it to know that, like, yeah, it's not like the song of like the criticism that you were bringing up earlier about like, oh, these aren't the songs of the 90s. And it's like, yeah. It's like, it's very strange. And I see that a lot, not just from Mixtape, but like other games too. It's just like, where it's like, you clearly didn't engage with this thing that you care about so deeply somehow. And of course, it's not real care. It's like, it's just what's going to get clicks and what's going to get money. It is a bummer. But yeah, I would argue that now is kind of the worst time to talk about games probably ever. Just because conversations are rewarded by inauthenticity, or being inauthentic is actually like the best way to like get ahead, really, because it's just like, oh, it's the most inflammatory, or it's the most like wrong but sensational, and then it gets the most replies, it gets the most engagement, people comment on it, and even the people who comment on it earnestly, who are like, hey, this is not exactly how this is, that's feeding into it because it's rewarding it with a response. And it's just like, you can't really win. Like, the best way to do anything now really is in person. And it sucks because in person is like the least accessible type of way to do things now compared to how it used to be, because it's no longer the default. And I really don't know how you fix that, really, but it's bad. And I don't think there's a way out of it, really.
What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, it is bad. In some ways, I don't know if it's any worse or just more in our face, probably because of what Chris is saying is like algorithmically, it is feeding these things to you all the time. And I totally get Andrew, like for some people, and I don't think this is like a greater than or less than situation. It's like, sometimes you got to get out. Like, to me, I think of the whole marathon situation where I've seen this for me. I've seen it for Chris. I've seen it for our beloved Pork Poncho. You tweet about marathon, you are going to have people come after you. And it doesn't matter what you say. Doesn't matter. It can simply be a statement of enjoyment. And I guess the question is whether or not you're going to let that bother your enjoyment or not. And I choose to, I don't know if it's a choice or just like personal deposition or something where it's just like, that's fine. Like, I don't care that people, when I tweet about Marathon, that people are mad about it. It just doesn't, I guess it's bothersome because it's annoying and I wish it wasn't that way, but it's not going to stop me from trying to elevate the conversation around games. And I think that's important. And I don't know if everyone should do this or everyone, again, has the fortitude to do it, but it's like the conversation's bad because the normal people that can talk are retreating. And so I don't want to tell anyone what to do, but I encourage people that if you're disheartened by this, that number one, you don't engage in that as much as possible. And I get this. Like, I got to take a swipe or two at people every once in a while.
Oh yeah, I do.
Like, everyone has to.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, like a Marathon tweet, I swipe back at a few people because it was just so stupid and it's fun. But like when I see people that are, even in my own, like a Marathon tweet that I made, there's people that are going back and forth, 17, 20 replies back and forth. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, give it up on either side, defenders or haters, whatever. But my encouragement is that like, we got to change the conversation around and how it operates. And we have to try to push that as normality. I
think the thing that annoys me the most about it is that like, I think the type of discourse is indicative of a population that is cognitively incapable of doing that.
Sure.
That's what's depressing about it. It's not even that like you hate this game, like whatever. Like there's plenty of games I can't stand, or they're just like that don't do it for me. But like the inability to articulate why, because you actually don't know that you feel that way about it because you actually don't engage with it, is crazy to me. Like, and it's just like that from that perspective, it's disappointing. I'm like, oh my God, like people can't speak anymore. People can't like articulate themselves anymore. And there's not even an incentive to be educated about what it is you're talking about, because it yields no benefit, because you'll get less interaction probably if you're speaking from a place of like actual authoritative, like I've done this, or I've played this, or I've experienced this, or I've watched this movie, or I've listened to this album. Like it's
right.
It doesn't change the outcome, really. In fact, it makes it worse because you're going to have a more nuanced take that is less sexy, that is less, shareable.
Sure.
And so like, I don't know. It doesn't affect my enjoyment of video games. Like video games, I still like, I could give a fuck. I could give a fuck how many people are bothered by me playing Marathon. If anything, it like enhances the experience in some way for me, because I'm just like, I know somebody's seeing me on Marathon right now and they're upset, and that's funny.
Yeah.
But it does make the social media experience worse. I really do think the social media experience is worse than it's ever been.
Yeah. One other thing I do want to say is that I think Andrew is mostly targeting in on like the hater mentality culture.
Sure.
I just want to point out, and I'm not saying Andrew is ignoring this, but I think it does go both ways too, where like criticism of a game, you can be constructive about it, or you can state your opinion and it's perceived as the same as an inflammatory person at the same time. And that also is like something that I would love to see ease up. I don't know if it's going to, but like when I did my review video on Resident Evil, I was pretty critical about it. I was pretty critical on our spoiler cast and on Sacred as well. And some of the not from Sacred listeners on my own channel, which it got a lot like a wider audience. The people that were like, you didn't really understand the game. You didn't play it 8 times. You weren't there when Resident Evil came out on PlayStation 1. How could you even have this type of criticism for it? I'm like, no, simply no. Like this is not how this works. So yeah, it is a little bit of both ways, but I guess to summarize and reiterate my point is that I think it is important that people try to push back in a way that does not, as Chris was saying, like, don't engage with certain people. And I think, like, I don't know, like, Twitter really shouldn't be, it's a source of entertainment for us, I think, in a lot of ways. And it is a way that we receive news.
Yeah, it's a useful tool, unfortunately.
It's certainly not where I want to read informed gaming takes. Yeah. I would hope that people, like, I hope that with this show that we're able to give informed, nuanced opinions or YouTubers or whatever conversations out there.
The thing that really confuses me is that, like, it's like, oh, you're paid to be positive about this game. It's like, you know how much money I could make if I was just negative about literally all of this? It's insane. Like, I've seen what makes you cheer. Like, I could milk you people for like a lot, like, very easily, like, insane. Like, it's trivial.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel like it actually goes both ways too. Like, I talk about how we always, Arc Raiders, for instance, wanted to sponsor us last year and stuff like that. And we get all these other opportunities pretty often, to the point where we still have to, most of them are turned down for us now, but still every once in a while. I remember when something bubbled up with Nintendo last year, and like I told you guys our ad reps came to us. I'm like, are you sure? Like, I could very easily stream a game for you, tell you how good it is, not criticize it, and make $10,000. I could do that all the time, by the way. $5,000 here, $10,000 there. Like, that's what, you're right that it goes both ways. People are deeply inauthentic based on various strings being pulled that get them towards the end that they want, which is usually money. I respect that. I want money too. But I think, and we've reflected on this recently, is I like them experimenting with Twitter and doing all sorts of different, or X or whatever, and doing all sorts of different things with it. I think some of it has worked. I think some of it hasn't. And I think one of the things, it's like Game Pass, what we say about that all the time, where it's like, you don't really know until you try, right? And I like the idea of them saying, like, well, what if we paid people to use it? Like, what if people made content here? I just don't think it works. And I think you ultimately have to have the forum mentality of, you're in it for the love of the game.
Right.
Or you're not in it at all. And let it be a tool to get people, let it be a promotional tool for, and Twitter makes this difficult by throttling this sort of thing, but it's like, show off your YouTube, upload your videos or your essays or whatever, make money on being a personality or an influencer of some sort, but the platform doesn't have to pay you. And I think if you just got rid of that one thing, I think a lot of this would change. You used to have to gravitate towards the place to go to bitch like this about video games. You're right, Dustin, that like people have been bitching about video games like this since the 80s. I mean, I wasn't on the Usenet, but you can hear plenty of stories about people on there, and they were nuts. And then, of course, the 90s era, Web 1.0 and the forums, where the era I come from, everyone was crazy. But you had to go to those places. A lot of it was just as bad. It just wasn't as voluminous and common. It seems to find you. If I wanted that kind of shit, I had to go on GameFAQs, then go to like the message board of the game, and then I had to click on the thread, and then it's like, now I go on Twitter, and because I like video games, it assumes I want to see all of this bullshit. Right. And it does feel sometimes like I've been using social media less just by virtue. I've just been busy. Like, it's springtime, I'm outside, I'm doing things in the yard, I'm just busy with other things. Like, I'm just not on it as much anymore. But I kind of resent that in order to avoid the drama and the nonsense, you have to just not use it. And I think what they need to do is to fix that. And I just think that some of the fixes are easy. Geo-blocking, I think, is a huge thing in social media. I said it on Sacred Streaming. Then Dustin, like, I would block 90% of the world like that. No offense. But like, I don't need to hear what you think about our politics or like this or that. I don't care about what's going on in your part of the world or things I don't understand in another language, all this kind of shit. Just reduce it to its bare essence of like why you're actually there. Understand your user base better. Stop mixing everyone up into this global bowl. You know,
they don't want that because it's like, it's not, to fix that would mean there's less sensationalism and less engagement and less traffic.
Right. And we said that exact thing. And you're absolutely right. And what I was saying was like, couldn't you have a story, like a pitch for your ad people being like, we're going to reduce our traffic and it's going to be much more meaningful. Now our CPMs go up because the people here are real, or they matter, or your ad for an American restaurant is not playing for someone in Pakistan or something. You know what I mean? Like, is there a way to sell it? And could you make the product better? Some of the things they did made sense. They fired most of the Twitter and it was fine. Like that, they weren't doing anything. It's the system, the underlying system in it. And Twitter's been so successful that like X is bigger than ever. And I think it's seeping like the mentality of the small L libertarian. Yeah. Because I love what you said, Chris. Like you can't really have, and I think this is a great point. You can't have the town square without knowing who you are. That's why I'm not terribly offended by people being forced to kind of ID themselves. I think like that's a slippery slope.
Yeah, it's too
But
slippery
as long as it's opt in, you know what I mean? Then it's like, just don't use it. Go use some other anonymous thing. But at least we know everyone here is real. Whatever here might be.
Agree.
I don't know what here is.
I agree. I think
no one should be forced by the barrel of a gun to say like, who are you on the internet? But if you're using a service, maybe you should want to know who that person is, and maybe it's important for everyone to know that person's real, and maybe your name should back up the shit you talk. You know? It's easy to say things anonymously. People say it to us every day. You know exactly who I am when I say what I say.
Right. That's the thing that kind of like it makes me like I don't know, man. I say everything I say regardless of like how controversial it is with my face and name attached to it. Like so like whenever somebody's like I'm too scared. Like I get that there's some places where it's just like some countries or whatever where you can be like executed for like saying whatever it is that you want to say. It's like I get that. But in America it's just like I don't know, man. Are you really that afraid now? Like just the RFK's like cutting penises off of raccoons, you know, like you're fine.
He's catching starlings at airports.
Right. Like, I just don't know what everybody's so like worried is going to come out about them. Like, it almost makes me mega suspicious of a person who's like, you're that anonymous now with all the shit that flies. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell are you doing?
Don't get it. Also, people are unmasked all the time, too. It's like almost easier to just be yourself and not have to worry about it.
Right.
Like, and it's true. Like I've always said what I've said. I've never had an anonymous account. My GameFAQs name is C Moriarty.
Right. Yeah.
You know, like I've never been anonymous. Like my IGN name was Moriarty-IGN. I never had an anonymous name really. And then social media obviously erased all that in my public facing thing in the media. Obviously I've gotten paid for it and all the rest and it's been successful, but like I've had the balls to say everything with my chest.
Right.
Regardless of how you feel about it. Yeah, the cowardly anonymity thing only works if you're like an insider in the government or something, or you're like
a
whistleblower. Otherwise, like
whistleblower,
maybe just don't say off out of pocket crazy shit, and you won't have to worry about your anonymity. And again, I think that you shouldn't be forced to say or do anything, but I just think it's maybe having a gate of saying like, okay, but if you want access to this, then
I don't know. Technology, we have a responsibility to steward technology, I think. And we haven't done it. We haven't done it well.
I agree. So yeah, Andrew, I hear you 100%. A lot of you wrote in about this. A lot of you want to talk about it. I think we're kind of beholden on the show to the reality of the ecosystem. So like that is kind of what it is right now. I think hiding from it and pretending it's not happening is stupid. It's similar to what I think has happened on social media. We're talking about Twitter and we always bring up Blue Sky as well, as like, I've said before, I think the people on Blue Sky have made a massive strategic error by alienating and isolating themselves from the conversation. You know, you got to be where the conversation is. Unfortunately, we have no choice as Sacred Symbols, but to be wherever people are, wherever the PlayStation conversation is happening, wherever the games are being released, wherever the conversation might lead us. So we're kind of beholden to this, and like doing it without that insight into the greater ecosystem, I think is disingenuous.
Sure.
And I don't want to cover games like that. Because then it makes it then you're really making games into products and not social phenomena. And that's fine to a degree, but not really what I want to do personally.
Right.
Connor McCurdy wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Gents, I saw Game Informer getting some heat this week for obsessed GTA 6 fans." He says 4, but he means 6. Over a stream they were building hype for when they would reveal their next cover game. It obviously wasn't GTA, and now people are going after them for sabotaging the devs. My question for you boys is this. Is it fair to place any blame on Game Informer for doing the stream on a day where a GTA trailer was rumored to drop, or should fans do a firm stand down? I personally think they shouldn't be responsible for unsubstantiated rumors created by the internet, but that's just me. Thank you, boys, for all you do. This is interconnected with the first question, in my opinion. The game that they were revealing, I guess, was The Blood of Dawnwalker.
Right.
Which is one of my most anticipated games. This, to me, is a common sense issue. Although maybe that's asking too much, as you said earlier. Like what is the average IQ of a person out there these days? I don't know. I don't know anymore.
It worries me.
When I saw this rumor going around, which was happening like a day before the stream, I think, and the day of the stream, and everyone's like, I'm like, I want you to understand that you're suggesting that Rockstar is going to reveal in a meaningful way Grand Theft Auto 6 in Game Informer in 2026. I want to make sure I understand this argument. Like, that's what you think is going to happen? You think that Rockstar is going to go to the revived post-closure Game Informer without their connection to GameStop anymore, which is the only reason Game Informer was relevant for the last 15 years of its existence. And it's like, it's just one of those things where I'm like, I just see things every once in a while where I'm like, that's obviously not happening. And I don't understand why people don't know that couldn't have possibly been Grand Theft Auto. That game, I'm pretty sure GTA 4 and GTA 5 were both on Game Informer covers. And probably before that, I wasn't even really I was never really a Game Informer.
Yeah.
But that's a different era. Like, I've said it to people before, but just to reiterate, even in the days of IGN, we would go around and try to get exclusives and reveals, and everyone would always say, like, the thing that's most valuable to us, even though we know you're bigger, we know you have bigger reach. Two things. Number one, GameStop. Game Informer's right there. Pre-order our game, blah, blah, blah. Number two, I walk into my boss's office with a magazine in my hand. And I'm like, and I drop it on his desk. And there's our game on a magazine, and it's just so easy to sell to the executives. That's an antiquated way of looking at things these days. That would have been the boon of the century, by the way. If somehow this new Game Informer got them to reveal Grand Theft Auto 6 in the new game. I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah.
No, it's not Game Informer's fault. It's everyone else's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mental retard. As mental retard.
There's the thing too about, like, wasn't it like so there was a stream that they were building hype for
cover reveal.
A cover reveal. Not only is what you guys said perfect, because it's just like what is why would Rockstar go to Game Informer? But like, also, what is Game Informer going to do if they've already had these things in? You know what I mean? It's a magazine. Like, it's kind of established what it's going to be. Like, all of these are moving parts that take a while. It's not like they're going to be like, oh, GTA's rumored, let's push it. You know what I mean? Let's push our magazine. It's like, that's not how that works either. None of this. I didn't even catch wind of this happening because I just didn't even assume that any of that would be a relevant factor. Like, none of this. I'm bewildered that this was even a story.
It seems like something's going on concurrent to when we're recording this with Grand Theft Auto. Like, I guess there was a leak about a pre-order thing going live on the 18th, right? So it seems like the new trailer might be coming. Mm-hmm. I think people are conflating all of these things, and leaks, I think, are starting to happen more materially if you like know where to look. And I'm not saying I do. I'm just saying, like, there are like deep GTA forums and like 4chan and like all sorts of shit where like people actually say things that are true all the time. You just have to know where to look and like what to believe. We're going to talk about one of those things in a moment, actually. But yeah, I mean, I guess they could do a Grand Theft Auto 6 Game Informer cover in the future. I just feel like that sounds insane compared to it
would be post reveal.
Right, exactly. And just knowing the way the magazines worked back in the day, the magazines would always get games before us, which always annoyed us. But they would even get pre-gold builds of games that were basically done but not certified because they needed all of this lead time. So a lot of it, they used to always talk about like how much of a risk it was because you really had to trust these dudes. Like, they were getting access sometimes 6 weeks before everyone else or something like that. Like, they had all of it. They were capturing footage. They had all the layout. They had all the assets. They had the interviews ready to go. I just don't know why you would put yourself in that position for Game Informer in 2026. I understand putting yourself in that position in Game Informer in 2010. Completely. 100%. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I look like an idiot for thinking that. Randy's whore ex-wife wrote in and said, greetings and salutations. That's, of course, a reference to Sacred Streaming. Care to comment, Dustin? I'm really curious what you think about this. Care to comment on the FromSoft leaks detailing a pirate setting for the new game? God bless all ceruleans. I'll hang up and listen. That's a reference to what the game's title might be. I don't know if you guys have been following this. I'll put it here in the chat. A Game Rant article. Apparently on 4chan, there are some interesting leaks going on about what the next game might be, and it seems to be pirate related. And I don't know. Do you believe any of this stuff?
As soon as I hear it leak from 4chan, I kind of tune out.
Really? Because I was just saying, like, shit leaks there that's real pretty regularly. People say shit that's true all the time there. Like, I'm not saying everything's real or most of it or even a preponderance of it. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying, like, people clearly go there to say shit because they're going to get away with it.
Certainly. I feel like it's a broken clock is right twice a day situation with 4chan where, yes, there has been absolutely things that have leaked there. There is also many, many fakes that have come from 4chan. I think part of this said that they were going to announce it at a Summer Game Fest and then release it in August. I was like,
that doesn't make any sense.
It's like,
well, they might be, they're bigger than we think, I think, at this point, but that would be like, what about the Dustbloods?
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's like multiple leaks going on or something. I guess if I want to entertain the idea, this idea of a From Software dark pirate fantasy where you're going to different islands that are each their own, Dark Souls type level, sounds very cool. And I'm sure that the art directors and the artists at From Software would make the sickest pirate designs ever. And it sounds really, really cool. But I just, on a personal level, I like speculating on things. I guess there's only so much effort that I could put into speculating on this slim of a rumor to me. So we'll see. It could very well end up being true. I just in this current leak culture, it's harder for me to see that and be like, oh man, what could it be? Because I just am prepared to be disappointed that it's not real.
I think you're right in that it needs to come from a certain person that we really know is trustworthy. Typically, I think everyone gets something wrong sometimes, and the other thing is that I think I'm especially acutely aware of this. I mean, this has been talked about for a few years now, but especially with what happened with Star Fox, where I think the companies are starting to fuck with people, like to try to out who's leaking things. And this might be one of those things for all I know. Because if I were working at, like, we love the leaks, we eat them up. If I were at one of these companies, I would literally go to the ends of the earth to know who was leaking this shit. If we were like working on a game or something like that and then people were leaking information about it, I'd be fucking furious. Like if I were Cory Barlog, and he's clearly upset based on what we can observe on the Faye leak for the new God of War game or whatever, what it is. If I were him, I'd be like going up and I'd be talking to everyone. Literally, I'd have people in one-on-ones be like, here, did you leak the game? Like, are you talking to people? At least try to like figure out, it's a high trust thing to make a game for 4 or 5 years and rely on everyone to not say shit, even to your own family a lot of times. Yeah. So we'll see. Sounds neat. The timing, they could do anything because obviously Duskbloods is a Switch only game. They could obviously do things on other platforms at the same time. I just don't know why you would want to do that even for your own internal finances. You want to spread things out. So
I'm trying to find, because unfortunately, I clicked the link to see the 4chan post. So I'm on a watch list now.
Yeah, that's all right.
But it's not on there. So I'm trying to remember where I saw that. Maybe they were talking about Duskbloods.
Where was it on? Was it on a I saw a thing on gaming leaks and rumors on Reddit as well. I always go there every week to see what people are saying. That's a place where we've said this before. I love all these websites. We use them a lot. Video Games Chronicle, Push Square, my old stomping grounds, IGN, all the rest. I respect them and I think they're all doing great work in their own ways, but they are all very careful not to fuck with the companies too much. And so things will happen that they won't talk about on their sites that are clear leaks. Like I'm pretty sure the Insomniac stuff was that, right? Like some of the sites wouldn't even acknowledge the Insomniac leaks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, that's
I think they said specifically that they wouldn't, right?
Right, exactly. And it's like, I don't know about that. I'm not saying you should be the one leaking it. Although maybe you should be. I mean, if someone like leaked it to you, do you have some sort of journalistic obligation to leak it? I don't know. We had a lot of those conversations back in my media days, like when we famously leaked Destiny 1. That was literally that we've talked about this before. Literally, someone found a book in a bar. That's literally what happened, as I recall. It's like someone left like a folder, like a binder. And then I'm pretty sure that person shopped the binder around. Like knew what it was. Because I think most people would have just put it in a lost and found or thrown it away or maybe even contacted the people or somehow. But this person knew what he was looking at. Yeah. Like the bartender or the waiter or whatever. And
it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And what I recall about that was that like Kotaku had it first, and I think that they wouldn't do anything with it. And that's I think why we did it But I don't think I'm not saying anyone paid for it, but it's not like TMZ pays for shit all the time, like information.
Sure.
I don't think you should be the one cracking in the companies. I don't think you should be like gray hat hacking. I don't think you should be like, but like if things exist in the ecosystem, I think you have some sort of responsibility to report on it. Sometimes, unfortunately, because again, we're the recipients of reality as it is.
Right.
So anyway,
so just to follow up,
yeah,
because I want to clear what I was saying. In this GameRant article, it says, quote, "There's no information as to when the game could release," which again clashes with the initial leak, as it had claimed From Software's pirate game would debut just months after its reveal in August. So there is multiple leaks with clashing information, and that's where things get fucky.
But right. I wonder if those, I mean, again, it's impossible to know, but I wonder if the multiple leaks indicate that the core of it is real, right? Mm-hmm. Two people are leaking independently about this pirate game or whatever it is. Now, it sounds like it takes place in a huge ship, right? That's what they were saying. It's actually, which was kind of disappointing. I'm like, well, what is that? Like, it would be cool to take place in like the open ocean. That sounds kind of dope.
Well, I think you take the ship to different places.
Right. But I was like, it would be cool if you like boarded people's ships and like had like like it was crazy Dark Souls or Elden Ring, but like on the open ocean with like archipelagos and armadas and flotillas.
That'd be cool.
And, you can have that, Fromsoft. I know you guys are in desperate need of ideas. I'm only kidding.
For free.
Bloated Belly of Milk wrote in and said, "Hey, Krispy Kremed and Trio. This goes out to Chris and Dustin. I'm sure people are getting tired of the marathon discussions, but I don't care. I'm all for it. What are your thoughts about the upcoming Season 2 update coming next month? I'm excited to see Night Marsh finally and the changes, but I'm also interested to see player retention, since this will be the real growing pain for a lot of players with the factory reset for everyone coming with Season 2. Anyway, I'll hang up and listen as I find more Krispy Kreme donuts for no reason at all. What's with you and Krispy Kreme?"
Yeah.
And his name, the Bloated Belly of Milk. I'm uneasy.
Yeah, I'm uneasy about the whole thing. Krispy Kreme's too rich for my taste. So I talked about this a little bit on the Reforged Gaming show that I was on. I was talking about where I am also fascinated specifically by retention, also by the idea of new sales. Because from an outsider's perspective, I look at it and the way I described it, I was like, I think the game is getting increasingly sweaty. And I think the only way you can unleash that valve is to reset the game. And then maybe that will feel more welcoming to other people. But the reality is that the people that are getting reset are still going to play and they're just going to be better. So there might be a problem here. But I don't know. I'm very curious to know what you guys think as players.
Yeah. So I guess to make this not so in-depth about Marathon for the people that are in, but for the people that are on the outside looking in, Season 2 is not going to fix Marathon. In fact, I would maybe even kind of expect Season 2 to get a little bit worse, because the player number thing is twofold. Number one is that people don't want to get into the game this late into the season. Mm-hmm. And I think that makes total sense. Second thing is that the crazy hardcore players are either still playing and just like fucking around because they've done everything in the game, basically. They fought Compiler, and so now they're just hanging out in cryo and trying to find and kill teams and get better loot. But like, for example, someone like me, if I beat Compiler this weekend, I'm putting Marathon down until Season 2. I've done everything that I want to do. And I'm sure there's lots of people that did that. They were like, I'm good for now. In Season 2, there hasn't been enough time for them to make anything radically new for new players. So I expect to put less time into Season 2 than Season 1. Now, as we've been as we've been talking, Chris, maybe you saw this. Mm-hmm, they just put out a long thing about in season, like more things they're doing in Season 2. They're adding an experimental PvE mode. Which is they said that they want to do experimental PvE, experimental PvP modes, because right now the game is technically PvPVE. So like exclusive PvP modes, exclusive PvE modes. And I do think that will help, certainly. I think there is an element there, probably want to capture some of the Destiny audience, the Destiny dads that don't want to sweat every night.
Yeah.
So I guess getting back to my original point is like season 2 isn't going to fix Marathon, and I expect the player counts will continue to be low, but and it's tough because some of this information just came out like within the last hour. But it's clear that they want to continue to work on the game. They mentioned specifically in this post that they want to work on player onboarding, which is maybe one of the most important factors to bringing this game back, is having people try to understand the game at an earlier point instead of floundering around for 5 hours like I did, and many other people as well. So I think they are smart enough to understand that there is something here, and the people that play this game and get it absolutely love it. And they, in order to make an extraction shooter at this budget and have it be commercially viable, they need to figure out ways to make it more appealing to casual players, which is it's two opposites. So the PvE mode is going to be a step in the right direction, but it's going to take a while.
Anything to add, Chris?
No, I mean, I was my eyes were darting around because I was like, this is a really long write up.
Yeah,
that they posted. It's actually like, I'm excited to like have a cup of coffee and read it because it's extensive.
Yeah, like there's a section, what we've learned. Number 1, Marathon is overwhelming to learn.
Right.
I can't wait to read this too. So sorry.
Yeah. So I agree with a lot of what Dustin said. Like I don't know, man. I think Marathon's such a weird game because it really is. Like I understand that people think we're paid or whatever, but it's insane to think that. But like, I mean, it really is just so good as a first person shooter.
You guys pay us. That's right. Like you're confused.
Yeah, like so like I think they understand that they have something good. I think they have, and I think there's a lot of conversations about like player retention. Like from their metric, it's good. From Steam player counts, like concurrent, it's bad. I don't know what to make of that. Really, I think what's more interesting to me is like less how many people are playing at once and more like what are the daily active users. Like that's the thing that I want to know. Like, because that's more indicative, because I know personally, anecdotally, like I've spent less time playing Marathon than I did the first week, because obviously, right. There's other things to do. There's other things to play. There's just like life that you've then put aside to play this fucking game that you got to get back to. I know Pork is the same way. So like, I think like what I would be curious about is like, what are the daily active users looking like? What does that say to you? And it clearly says enough for them to be like, no, we're going to keep sticking with this because like we have enough retention. People are playing maybe less because it is a demanding game. Like I still play more or less every day. Like but it's like maybe 1 or 2 runs. And like the second I lose, I'm like, that's enough for today. It's enough for today. I can't handle it. So it's intense, but I do think they're going about it in the right ways. I think they've got a great IP. I think they've got a great foundation. I think they've got great lore to pull from. I think they've got great places to go. The second they start adding the aliens from the original Marathon into this, which like I imagine that will happen at some point, it's like it's going to be. I would imagine this game is going to be very, very different in the coming years than it is today, and I'm excited to see like where that goes. I think Bungie's really, really good at growing a great foundation into something that people really give a shit about. I think they've always been good at that. So. Hopefully they have the time to figure that out, and hopefully they're given some level of leeway in the sense that like they have a strong community here that's invested, that they're happy with it, that they wish it was better, but that they understand that if you're going to get involved in live service, the game is evolving, and the game is capturing people and like enticing people to come in over time. And I don't think season 2 is going to be like a magnificent like grand overhaul, but I do think they've made a lot of progress in season 1, and I think season 2 is going to do a lot of that as well. I think the PvE mode is smart. I think I even pitched on Twitter a long time ago like they should do like a firefight type thing that just takes place at the individual POIs, where it's just waves and waves, and like there's some boss or something. There's already bosses in the game, you can do it. But I'm curious to see where it goes, because I think it's really, really fucking good, and we'll see. I think we might do for season 2, are we planning anything for like Sacred or so, like a Sacred Plus or something?
We could.
I know.
Absolutely.
I know Brad wants to have Pork on Summon Sign for a season 2 episode.
Yeah. We can get something going for that. If we want to do it there instead, I'm fine with that. I want to keep talking about Marathon.
Yeah.
I think I keep saying that I think it's exciting that we have a game internally that people are really excited about. I don't really give a shit about how it's doing personally. I'm happy that the people I like and know are enjoying it. And I think I love my weird analogies. Obviously, I use them all the time, but I do think my analogy of like, this is a beachhead. You lost a lot of soldiers on this thing. Like you died, you bled to like get this little piece of land. You got to keep it. Like, I don't think you abandon it. Look around you. It's a fucking world war out there, man. Like, you got a little piece of land here. Just see what you can do with it. And see if you can expand and get off the beach. You know, right. But don't give it up. I think that would be a mistake. People like it. It would be different if it was shedding players and people were like, this game sucks. But really, the people that play like it. It has a real group of. It's so funny, man. Steam DB and the cat. It's fucked so much shit up. And I don't mind more data. I like data, so it's less obfuscated than ever. Like, people know have a material view into how games, at least on PC, are doing.
It's valuable and it's interesting, but like, I don't think people know how to read it quite right. Like, because I saw the same thing with Mixtape, where it's like, it's only got a couple thousand concurrent players, and it's like, it's a 4-hour single player game. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's like Mixtape is gonna sell like 6 million copies or some bullshit like that. There's no shot that happens. Although at $20 a pop, maybe it sells pretty well. But like, concurrent player counts for a game like that is insane. Like, I don't even know what you're trying to glean from that. Like, it's almost useless.
Yeah, someone said that to us. Oh yeah, we are all-time peak. Someone was making fun of me on Twitter for we have 44 players all-time peak on Saint Slayer, and I'm like, dude, that's like, you have any idea how big that is for us on PC? I'm not trying to like be like that's like the biggest hit in the world, but I'm like, dude, our game has already sold more on PC. I think Saint Slayer outsold most of our games on PC in like a few days. Like, PC was where it did really, really well for us, actually, along with PSN. And so it gives people this like distorted vision that everything needs to be doing this certain amount of, and I'm like, it's really kind of dependent on the product.
Right.
Anyway, Marathon Season 2 coming in June, reset. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm excited to read through this article.
Holden Tudix wrote in and said, hey guys, this one is mainly for Colin and Dustin. So on a recent Japanese podcast,
Holden Tudix.
Holden Tudix.
Yeah.
Holden, it's a bad one. Holden Tudix.
It's holding two dicks.
Holden Tudix. Oh, Holden Two Dicks. Oh, I didn't get that one. Holden Tudix.
I didn't until Chris laughed, and I was like, oh, what is it?
That's great.
And, yeah.
Holden Two Dicks writes in and says, hey guys, this one is mainly for Colin and Dustin. So on a recent Japanese podcast, Yuji Horii, Dragon Quest series creator, was quoted saying the next Dragon Quest game will be shown on Dragon Quest Day, May 27th. So my question is, are you guys as hyped as I am? Will you be doing a stream for LSM to watch all that could be revealed for the 40th anniversary? Thanks for all the content, guys. I'll go fuck off now and listen. I was thinking May 27, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a Wednesday. We could stream that. But if it's in Japan, it might be a weird time. I don't like. I'm totally open. I am very interested. I'm trying to read between the lines. Like, I'm trying to assure myself they're talking about Dragon Quest 12, and I'm giving them all these outs that's not actually what they're talking about. You know, that they're gonna be like, oh, here's like a Dragon Quest 4 or whatever, and all we want to see is Dragon Quest 12 at this point. It's been a long fucking time. It's been 8 years since Dragon Quest 11 came out. It's enough already, dude. Like, I there should always be a mainline Dragon Quest game in development, and it shouldn't take this long. And it's annoying. So I definitely want to see this new game, and it's supposed to be we don't know almost anything about it. It seems to me like it's taken so long and they're so cagey about it that it's maybe not going great. I don't know how else to interpret it. It's like, why is this taking so long? So yeah, what do you think, Dustin? Dragon Quest 40th anniversary on May 27th. Is that what it is?
Yep.
Yeah. So yep, there it is. So we'll definitely watch that as long as it's an appropriate time. That's not so super inconvenient. We'll stream that, and then we'll talk about it the next day on Sacred. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I am excited. I'm still a pretty fresh fan of Dragon Quest. Not that I I played a decent amount of 11, but it fell away from me. So it wasn't until 7 Reimagined that I'm like fully was in.
That game wouldn't end.
Play it. It's much shorter, the new version.
Yeah.
I'm very curious because I believe they said they want this to be a more mature Dragon Quest title. So what does that mean? Who knows? This is a big one too, because didn't one of the main guys behind Dragon Quest die? And I'm not talking about Akira Toriyama, who obviously now has passed. R.I.P.
Who was it? Oh, Koichi Sugiyama, the composer.
Yeah,
That was a few years ago, though. Toriyama, yeah, I mean, that's it. Let me see what does Gemini say? Yeah, I mean, it only shows Toriyama, which we all know, and then Sugiyama, who is the composer of the games.
Yeah,
and he already apparently his work on 12 is done.
Yeah, so it is a little sad that this is the final Akira Toriyama Dragon Quest game. So, but yeah, I'm very excited. I want to know more. I would expect also on this day, it sounds like, I wonder if we'll get PS5 ports of Dragon Quest 11. It sounds like they're releasing a Switch 2 port on that day. There was already like rated somewhere. So maybe we'll get some PlayStation for that, which it's probably not even really necessary. Dragon Quest 11S already runs at 60 on PS4, but any kind of update that might draw me in.
What the fuck is this NX game? I'm looking at the soundtracks for Koichi Sugiyama, like his career, and he obviously worked at NX for a long time because he worked on Dragon Quest. That was one of his first things, of course, and he did all the Dragon Quests. But he worked on a game called Jesus, which I've never heard of in my life. Here, I'll put it in the chat. It's an NX game that came to Famicom in 1989. It's a graphic adventure. And there's a sequel called Jesus 2. I'd like to play Jesus 2 sometime. All right, Dragon Quest 12. We'll hopefully know more about that by the end of the month. I really hope that that's what's going to happen. But these motherfuckers. Square Enix seems to be in a little bit of a little middle space right now between, some cool games coming out, promising titles, some good performance, but something's missing with them. I don't think they're being well run. I mean, that's what that activist investor that released that remember that huge report we went over? And he was basically saying like, these guys just don't know what they're doing, basically. And I kind of am led to believe that might be true, considering how long Dragon Quest 12 is taking. Anyway, Tommy Bacon wrote in with a final inquiry. Is that a funny one too? Tommy Bacon. I have to read every word now.
I don't think so.
Holden Tudix. Holden Tudix. If I just said it like that, would you have Holden Tudix?
No, I wouldn't have.
But it's like TUD, Tudor would be TUDOR, like the name Tudor. So it would be Tudix. Tommy Bacon wrote in and said, hey, CDC, I've been playing Assassin's Creed Origins lately, and the feature that lets you fast forward time between day and night is very handy for me. I usually play in a bright, sunlit living room, which makes seeing dark scenes on my TV almost impossible. Because of the glare, I much prefer daytime maps and missions just so I can actually see what I'm doing. Does anyone else struggle with nighttime gameplay like this? In case you ask why I don't close the curtains, I have a wife, and we all know women are obsessed with letting light in the house. Take care. Yeah, to me, that's just too bad. I literally got new curtains. I got them put in here too. We have like these pull down Norman curtains, and some of them are like not opaque, but like if it's light out, you'll know. And other ones are darked out. So I got them put here, but I got them put in my living room too because the glare was insane on my TV. It's like that's intolerable. Tell your wife to cool it with the sunlight. It's horrible. I've been watching The Handmaid's Tale. I'm almost done with it now with Micah, and that show is so dark. And if you even have like a lamp on in the living room, you can't see anything in that fucking show. You got to be in like in space, like deep space, to be able to see it. So I just thought that was a funny one. Why are you letting your wife ruin? Are you the man of the house or aren't you?
Yeah. Blackout curtains.
Yeah, you got to get the blackout curtains.
You can open them. She can have them open when you're not playing, and when you're playing.
That's all.
Yeah.
Shut them down.
That's all it is. That's all it is. Tommy Bacon. Good luck to you, my friend. And be well.
Good luck, brother.
Good luck. All right, my dudes. Let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. That was a good episode. It was fun. Good to be here with you.
Yeah.
Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans for the rest of your day?
No, I'm going to sink my teeth in this marathon article. I think I got some cooking to do. I gotta use this chicken.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like to buy frozen. So like, but like sometimes I'll buy it and then I'm like, I'll leave for the next day. But like now it's like, I don't have much time left.
Yeah, you got to use it.
I gotta cook this. I gotta prep it. Low key day, I think, going forward. But trying to think of I do want to finish Saros. I wonder how close I am. I really have no idea. I haven't looked up.
I can look at your trophies and see. I don't know the names.
Yeah,
I know the architect's one of the bosses, but I don't know where.
It was the boss where the stage kind of falls down, parts of it get knocked down, and
right.
The place gets smaller, whatever that one is.
Oh, someone has looked at your trophies in the last 15 minutes because I can't.
Wait, what?
Your trophies are private. You're Chris Raygun, right?
Oh, not on
PSN.
Not on on PSN. It's Nemesis CRM.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay,
yeah.
Hold on a second.
I couldn't get
Nemesis CRM.
Couldn't get Chris Raygun. I don't think.
Update. Let's see. Saros. Yeah. So the defeat the overlord of the desecrated fortress is the last one you did. That's 37.3%. So you have 3 more.
Okay.
Kind of bosses. So you're probably 2/3 of the way through.
Okay. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that by next week. Easy.
Cool, man. Yeah, we'll be ready to go. And that will probably be one of the next episodes. I don't know exactly what order they're going to go in, but we'll have a nice little back catalog of stuff to get through.
Yeah.
Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well. Anything you'd like to say before we go?
Well, Holly is out having dinner with somebody, so I'm home alone. So I got to fend for myself for food. But I'll be fine. And then this weekend, probably keeping it low key. There's a food truck event tomorrow night, which is a good excuse to drink in public.
Oh yeah, that's one thing I miss about city living is the food trucks. There was a place in San Francisco in the marina we used to go every Friday that had a whole gathering of food trucks and just awesome.
I think food trucks might be my fit. I've had some of the best food ever at a fucking food truck.
Oh, definitely,
dude,
kind of crazy.
Food truck is a little bit of a roll of dice. Maybe it's the area I'm in. I'm either going to have the best food I've ever had in my life, or I'm going to pay $25 for absolute shit. You never know.
Yeah,
and you're going to wait 20 minutes in line for it.
That's true.
Here it's usually pretty I don't think I've really had a bad thing out of a food truck here. There's one that I remember that I'm so sad that I never found again. It was a chicken and waffles food truck. Ooh. And it was so fucking incredible. I was like, yo, what is this? They used to park outside my building. And then they left, and I was like, it was the saddest thing when they left.
I love chicken and waffles. What a great combination. Just unholy in how good it is. It's damn, why does this work?
Absolute cinema.
Absolutely. Oh, definitely. Definitely. My boys, it was good to spend the day with you today, recording Sacred Symbols episode 411. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of listening to us, supporting us on Patreon, watching us on YouTube, and all of the rest. We'll see you next time on Sacred Symbols, and of course on Sacred Symbols Plus. We'll see you on Sacred Streaming. And thank you for everything. Your love and support. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for all of that. LastStandMedia.store for merch. Till next time. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.